Hold me close to you. Close to you.
2 of the CWL Global Pro League kept the excitement going on Day 2 of Group Blue. Here's a breakdown of all of the action. The competition is fierce, and Team Elevate has had an extremely tough time as they failed to get a single win in the Stage 2 Blue Group. It looked like fundamental execution errors. Even so, it's time for Elevate to take a step back and reassess their strategy. They are 0-12 in maps at the moment. Everyone from FaZe was pulling their weight in Day 2. Gunless looked to be fitting in well with the new team, starting off hot in FaZe's first match against Elevate, and ending the day at the top of the leaderboard in S&D KD. But no one can forget about Attach and Enable, as they've been explosive this weekend. Losing to E6 in the final match of the day was a huge turn of events. Now everyone will be eager to see their rematch with Ghost Gaming, as both teams look like the clear favorites this weekend. Ghost Gaming is looking to be the best team in Stage 2 Week 2. They have looked extremely strong, taking care of business in both matches they faced in Enigma 6 and Team Elevate. Mox is leading all players this event with a 1.37 uplink KD ratio. Keep an eye out for him continuing to showcase his skills, as Ghost Gaming will go on having secured their spot in the playoff. E6 started off very strong in their first match against Ghost Gaming, but it just wasn't enough. That seemed to be the theme until they battled back in the most exciting match of Day 2 against FaZe Clan. Knowing they were facing elimination, they clutched up in a final search and destroy. Enigma 6 will still need to do more if they want to make it to the playoffs. Keep an eye out for Royalty, who continues to solidify his presence as the new guy on the team. And that does it for Day 2 of the Global Pro League here at the MLG Arena in Columbus, Ohio. Tune in to mlg.tv/COD for more coverage of the Call of Duty World League.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4.
The 16 best teams in the world
with $700,000 up for grabs. Every day, these guys are grinding, they're practicing, they're strategizing, they're waiting for this.
We have got the world's elite here. This is the final stage in the Global Pro League. This is do or die.
I think people are going to come with a purpose. It honestly could be anyone.
There's going to be a lot of competition.
We're playing the best teams in the world, so every match is a grind.
That was sick. I think Elevate are going to do it. Oh, please, this is too good to be true. Oh my God.
Ghost Gaming has done it. They are heading to Stage 2.
Oh God, what was the reaction? Oh my God, Attach with the 1 versus 4.
Anything in this game can happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Stage 2 of the CWL Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. Week 2, Day 3 now officially underway. Of course, the final day here of Week 2, and there is still so much to play for. I am, of course, Ben. I'll be hosting the studio throughout the day. Joining me on my expert panel, we have Call of Duty World Champion TP, former professional European player Momo, and at the far side there, of course, Merc, Call of Duty XP champion as well. So these guys definitely know what they're talking about. And I'm excited for today because honestly, every single game is going to be very, very important. Still a lot to be played for here on the final day. But first, we should talk a little bit about what is on the line here at Stage 2. There is so much money to be won, Momo. I mean, there really is just a surreal amount. I bet you wish you were still playing.
I wish I could take some of this. If I was playing, I definitely wouldn't be. However, Stage 2 playoffs, of course, $500,000, $200,000 for first place. And even if you come in 8th, it goes all the way down. But these players, they'll only want that first prize. But to get there, they've got to place top 2. We're going to find out today.
Well, we'll take a look at our group standings coming into the final day. And you take a glance at that bottom side. Team Elevate 0-4, 0-12, a 0% win percentage, I should say. And well, they're 1 L away from breaking Cloud9's record, so we may see some records broken. But in terms of everything going on at the top side, I mean, it really has shaped into a very interesting final day.
I don't think a lot of people were expecting Ghost to really top it as dominant as they have been so far. The biggest thing we have to talk about from yesterday, though, is E6 really keeping their hopes alive, getting that reverse sweep versus FaZe to force that 2-2 sort of tie going into today. So map count going to be very important. There are, I guess, some weird scenarios that could happen that are very unlikely, in which Ghost falls down a little bit. But I think, you know, unless they just completely flop, they should be all right.
And I think the tough thing, Merc, you're kind of looking, yeah, well, they do have to play the two most difficult teams in the group. I mean, if you have to give me a percentage of Ghost not qualifying, I mean, where is it at right now?
Like 2%.
2%, but
it's not very high.
But it is there.
But no, I mean, it's a very tough day for these guys. I mean, they have to play Enigma 6, who, again, I feel like that win last night just sort of brought their confidence back. you know, day one, we didn't see the best E6.
True.
Day two, it started off slow for those guys, but they were able to win that, you know, game versus FaZe, and I felt like that's what they needed. It's going to be a very tough match for them, and then obviously FaZe, I mean, I just feel like they're going to be angry about that loss, about that reverse sweep. But again, we figured there was going to be some hiccups. They're going to keep getting better. I mean, honestly, if you're losing, if you're FaZe, you're learning a lot from those, so that's very important. They're still in the hunt.
Yeah, I agree, and I think this is where we really see the test of Ghost Gaming. We saw at Anaheim.
Yes.
Win, 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 win. Lose to Splice, lose to Red Reserve, you're out. You know, this is the real test because, you know, they've done the Friday and Saturday again. Can they finish strong? You know, starting strong is great. You've got to finish strong, and that's the real test for me. Will Ghost Gaming just come out on top here? Potential 6-0 in the group. It could happen, or everything could just crumble.
Very, very good point, Momo. Excited to see how they play. But before we get to the schedule of the day, I want to go over a couple of players who impressed you guys as of yesterday and who maybe need to step things up. Teep, I'm going to start with you. I know you looked at FaZe Clan's Enable for who impressed you the most.
Oh yeah, just dominant performance overall. Look at that KD right there. That speaks for itself. High Slayer numbers overall. And Enable's really been the most consistent player throughout Infinite Warfare for these guys. In terms of the other players' KDs, they've really been up and down, sort of a roller coaster in that regard. Some really solid placings overall. And now this guy taking over that sort of in-game leader. He's doing a great job at it, obviously. But that loss last night, he needs to be the guy that sort of goes over what went wrong in that reverse sweep, because a team like this, that should never happen. They shouldn't be losing maps, especially to E6, in my opinion. They should be elite.
Well, especially at Game 5, you go up 3-0. Like, you have to be able to close that out. Right. All the advantage is in your way. But those Slayer numbers, 29.4, that's ridiculous. Enable having a great weekend.
Definitely is. Needs to keep things up, though, here on the final day of Week 2, because FaZe, as we said, their spot definitely not solidified for playoffs just yet. Moving forward, Memo, I know you looked at FaZe as well. Who did you go after?
Mine was Gunless. Okay. I felt like day one he had kind of some ups and downs. I think day two he really showed a lot better promise. I think the Search and Destroy, relative to the KD that he's shown, I think he played some very smart Search and Destroy.
Okay.
But again, much higher in the Slayer rating than he was on day one. I think his overall KD now is just kind of, you know, finding itself. I think day one he was sat at like a 0.8 or something when he was using like an MV4. He's changed to the K-bar. Again, finding that your feet on land is very difficult, even for such a prolific player like Gunless, and I expect him to do even better today.
Especially considering you're around new teammates for the first time as well, so definitely a little bit of growing pains for the FaZe Clan, but we'll see if they can, of course, put them to one side. Merc, moving forward, who impressed you the most yesterday?
I went with the Llama. The Llama God himself.
There he is.
I felt like day one, he really didn't have the best of days. Dude. But day two, I believe I saw Nameless talk about it. He was just a beast on throwback uplink. That supposedly is his map, and he just impressed. 1.22, 29 Slayer, 1.88. Day two, he really stepped it up for that Ghost Gaming team. That's why they're sitting at a perfect 4-0 with 12-2 map count. Might be the best map count we've seen through 2 days.
A 1.88 Search and Destroy KD there as well. He really did play very, very well. You said it yesterday. Kind of evolved to his full form, if you will. Definitely is Llama God right now, but he's going to keep that up today. Now, on the flip side, of course, players who maybe need to step up a little bit. Teep, I'm going to start with you. Who'd you go with?
I'm going to go with Zuma. And the reason I pick him is he was probably the star player on this team for so long now. Why is he negative? That makes zero sense to me. Zuma's just overall natural talent and ability is one of the best in the game, and for whatever reason, he's been so flat, and it's just unacceptable for me. This FaZe team, especially with the pickup of Gunless, Zuma needs to step it up in Search and Destroy. He was one of the best Search and Destroy players a couple years back and just hasn't really been at that same level. You pick up Gunless, you don't really need that same Zuma and Respawn. They're going to be fine in the slaying category. We've seen it already, but S&D, where is the guy been? Where's the first blood master that we're seeing from Zuma? He might still be recovering from that wrist surgery, but I need to see more from the guy. A negative KD from him. That makes zero sense to me.
Yeah, very unlike the Zuma that we've kind of known over the past couple of years. And to your point, that the first blood king in Search and Destroy definitely needs to bring that today. Moving forward, Momo, I wouldn't surprise me if once again you targeted Elevate. It's been the Elevate story throughout the weekend. Who did you go for?
I had to.
Yeah,
and,
there you go.
Yeah, which one did you pick?
I picked Watson, but honestly, and I'll be very brutal, I could have picked any of them. You know, I really could. Reedy, actually, I'll put him to the side. He played some kind of good COD. For these guys, I think Watson, the problem with Watson is he has had that taste, unlike the other two, where he was a real star player. He individually went to, you know, North America. He played alongside the likes of Dream Team and stuff like that. He was picked from Europe to play with North American teams. And I know, that was a long time ago, but he has that capability. He has that natural skill. And I just feel like it's not there. You know, I feel like it's almost... He had attitude problems, and I think that's been put aside, but I just don't feel the hunger from him. I don't feel like he wants to win, and I think that's from teaming with him. That's what the best asset from him was. He was the one shouting, screaming. He was so hungry for it.
Well, they definitely don't want to be breaking Cloud9's record, that's for sure, but it's looking very, very likely. Moving forward, Merc, who needs to step up, do you think?
Yeah, this is going to surprise a lot of people, these numbers. Proto, I mean, this guy was basically an all-star, and there's not much to say. I mean, a 0.81 overall, 0.35 in S&D. This is from day 2, these stats. Proto, again, this was a guy who was a star in stage 1, star at Anaheim. And if they want to get through the playoffs, he has to step up big time. A 0.35 in S&D just cannot happen. They're lucky they clutched up in that game number 5 versus FaZe.
And bear in mind, you go back to that game number 5, who was the E6 player that fell off the map, almost cost them. If it hadn't been for Cade's epic 3-piece, E6 go to around 11 there. So those stats, crazy, crazy low numbers.
I can believe that. I really can.
Are you sure that's right?
It must be.
Yes, because I trust the people in the back doing them. But again, Royalty played well, General played well. They need that third guy. Cade at times has fallen off in the respawns. Proto has to be there to pick it up. Cade, though, playing great in S&D. Proto definitely has to step it up if they want to go through the playoffs.
Really does. Now, though, we'll take a look at the day's schedules. You know exactly when your favorite teams are going to be competing at day 3 here. We kick things off with FaZe Clan versus Team Elevate at 3:30. Enigma 6 go up against Ghost, and Enigma 6 is back-to-back. They take on Elevate at 5 p.m. Then to close out the day, FaZe Clan versus Ghost. And I guess I want to get your opinion, but which of those 4 games do you think is really going to be the most important one, which shapes the entire day?
It has to be Ghost versus Enigma 6. How is Enigma 6 going to respond? You know, they lost to Ghost that first time. You know, if they're able to win, they put a lot of pressure on FaZe. FaZe would then have to basically beat Ghost later on the night, if of course Ghost beats Elevate, but that seems to be the story. So that would basically put everybody at 4-2. So, you know, it'll get real spicy up in here.
Definitely will. Still a lot of scenarios which could happen, but of course, as we said, that first game up on the main stage, FaZe versus Elevate. We have already seen this matchup once. FaZe made slight work of Elevate with a 3-0 victory, and we caught up with both of our 2 teams to get their thoughts on their upcoming match.
Elevate, they're a good team from Europe. We've beat them twice in this year, 3-1, 3-1. So hopefully this time we can get a 3-0 on them. But they're just a good team. We just got to play our game and kind of control the pace of each match and map. I know all the matches are going to be close, so I'm not going to say we're going to 3-0 them, destroy them, but I'm sure they're all going to be close matches, so we'll just see what happens.
We know that they're a very good team. They're very solid, well-rounded team, but we just need to play our game. And like we have the past times, even though it's going to be different having Gunless on the team now, the S&D could be pretty close because they're a very good S&D team, but I think we'll be fine.
Gunless is just a freak all round. He's so good. Like, if you watch him play in like an awful situation, he can just pick up a 2-piece. I think they could be more dangerous with Gunless, but I won't think they will be yet. I think if they make playoffs, that's when they'll be at their best.
S&D is so 50-50. You just need to watch out for Zoomer on the flanks. If we come and play our hard point how we know how to play it, we should take the hard point.
It's important that we qualify. Hopefully we win both games, or win 1 out of 2, which will ensure that we do qualify. But we'll see.
Definitely not going to be an easy game for Elevate. As we said, they currently sit at 0-12, matching Cloud9's abysmal performance in Stage 1. Question though, will they take it one step further and break that record? Here are a look at our maps. We start with a Breakout Hardpoint Retail Search and a Frost Uplink. Merc, thoughts on this series just from looking at the maps?
They're not touching FaZe on Breakout or Frost. Retail
record is broken.
Maybe, yeah, but I don't think they're touching FaZe on any of the first 2 respawns.
Any of the first 2 respawns? I mean, we talk about the Retail Search and Destroy, Momo. Is there potentially a chance they find that first map?
Absolutely. I mean, there is a chance. The S&D is the only chance that they have. It's not going past game 4 whatsoever. But that Breakout, I'm worried for Elevate. They're at current record 1-7. FaZe is currently 77%. It's their best hard point. Okay. It's only going one way. But you know what? I'm going out on a limb. I say Elevate win map 2. Why is the crowd laughing at me?
Even the crowd laughed at Phil right there.
Why is the casters laughing?
Everyone is like, even the cameraman's having a good laugh at you as well. I think everyone knows you're a little out there on that.
3-1 FaZe.
3-1 FaZe.
We saw how FaZe bounced back after their first loss. They played extremely well. A very, very fast 3-0.
You're a bold man, Phil.
Yeah, well,
I appreciate it.
Just
they respect you.
We'll be back here in 30. 35 minutes, and I will be right.
Could potentially be 15. Anyway, without further ado, we'll send it out to our casters for the first series of Day 3, Week 2. It's Maven and Mr. X.
Thank you, guys. I did have a chance to talk with Elevate outside a little bit. Yeah. At first, it was just Reedy out there, and he was excited to play spoiler. He's like, I want to beat FaZe, make sure they don't get in. They have a chance to do that with Enigma 6 as well.
I want to beat FaZe as well, but I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, well, that's probably true. Also, it was interesting, though. You know how we talked about Zuma getting surgery, he had a cyst removed from his wrist. Reedy was talking about Zed struggling. Zed then walks out, and he was going like this. I'm like, what's wrong? He has a giant cyst on his wrist as well. I don't know what's going on right now for Call of Duty competitive players, but he also needs surgery because it's just a lump just poking out of his wrist. He said it's been causing him pain, so that could partially be why maybe he struggled.
Yeah, that may explain some of his play because it has not been good, but we can jump right into the first map in this series, and I got to get your expert opinion. We heard from the guys on the desk. What do you think the outcome of this series is?
3-0. If FaZe didn't have as much to play for and Elevate, you know, they're hyped up, they want to play spoiler, I kind of get that there might be a little bit more hunger on one side, but FaZe, this is still so important to them. Like, they have to win this series, and you need to handle business. I think FaZe come out and take care of them.
Does Elevate get a map today? No. Oh, be a tough weekend if they're not able to secure a map win. Right now, it's all FaZe. 19-0 and counting. All the kills going in their favor. So it looks like Enable not going to be contested here towards that center hard point. It's an easy first hill for FaZe Clan.
He's even ready for the guys coming up from behind on the flank. They're going to have to push through for the next spawn, but this is a perfect, you're going to get 42 seconds or so on the first hard point. This was, I think, a bit of why you said there's no chance that Elevate was taking this first map or the first two respawns.
I mean, you just kind of find it hard to believe Elevate takes this serious. I mean, FaZe gets off to a good start. Enable on a 4 streak, still working towards score streaks. Going to play a little bit slower here. Not going to kind of dart in towards that hard point. As finds one behind him. Able to pick up the kill. Elevate is getting a decent amount of time here, though, Maeve. They do have control of cell block. They got control of the spawns in the back. It's a nice kill there by Zed. Onto Enable as he's on a 3 streak. So Elevate starting to make a little bit of a comeback.
Yeah, that was best case scenario for Elevate. Yeah, you had, yes, absolutely, Enable playing a little bit slower. I mean, it's his role kind of with the AR in before in hand, but at the same time, you know he was trying to play around those streaks. So you kill him, don't allow him to get those. You also get a strong hold for the opening 35 seconds here on cell block, but now FaZe has battled back in. Desire still here to try and make a play, but Gunless going to get the better of him. That'll be the remaining ticks here going to FaZe Clan, and Zuma is already soared across, trying to get set up here in cave. For anybody coming in transition, they were not expecting that.
I agree with Teep where we've seen FaZe come off of a loss and how strong they played. And I think last night that loss to Enigma 6 really probably woke them up. Probably expected to go into that series, beat Enigma 6, especially when they go up in the fashion they did.
Well, they should have won the series.
Yeah, but Enigma 6, they battle back. They make it very interesting coming into today.
They really do, but let's see what FaZe can do. They're their first best of 5 here against Elevate. So far, so good. Controlling Graveyard. Zuma popping up and picking off 2. His teammates playing bait in the back. He's 200 now off the Trinity Rockets. 5-3 on a 4 streak. Zuma called out to pick it up under a 1.0 KD. A guy with a Slayer mindset that needs to go big here. He's holding the edge. He's going to tag everybody. 3 players hit. That's going to slow down the push.
Yeah, they're not going to come around that corner now. All these guys basically one shot. And Zuma still in this position. Is able to pick up 2. He's going to earn himself the Trinity Rocket. The last few seconds will go to Elevate. But FaZe with a big lead. They have control of Commissary. This just looks like a game that's going to get out of control.
Well, this is one of the, I guess, easier to hold and kind of tougher to break rotations when you're talking about Graveyard into Commissary, because you share the same spawn. You're trying to hold in the back there on Helipad, where you see the 6 and the 7 on the minimap just locking it down. They're going to secure back-to-back hard points, and like you said, yeah, this lead could be gigantic here soon.
Oh, it's gonna balloon. It's gonna balloon by almost 100 points here. I mean, you can see where Elevate is on the map. They're just in awful spots. They have to go on that wall run. They have to challenge Zuma here through this middle cut. The only thing that goes in Elevate's favor is Gunless team killing Zuma. Other than that, they don't pick up anything there on that push.
Yeah.
We have not seen them really get close to getting this hard point.
It's just a big rotation where you can take a chunk of time. Reminds me of something like, I don't know, maybe Scrapyard to Grandma's on Fringe last year, where you kind of control that same back spawn. You could rack up a ton of time and make a difference in the game. You see FaZe doing it well here. Gunless was on a 3 streak before ultimately dying. Reedy able to come in and break with the 2-piece, but again, you're only getting the final, 10 or so seconds in these hard points. The only good chunk of time you've had is the original hold on cell block. Not a lot of positivity to talk about for Elevate right now in game 1.
Without that hold on cell block, this is a, like you're looking at like 180 to 20 type of game. It's not been pretty, but Elevate inside of the center roof hard point. We'll see if FaZe can break it, get control. They do have control of the cell block spawns. The next hill coming up, and it's going to be 3 kills for FaZe Clan. As Zed, the only one alive here for Elevate. He's going to have to back out. You see him on X-ray there. Just going to let Enable get inside the hill. He's going to have to wait for teammates to get in position before he gets back.
Just backing down for a second, playing his life. Some help from Zuma is able to locate him a kill. Gunless and Zuma doing a good job looking over Enable, who's taking fire but staying alive and still racking up time. Hits the opposite side. Some nice shots to take off the face of Watson there. And yeah, you got a little bit of time here to open up for Elevate before quickly taking control for FaZe. And the other scary thing of this, another hardpoint rotation, which you can kind of control a similar spawn. They've had cell block. They've had the right side of the map completely locked down. Zed, I believe, the only player that's rotated over to cell block. And he actually, by finding that 2-piece, almost a third. Nah, not going to flip it on its head because you look at the spawns for FaZe. All 3 popping up in the back. The timing could not have been worse there.
Yeah, they spawn right in the back by this hard point. Elevate spawns all the way out. Nobody there to help Zed after he picks up some kills. And now you have FaZe inside of cell block, up by more than 100. Attach spots 1, knows he doesn't need a challenge. It'll be Zuma that slides out first. Attach in a great position here in the corner. He's going to slide out, challenge Reedy, but Reedy with the E-Rad in his hands, able to win that fight. But if you're FaZe, all you got to do is contest this. I mean, you just don't give up time to Elevate here. You're in a great spot.
Final kill should come in. Nope, still wall running up top. Finally picked off by Zuma. Just under 15 seconds left here. FaZe going to be approaching the 200-point mark. And just like you saw Zuma get an aggressive position on the rotation, this time it's going to be attached. Already set up at Bulldozer and picking up kills.
I feel like this is how a lot of Elevate's hardpoint games have gone this weekend. They've had like some, I think like 1 or 2 close ones. I remember them getting over like 200 points. The rest of them I feel like are just like this.
Yeah.
I think we casted one yesterday. It was 250 to 190. And like, although the score seemed like it was close, like the actual gameplay was not close. And Enable now working on more streaks. You have Zuma with streaks as well. And you thought things couldn't get worse for Elevate. They definitely have.
Enable now just 75 off. There he's picked up the Trinity, and there you go. Bombardment with the 2-piece inside. Gets the kills he needs before falling. And now you've got 3 of the powerful score streaks to work with here if you're FaZe Clan, and just a massive, massive lead. Hell, if they don't get a contest here, this could end in Graveyard.
With the way it's looking right now, I mean, you see Elevate, they're just kind of stacked up in cave. Nobody wants to be the first one to engage.
I would just use some of these streaks. Just end the game. You'd win it right here for your FaZe. Just go ahead. Pop the Trinity, pop a Marvin, pop whatever you want. Just don't let them get close to the card point. Even contest for a second. The game's done. You don't even need the streaks.
No, the game's going to end there. It'll be 250 to 71 in favor of FaZe Clan. It's Elevate still winless in terms of maps this weekend. That's what, 0-13?
We're approaching the 0-15 meme to join Jack Courage Dunlop. Cloud9 stage 1 was close, but they ended up taking a series, taking some maps.
2 people you don't want to be mentioned in record-wise is Jack Courage Dunlop and stage 1 Cloud9. Then I guess you're approaching Millennium Marky B as well.
For the 0-6?
The 0-6. So not a great weekend here from Elevate. I don't think you need me to tell you that to figure it out if you've been watching. But man, it's it's hard. We talked about it a lot yesterday. It's like, how do they get a win against any of these teams? It's like, usually, like, no, we've seen Mind Freak, right? They kind of struggled last week. Like, no, they excelled in one game mode. Like, they had one game mode that they could really kind of make their mark on. Like, this Elevate team, you look and it's like, okay, where's their strength? Like, where are they going to win a map? And you just don't.
Well, now it's going to search and destroy. And I want to take a look at the S&D leaderboard for First Bloods. And you'll recognize some of the names up top. It's FaZe, Enable, Zuma, Attach. So on the desk, they mentioned, you know, Zuma's KD hasn't been great, but the First Bloods have actually been there. But that's kind of true for the entire team.
Well, you can also see why Elevate has struggled. I mean, 10 players listed here, they only have 1. So I mean, they're just not getting any First Bloods, really.
No, I think this is similar. We saw, I think it was a Hardpoint top 10, and not a single Elevate player was on that from yesterday, too.
You know what's impressive, actually, there? I believe it was Cade. Had like 7 First Bloods, a positive KD, like a 1.17, and then 11 plants.
Well, he's basically, I mean, if you're talking statistically, he's just picked up where Proto has fallen off. I mean, Proto, we know he was one of your most efficient search and destroy players from stage 1. You saw the stats coming into this. Proto has not been great there whatsoever, but hell, if Cade's going to play like that, you saw him clutch up in that, final Game 5 last night with the 3-piece. Cade's going to play like that, it's fine. I mean, think about Enigma 6. It's been interesting. It's like when General kind of fell off, Proto stepped it up. Now Proto's not having the best weekend, Cade's stepping it up. It seems like there's been somewhere there to fill a void that is Times created.
Yeah, I feel like Enigma 6 is a very strong team. I think, obviously, Ghost Gaming comes in very strong this weekend. I think if you were to kind of poll everybody before the weekend began, though, you would have felt like FaZe and Enigma 6 were your clear-cut top 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's who I would have picked. I don't know if it was exactly clear-cut with how good Ghost looked.
Clear-cut, yeah.
But those would have been my top 2.
That's who everyone, I think, would have.
Yeah.
Everyone would have said, Ghost Enigma 6 could have been a toss-up. But I think a lot of people would have favored Enigma 6 there.
No, I think just as, Fnatic in a way, an impressive surprise for some coming out top 2 last week. That is going to be Ghost this week, man. But they've been just even more dominant. But they still have a little bit of a test today. I think, they talked about the odds, that 2%. I mean, really, if I'm correct, it's like Ghost has to go 0-6 in total maps today, and FaZe and E6 have to go 6-0.
If every match today is a 3-0, things could get crazy.
Yeah, they could get a little bit wild.
As soon as somebody wins a map, we have to...
Well, Ghost wins a map, right?
Talk to League Ops.
Okay, well, here we go. It's going to be Elevate on offense first. Zed flying with the ERAD right into Bike. He's got bomb to work with. He does see one hit the cross. Second coming in, a little bit of bait and switch action, likely to come in from FaZe Clan to pick up this kill. Question is, can Zed at least pick up one? He should know he's got 2 in the corner. He got vision on both crosses.
Look how far out Elevate's spread. So you see Gunless going to slide in, pick up the kill. They get bombed down. And look, now it's Reedy and Desire coming on a flank. They get spotted.
I mean, what do you do there? If you're Zed and you know you're isolated with 2 players in Bike, can you get out of there? Do you even have a play to make? But quickly, everybody gone. It's just Watson.
Well, it's just like a poor strategy from the sense that you send the bomb carrier alone into Garage. Then you send 2 players on the long flank. As soon as they kill a bomb carrier in Garage and nobody is there to trade that out, where do you think the other guys are coming from?
Maybe Zed thought...
Like, it's so easy to read.
Maybe he thought he'd get planted in there. It's a stretch plant into Bike.
What did you just call it? A stretch plant?
A stretch plant, yeah.
What does that even mean?
20 yards away from the bomb site. Plant it in
You're just using words to make that seem complicated.
I was trying to make sense of what they were trying to do.
No.
Which proves impractical.
All right, so if he has camo round 1, he can get through Bike shot.
All right, offense now for Attach and FaZe.
So he should stretch plant in this position.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Which, so we're clear at home, is not possible.
Yep. Just to clarify.
Attach, get behind 2. Easy pickings, 3rd in here. Bring it. He knows he's tagged up, playing his life for now. Last member going to be Watson again. Watson is having a lot of tough situations, a 1v4, now a 1v3.
You had 2 players on Elevate in the same position looking at the same exact thing, and they just let Attach run right up next to them. Just shoot them in the side.
Zuma takes him down. Watson, after picking up the first kill, he hits perfect shots. There may be a chance to turn that into a 1v1, but Zuma's ERAD gets the better of him. Oh, actually, okay, Enable actually ended up hitting him as well. That explains why he dropped so quick.
It's like Watson adjusting his scuff in between rounds.
I don't know that that's going to matter.
That looks like a USB cable he's putting into the back of his trigger there.
Mixing things up. Well, you've got Enable starting 3-0, Attach 3-1. Attach has found a first blood with a grenade to open things up.
I believe that blew up the van, if I'm not mistaken. But
it's like every time I see some of these opening players drop from Elevate, they're in some kind of 1v2.
Enable and Attach individually have double the amount of kills as the entire Elevate team.
This is one of the faster search and destroys I've seen. Although I did cast one of the most brutal. I'll never forget. It was
what was it?
It was Envy SB back at Ghost Champs when it went into round 6 and SB did not have a single kill.
Yeah, I remember that.
Everyone was 0-5, and then finally I think Sensor got 2 kills. Yeah, or Apathy actually.
Yeah, Reedy with a kill. I believe Watson with a kill. Desire and Zed struggling right now. It's going to be a push through the mid. That'll be another first blood for FaZe Clan, as now they have complete control of the A site. Now they're going to run right into Gunless as Erad. Picks up one. Not able to snap on the second. Now Enable spots at least one, maybe both players here. So now he knows there's both players here. So it's a very difficult position for Elevate to play out of. They have nowhere to go.
Yep,
trying to take him out one.
Trying to get out of curb. They're both going to drop. It just doesn't even seem like there's been like a winnable gunfight for anyone on Elevate right now. I mean, every single time, it seems to be some kind of 2-on-1 versus an isolated player. And it helps when Attaches getting first bloods with grenades back-to-back rounds.
This one's not been close. I mean, any of these rounds have just not. I mean, just nothing close. I mean,
I don't know, but Momo said they're taking game 2, so yeah, this might be where the rally happens.
I think Momo played.
There we go, Watson with the first blood, hits the snipe.
He's their first blood leader.
Desire turns it into a 3v3 by dropping. Watson now with the pistol. He's flashy, he's fancy, he's gunless. Elevate coming alive. It's electric in the venue. All of a sudden it's Zed in a 1v2.
That's the thing that frustrates you about Watson is you see like flashes of like brilliance.
Well, I think it goes back to a little bit about what Momo was saying in the sense that
they're using a missile for one.
He doesn't. I don't think he thinks he can win this team. I feel it's difficult to be passionate and bring what he does to a team if he just doesn't have faith in what's currently happening. But now it is going to be a 1v1. You've got a camo and bombardment to work with if you're Enable.
You should pop camo and just defuse.
Look at the number 3 in the minute. It's going to be Zed. They should be seeing each other momentarily. There, you got eyes on him. 10 seconds left. This is going to be a round to Elevate. They're on the board.
Yep. It's a good play there from Zed, able to stay alive just long enough to not give Enable enough time to defuse the bomb. But yeah, I do agree. I think Watson we have seen in the past. How good of an AR player was he? Remember back to Advanced Warfare? Very strong with the bow at the beginning of the game. One of the better players in Europe. And then I think he takes a break for a little bit and then comes back. And I think Momo is kind of talking about it. It's just been an attitude thing with him. And I think to end up on a team like this where you're struggling that bad is probably the worst scenario.
What do you compare it to? I don't know. Maybe like a DeMarcus Cousins on the Kings type thing. He knows they're not winning anything, but he's an all-star. It's like,
yeah.
What are you gonna do?
You can't do much. I mean, in a game where obviously I think one player can make a difference. One player I don't think can win like a whole series against like another really strong group of 4.
The only time I can think of, well, you can't win it, but I'm just thinking of that individual performance. What was it? Remember, was it Study versus FaZe in Black Ops 3 last year? I can't remember if that was Anaheim, Orlando, what it was, but he had one of the best individual performances I've ever seen. It was like 40, 50 a map. It was wild. But no, I agree with you. That is a struggle. But you'll see the final kill by Enable is they're inching closer to a 2-0 advantage in this one. And, you heard what Merck and Teep were saying on the desk. They didn't give them a chance in the 2 respawns. That was certainly the story from the first game. We'll have to see. Frost was that the map that Elevate, that was their closest, is that the one they almost won, or was it Throwback?
It was Throwback.
Okay.
Because Throwback was statistically their best map.
I thought it was Frost from day 1 where they only lost by 1, but I might be wrong on that.
Attached spots 2. Able to pick up the 3rd. He's gonna pop reactive. That'll be 2 kills there for Attach. Make it 3. So now we just have Reedy left here in the 1v4 scenario.
He's spotted by, I thought he was gonna line him up there, but Reedy gets the better of him. Reedy in a 1v4, now 1v3. He'll have Gunless and Enable and Zuma to track down. 50 seconds on the clock.
Man, right now, Enable, just look at the kills for Elevate, and then look at the kills for Enable individually and then Attach individually.
19 and 3. Pretty,
just
pretty
saying,
solid stuff.
Just saying, if you look at, it's 8 kills for all of Elevate, 9 kills for Enable, 11 kills for Attach. It's going to be a 6-1 win there for FaZe Clan. I mean, that's a relatively easy search and destroy. Elevate, I mean, they tried some things. You saw Watson with the sniper rifle have some success, but just not resulting.
The 1 first blood?
I mean, the 1 first blood. I mean, there's not really much they can do right now. You see these guys are just so frustrated.
Well, it's a bit, and I know I'll
it's
be honest,
disheartening when you're playing like that.
For them, this has got to be tough to play right now with how things are going. I'll be honest, it's tough to cast when it's going like this for them.
It's very difficult.
It's become almost comical at this standpoint, or at this point, just because of the fact they haven't won a map. I mean, I know we've been talking about it a lot, beating a dead horse here, but they have not had a good weekend. And
like for them, these matches, like for us, they feel like pretty quick, right? I mean, they just get on the stage and it's just been 3-0s left and right. But for them, this has to be like it's so long on stage. Like you just don't you don't understand like when you're up there, like these matches when you're just getting blown out like this, they just drag on for so long. It feels like.
Well, it's 2-0 lead for FaZe.
It is.
Next up, the uplink. Can Elevate win a map? We will find out. Welcome back. It is time for another rendition of the G Fuel key player matchup for FaZe Clan. It's the young god Attach. And on the other side, we've got Zed from Elevate.
Yeah, Zed's going to have to step up in a big way if Elevate's going to extend this series. You see his uplink numbers, they're not bad. 0.92 KD, 8 total points for the team. But Attach has been great for FaZe Clan this weekend. A 1.04 uplink KD, 9 total points. You're worried about him coming in. He's been underperforming as of late, but I think he's had a big weekend.
Zed and Elevate. Uplink is their best mode. They need to get a victory here. That'll do it for your G Fuel key player matchup.
Do I personally believe in aliens? I don't know, you know. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I don't know.
I don't believe in aliens, no. I 100% believe in, any extraterrestrial life. I mean, the universe is infinite. You know, we're that small in terms of huge universe. For someone to say that there's, you know, not any life outside is...
I do not believe in aliens. I think people who do believe in aliens are just crazy.
There's too many stars for aliens not to exist. It's impossible. Someone actually told me that, like, tried to convince me. I'm like, there's no way that aliens exist, but like, if you look out into the galaxy, there's way too many planets.
There has to be something out there in the universe. I just feel like there's definitely something out there though.
When it comes to how far we are from like the technology and advancements in IW compared to real life, I think we're not that far off, you know. Who knows, we might see some military flying around in jetpacks soon, so.
I mean, technology is becoming more insane and crazy each day, so.
To be honest, the thing I believe in is the government probably already has that stuff.
I feel like probably like 1,000 years, hopefully, because I'm not trying to get jumped on by no jetpack or getting shot at home.
I would, you know, have to see in the next 5-10 years that we probably see like plasma pistols and, you know, space travel, maybe even time travel. Like, it's coming soon, so.
I do believe aliens exist because I live with Jack.
They should give Gunless a special on Discovery Channel and just let him talk about the universe and the galaxy.
Him and Killa, just lock him in a room and let him talk.
I'd watch that.
I would too.
I'd watch that. Do you believe in aliens?
Yeah, there's got to be something out there. It's a gigantic universe. There's something.
If we're inside, there's nothing up there.
Yeah, I can't see the stars. It's also...
I kind of agree with Gunless that the universe is so big that there has to be something out there somewhere. Maybe those people can help Elevate.
Yeah, if aliens exist, Elevate can win a map. And this is where they do it. Uplink, Frost. Statistically, their best map and mode. I'm making that up. But this is where they're going to do it. This is where they get their victory.
We already know Throwback Uplink is their best moment.
I'm trying to hype them up, man. Maybe they can hear me.
All right, well.
They might have their headphones off. They're clearly not communicating.
FaZe just one map away from taking care of business here at the beginning of the day. Look, they need to get this win against Elevate, although Elevate has now played well. It's an important match for FaZe Clan because, you know, E6 will play against Elevate as well.
Hey.
What?
Reedy's dropping 32 and they're winning.
Okay. I just really have no feelings on that whatsoever.
No, yeah. Okay, into the uplink. Can FaZe keep it going? Zuma will be finding the first kill. A couple down for Elevate. Is now the momentum starts to surge forward here for FaZe Clan. Reedy, though, getting the better of Zuma and halting the push for the moment. But FaZe starting to lunge on forward. They've got one more to deal with inside of Research, and Enable up to the task as he gets 2 kills. Drone, though, was tossed forward by Elevate, so no scoring coming, but Enable doing a good job just patrolling there around Research.
What's impressed you the most this weekend with this new FaZe Clan roster?
I guess I knew he was, but I think for me, Enable has proven he's up to the task of kind of filling that role of Clay as far as running the MV4. I don't have any concerns about him doing that. So maybe that's up there as most impressive.
Do you not want to see it against like a Formal or an Octane or before you kind of?
That's true.
I agree. I think he's been incredible with the assault rifle in his hands. I just want to see it against one of the best.
It's tough to tell at this point, but I think so far I like what I've seen. Yes, they've choked some leads. Yeah, they haven't looked great at all times, but it takes some time as Zuma gets a 3-piece, just turning and obliterating Desire, and that's going to be a dunk on through. They have the entire base controlled, so it needs to be an overextension through the cliff side to try and even make a play here. Drone back in the hand now of FaZe as they just continue to annihilate Elevate off spawn.
Desire's had a rough 2 maps. I mean, obviously 0-7, I believe, in the last one. Now getting off to an 0-5 start here. Just the fast pace of play by FaZe has really, you know, just kind of pushed Elevate all the way in the back of their base. You see, they're just spawning up, and they don't even want to come out. I mean, there's nothing they could really do. Attach jumps off the map. So he will fall, but see, it's going to be Zuma earning himself the Trinity Rocket. Ooh, it looked like it was going to be a 2-point play. And it will be, as Enable comes in, cleans up 2 more. He's on streaks now as well, getting close to bombardment.
And yeah, this was the map I was thinking of, where Elevate played it very, very close. And it really came down to their defense for the most part. They had a lot of clutch stops. They would bend, not break, not allow dunks to go through. Obviously, that's not been the story here for the opening 2.5 minutes. But at times, they have looked strong here. We'll see if they can turn it around. I mean, the problem is just, you know, morale's got to be
the morale's got to be so far down.
Pretty darn low right now.
And just in terms, like, even morale and just, like, confidence in general. like usually like when a team struggles, you can point to like one thing, like, okay, we're doing this right. Like we need to just keep kind of hammering down on this. It's like, just have not seen many great things. And I think FaZe Clan, it's a team where we saw last week, right? The Fnatic, they beat I believe it was Luminosity or AG, and then they lose straight away to Mindfreak. Now you got to commend FaZe for not kind of coming in here early in the morning, taking this one for granted, letting Elevate come in and surprise them. FaZe has played very well.
Well, it's kind of a point I made before this series started. Like, I just don't think FaZe is at risk of that because this is so important, right? It's not like they've already cemented their spot in the top 2. They're still fighting for their lives for the playoff, and they're giving it to FaZe Clan right now. A couple players down for either side. Is everyone trying to fight towards mid-map for control of the drone? Zed will be the first one set up here on cover. Some shots down range, tags have attached, but just the shots off. Like, that's a kill you need to be finishing.
I agree. I think FaZe, they definitely don't want to obviously not qualify for playoffs. That would be brutal not to be at playoffs, but especially after the roster change, right? You want to prove that it was what you wanted it to be. Making it to playoffs would be the first part of that. But then I think even if this FaZe team makes playoffs, they need to perform well at playoffs.
Yeah, they have to qualify. I mean, it's just, it's going to put question marks in everybody's head whether or not the change is the right decision. If you don't make it into playoffs to even compete, and think about what a good tune-up the playoff kind of is for champs. With it right around the corner, you need to be there. You absolutely have to be there.
What was your feeling on the roster change? Just in terms of, did you like it? Did you think it was not enough?
Personally, I did. Just because I know the pace of the game picks up later in the year. I think the style of Gunless has, and the fact that I believe Enable can play his role well, Clayster's role that is, I personally liked it. I mean, I know it's tough when you replace a guy like Clay, one of the most loved players in the community, but I think Gunless is a better IW player right now. I think that's something that's very, very hard to argue. Yes, some of the intangibles are absolutely missing, but if Enable can pick up that slack, I like it. Now, obviously, time will tell. We're going to have this conversation again in a month, but I didn't have any issue with it whatsoever.
18 seconds left. It'll be FaZe at 4-0 here. Most likely going into the second half as Gunless just bringing the drone around the bottom. I'm of the feeling that maybe it warranted 2 changes. Just in the sense that I don't think you can change, like if the goal was to change the team for like the better and try and do something different, go in another direction, when you have 3 of the 4 that have been together so long, and you're just sliding in one new player and you're not even really kind of playing to his strengths, you're just kind of filling him in, you're not really going to get a much drastic outcome. Like, sure, Gunless will probably win more fights than Clay did, and maybe that opens up some things for some other players, but it really isn't a huge kind of team dynamic change that I thought they probably were trying to go for.
I guess I agree and disagree in the sense that, yeah, from a play style standpoint, keeping 3 of the same core guys, sure, but I just think
I do think you look at
a change of scenery, some fresh air, just a little bit of a reboot in a sense. It's more of a mental thing for me in a lot of ways.
And I think you do look at those guys, obviously the 3 that they keep, and it's like they're so supremely talented that I don't even know where you would have gone.
Well, that was our conversation even into last year in Black Ops 3 where FaZe struggled. It was just like, you and I would talk about it all the time. We'd have you, me, Revan, Jack sitting around talking about who would you drop, and if you drop somebody, who the hell are you replacing them with? because how good the 4 guys were.
Yeah, you're not really making a move forward at that point. You were just making a lateral move. You were just just picking somebody up just for the sake of making a change when it wasn't necessarily a better player, so to speak. But we have seen rosters in the past that you sub out somebody who's like a really strong player for somebody who's not as good, but it just makes the team click a little bit better. But I don't know if that's a route that, FaZe, when you have that much talent around you, do you want to go remove somebody from the team for somebody who you know is a lesser player, just to see if it works better teammate-wise? I don't think so.
No, I certainly agree there, and that's why you even saw people after you can talk a little bit about the dynamic for Optic. Maybe some people were saying a team change, Karma struggle, get them out of there. But sometimes people don't realize, yeah, slang is so important, but you need that comp, that chemistry to fill certain roles.
Yep.
And that's why you have guys like Karma that seem irreplaceable. But for FaZe, I don't know. It's just I personally think they're going to improve. The only issue I have is there the time to do it? I mean, especially if you don't make it into playoffs. If you don't make it into playoffs, how are you prepping then for champs? The top 8 teams are going to be competing at stage 1 the week before, well, week and a half before, basically. Like, how are you going to get that prep in? Like, it's almost like stage 2. I know there's $500,000 on it. It's incredibly important, but it's a prime scrim time in a way for COD champs.
I was talking to Teep and Merc about it yesterday, and if I was FaZe Clan, I would come back week 4. Obviously, contingent if I qualify for playoffs.
Yeah.
I would come back week 4, and I would scrim every team here, because all of those teams are playoff caliber.
I would stay here. I would come here if you didn't get into playoffs.
Yeah,
I would consider it. If you know you're going to get consistent scrims in, there's going to be teams here that don't want to play against each other because they're going to match up in Stage 2 playoffs bracket. If you know you can come here and consistently get solid scrims 2 weeks before COD champs, if you have the money to do it, I think it's a no-brainer.
Well, think about the teams you can play week 4 on LAN. You get consistent games against Cloud9, Epsilon, Envy, and Optic all weekend long. Why would you not? If you're a playoff team that qualified early, why would you not be down here week 4?
No, yeah, I think it makes sense because you know the week 4 teams, they're not gonna play against each other, right? So you would have, and I mean, I would be here week 4 and I would also be here week 5. I would stay for week 4. I'd be here for the playoff and get whatever scrims you.
Well, there is no week in between.
Yeah, right.
It goes all the way through.
That's what I'm saying. I would just
I would just stay the whole time. Yeah, I would stay from week 4 all the way through playoffs. That's if I was running FaZe or another team who.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I would do that regardless of whether you got into playoffs because I just think it's practice you need.
Hell, if I'm a team like EG, I definitely would come back, right? I mean, you're right on the border of qualifying for playoffs. You don't make it to playoffs.
Yeah, no,
but still, everybody
absolutely.
who you would have wanted to play, think about it. The last chance qualifier teams are going to be here. I know.
Week 4 has, like, 3 teams that could have been in the top 4. We know Epsilon was. We know Cloud9 got it. Optic obviously has the potential to be there. Like yes, I agree wholeheartedly, and we'll see who has the resources to do that. But I certainly agree.
And I mean, we haven't talked a lot about this game just because it's a blowout. It's at 9-0 in favor of FaZe. A minute to go.
There are 60 seconds left for Courage, holding the title of the 0-15 meme. Elevate about to join.
It has been a rough weekend for Elevate. To be fair, I know this group obviously very difficult, but still, I mean, you got to get a map. I mean, see if they can put points on the board here. It's going to be a nice FTL use there from Zed, and he puts in a 2-point play. So they do get some points here late.
30 seconds left on the clock before FaZe enjoys a hot 3-0. And I don't think you've really put any pressure necessarily onto E6 yet, just because I think most of us expect the Elevate side of these to be 3-0s. I mean, the ones that are really going to matter is going to be the interactions, the map count, how everything goes against Ghost Gaming, which we'll see shortly. But as time ticks off the clock, the nightmares for Elevate continue. FaZe completely handles business. Does not look like it was any kind of trap game. They know it was on the line. They came in, they gave it all, and they absolutely smoked them.
It's a dominant 3-0 performance from FaZe Clan here to kick off day number 3. They have one more match to go. That'll be later against Ghost Gaming. So, FaZe obviously still battling for their playoff spot. This group still very open at the top. Obviously, Elevate, they've secured that bottom spot. I know they're very bad right now, not in a good spot. Those other 3 teams, though, they're battling out at the top.
I mean, the only good thing, if you're Elevate, you're in Stage 2, you're into champs. I believe it works out where you have your one.
They're in Stage 2. This is Stage 2.
Oh, I'm saying they're in Stage 2. They'll be into champs.
Okay,
I'm saying they've already qualified into champs. So you have your top 8 teams will be kind of your 1 seeds through your 8 pools of champs. Your 9 through 16, I believe, are your second spot. So they're going to be sitting in still a good spot going into champs. The question is, what can you turn around? At least you have some time to get back and.
Well, they got to practice hard. I mean, this team just needs to kind of throw out everything they've been doing. Really sit down. Hopefully, Zed, he said he's kind of dealing with an injury. Hopefully he gets better. Plays more like the Zed we saw at the beginning of the year. And then, I mean, they're a team where I would consider coming back, scrimming some teams, just hanging around.
Maybe a chance to shock at champs, right? There'll be low expectations of what they're going to do. Maybe a chance to get some trap games, to surprise some people. But guys, that's going to do it for our first match of day 3 here at Stage 2. Hey, buddy, we're back to you, Ben.
Thank you very much, Maven. Thank you, Matt. FaZe, of course, 3-0 victory over Elevate as expected. Really not too much to break down. I kind of feel sorry for you guys because you've been saying pretty much the same thing all throughout the weekend when we've been talking about Elevate in terms of what they actually need to improve on. And I imagine it's going to be very, very much the same in this series as well. But Elevate now sit at 0-15. They broke Cloud9's record from Stage 1. The only question really left that remains is, will they actually win a map? I guess, Momo, do you see that likely? Do they have any chance, you think, or do they finish stage 2 here, 0-18?
I think it's bound to happen, 0-18. The only reason why as well is what have they got going into that, really, the other to fight for? It's kind of like the effort isn't there. We talked about being hungry and stuff like that, but it's just not there for them. They know their outcome. They know they're finishing 4th. And the team that they will be playing is very, very hungry. Like,
that's true.
It's the complete opposite. It couldn't be you know, polar opposites.
They could quite literally, though, be the showstoppers, if you will. They could really cause a huge upset if they did win.
I mean, absolutely. They could kind of turn a few heads, but, you know, they're 0-15 now. I mean, some of their stats is incredible. This new team for Elevate, their hardpoint win percentage is 7%. They've won 1 out of 14, and that was against Era at Anaheim, and that was a close game. That was 18 points. I hate to kind of put them down even more, but they need to change something. Everything.
Yep. I don't got nothing to say. You're pointing at me. Joe, what do you want to say? I mean, game number 1, FaZe just kind of handled their business. Again, that's sort of the tough thing. I think the caster sort of talked about it. Like, these guys might be able to surprise a team on a day 3 if they've already qualified for playoffs, or just because it's first game of the day. But Enigma 6 and FaZe, they need map wins. They have to go 3-0 just to help them in case of tiebreakers. So these guys are going to win, and they're just going to handle their business.
Very true, of course. And Nabel goes 18-9 there in map number 1, posts a 2.0 KD, final score 250-71. Swiftly moving over to game 2, the Search and Destroy on Retail. FaZe take it 6-1, and honestly, it could have been a 6-0. They only lose round number 5. Enable 9-0. Just incredible stat line for him throughout this entire series. And you look at some of the finishing stat lines on the Elevate side of things. You had Reedy 3-7, Watson 3-7, Zed 2-7, Desire 0-7, James Bond in the house. But at times, TB, it was almost as if Desire didn't care. He was just throwing his life away, aimlessly just flying out of windows and doors.
These are the type of games that just kind of make me angry. Rosters are locked. This is your team for champs. What are you going to go? You're going to just chill here, do nothing, not even try on a lot of these maps, and go home and scrim worse teams? This is the best practice you're going to get before champs. And this Search and Destroy map, how many times did you see a player from Elevate just run out and die? It just doesn't seem like any communication is going on from them. And I mean, I get it. There's literally not much more for them to play for here, but you have the biggest tournament still on the line. If you think you're even going to make it through a group playing like this, practicing like this, you're wasting your time. Why? Are you here if you're not going to try a little bit harder? Talk.
4 weeks.
This is your team. Are you going to give up this early?
Yeah, 4 weeks. 4 weeks
I mean,
champs, you know, so.
It's a bad mentality.
Yeah, you just have to keep getting better. I don't know if they need to just get into a room and yell at each other, you know, probably figure it out, but something needs to change.
Definitely does.
You would hope that they just put a little bit more effort, try to figure things out, switch things up, figure out their roles. As Tyler said, you have to do it here. There's no reason not to. You're playing some of the best teams in the world. What are they going to do? Home, play 8s? Like, I don't know.
8's great practice.
Sure.
Yes. Enable and attach both individually with more kills than Elevate combined as a team in map number 2. So that really tells you everything you need to know. Move forward, Uplink, game 3, more of the same, to be completely frank. It was 4-0 in favor of FaZe for the majority of the game. There was an Elevate interception, which I guess you can get excited about if you're an Elevate fan, but the game finishes 9-2 in FaZe's favor. And as I said, Elevate now sit at 0-15, a very, very poor weekend from them. You guys have touched on it all weekend, so I don't want to kind of beat a dead horse, so to speak.
Dude, just think if they were in, like, next week's group or week 4's group, right? Like, I guess week 1, they beat Mind Freak at Anaheim, but they're simply just outclassed by every single team in the Global Pro League. I think Mind Freak is probably the only other team I would say, hey, they have a chance, right? Like, I think
Mind Freak beat Fnatic, though, didn't they? I mean,
right. I think you put those two teams at 15-16, but if these guys were in, like, a week number 3 where you have, like, an E United, a Rise, and a Red Reserve, like, they're not going to win there either.
No.
I mean, week 4, if you put them with Optic, Envy, and Cloud9, not going to win there either. So I just...
Yeah, very, very low possibility of causing an upset, and that's exactly why they're sat where they are. But to your guys' point again, you just feel like they have to sit themselves in a room.
Yep.
Talk to each other. Really just...
My point is these games could be somewhat competitive. We saw a couple of good maps from them yesterday. The hard points, they're getting above 200 points, things like that. And granted, it's not really what you're going for in a situation like this, but they're making the maps competitive. They're not anymore. They've given up. It's childish. It's pathetic.
Yeah. Well, you pretty much summed it up better than I could. Moving forward, though, we can take a moment to advertise Call of Duty World Championship tickets. Of course, they are on sale now. MLG.tv/CWL Champs. COD Champs August 9th through the 13th. But the first game of Day 3, Week 2, now in the books here at the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. The match went as expected, with Elevate now holding the worst record in the CWL this year at 0-15, rivaling Jack's Meme. Up next on the main stage, probably the most important game of the day, E6 and a must-win matchup against Ghost Gaming.
We haven't played E6 yet as a team. We know they're a fast-paced team. Kind of just talked over their gameplay and what we need to do to adapt and match up with them. They kind of like to flood hills and hardpoints, so we're definitely going to have a lot more hill presence against them. And then their S&D game, we've seen a lot of their strats and the way they like to play. Don't want to say too much, but we definitely are ready to adjust to what they like to do.
How we prepare for a team against Ghost Gaming is we just go out there and play our game. I mean, they may have beat FaZe, but I feel like that was a weak FaZe. Zuma had problems with his hands. Clay had something going on, I believe, with his tooth. I don't feel like they should have played, and Ghost Gaming just took advantage of a weak FaZe.
I feel like the roster changes of between the Emery's and Royalty, I feel like it definitely benefited E6. They have Proto just being fast on the map, and they have Royalty on top of that, so it's just definitely something we got to shut down.
I personally think if we're pulling up to our standards and we're taking those first two maps, or at least taking a 1-1 per series, we can 3-1 them. But it all has to come down to how consistent we are in our hard points and whether we can close out our S&Ds.
Our series versus E6, I think the outcome's going to go to a Game 5 for sure. Only reason being is because going into this event, you know, we're just realistic and we know that our hard point's weak. but we're so confident in our search and destroy and uplink gameplay that we think we'll go the distance and end up closing it out on that game 5.
Up next on the main stage here at the CWL Global Pro League, Enigma 6 take on Ghost Gaming, and this is a must-win for Enigma 6. Of course, this is the second time that we have now seen these two teams compete. The first time, it was a 3-1 Ghost Gaming victory. Enigma 6, I believe they only took that first hard point, so pressure on E6. Merc, you kind of touched it to open the show, but this really is probably the biggest game of today.
Yeah, there's a lot of people just focus on can Ghost Gaming make playoffs, yada yada. That to me really doesn't matter. The chances of them not making playoffs are zeroed and basically nothing. The thing is if Enigma 6 beats Ghost Gaming right here, that would put them at 3-2, tied with FaZe. They play Elevate next. That's probably going to be a W. So they would be 4-2 at that point. The last match of the night would be between FaZe and Ghost. FaZe has to win that game. So Enigma 6, you know, you got to win right here.
Really could put a lot of pressure on FaZe Clan. Of course, on the flip side, though, remember, if Ghosts do win, then they guarantee that spot at playoffs.
You know, not only guaranteeing it, but making a statement. It's like we're not just 4-0 and getting through, or 4-2.
Right.
We're 5-0. We're better than every team here. They could even finish 6-0, you know, by the end of the day. And if they do that, they go into playoffs, and people will be looking at them as you know, one for the contender of taking that title. So I think that's really important for them. They don't want to slack off and think, we're pretty good, we're getting through. They want to 6-0 this group.
Again, though, you made a perfect point to open the show. You know, we saw a similar thing at Anaheim. We saw the Bittersweet squad come out and just obliterate through groups. We were kind of all taken aback, and then they fall into winner's bracket. They lose against Splice, and they go into the loser's bracket. They fall against Red Reserve. I mean, what kind of Ghost Gaming are you expecting, especially considering, I mean, there's our map set too.
I think this match right here is going to really determine how good this Ghost Gaming lineup is. We go back to Anaheim, they did fall off. It's really hard to put them in that sort of top 8 scale right now when it comes when you're talking about the top elite teams in the GPL. So this for me today is where you solidify yourself as getting that #1 seed. #1 seeds going into playoff are going to be very important. Well, you should be securing yourself a easier, some quote-unquote easier matchup going into playoffs. So I want them to shut it down here. E6 though, clutched up last night.
Yeah, they sure didn't. If you saw those maps, I mean, Breakout and Frost, I feel like both these teams just have so many fast slayers. It's going to be really intense. And Breakout, for me, it's going to come down to Proto and Lacefield, because we saw yesterday, Lacefield loves to use that E-Rad on Breakout the entire time. Does a great job with it. Averages like 2 minutes in the hill, like a 1.5 KD. So watch out for Proto versus Lacefield.
Enigma 6 versus Ghost Gaming, arguably the most important game of today. Really is going to shape how the rest of today goes down. We can send it down to our casters for the series. It's Maven and Courage.
Thanks, gentlemen. Yes, must win for Enigma 6. Yeah. The battle for top 2. It's going to be going down here over the course of the next couple matches, buddy.
Oh, I'm excited for this one, and it sets the stage for the end of today. There were some questions yesterday. You know, if FaZe won that series versus E6, what would really be the battle for Sunday? Well, with that loss there and the reverse sweep that E6 got, it set the stage for what we have on this, well, I guess you could call it a mini championship Sunday to move towards the big event that is Stage 2 playoffs. Everything on the line for Enigma 6. It starts right here in this matchup. They've got to win. Honestly, a swift 3-0 is all the better, too.
Oh, what a god, man. If they come out of this and FaZe doesn't, just think about it. Like, you're going to have nightmares about allowing that reverse sweep.
Oh, 100%.
And just some of the chokes they did, the poor use of the bombardment, like, it's a laundry list of things for FaZe.
That was strange, man. I still haven't gotten a chance to talk to the FaZe players about what their thought process was behind it, but it just kind of seemed like a panic play. If you're wondering what we're talking about, be sure to go back and watch the E6 versus FaZe Clan retaliation hardpoint from yesterday. FaZe, they used a bombardment on Bridge Hill when there was like 16 seconds.
They were up 100 plus at one point, too.
It was just a strange scenario of events. Either way, that was yesterday. This is today. Ghost Gaming versus E6. Breakout hardpoint.
Mox making a name for himself all weekend long. What has he got left in the tank here on day 3? As they start to push out towards mid-map, Luke to get control here of the central rooftop. Just biding his time right now.
Buying his time indeed. General, though, with the quick shots downrange. Spacely, his goal right here, try to just stay alive inside showers. He's got the help of a teammate there as well. Everything on this top middle hard point. If you're wondering how a team can secure the time, it all comes down to controlling that loading and showers area. You keep a player in the hard point, they just sit behind that block, use that for cover. Their teammate in showers is the one shooting across, shooting the player challenging in the hill. It's basically your line of defense to ensure you get that time.
Right now, you're trying to rack up what time you can for E6. On the other side, Ghost just trying to make sure they secure these spawns. Hold on as we get to cell block. As Mox wins the one-on-one with Cade and Spacely in a sneaky corner here inside of Showers. That's going to be complete control for the next hard point. They'll be looking to rally now and pick up a big chunk of a lead here for Ghost.
And wow, they have a very far pushed out setup for this. Unfortunate timing there for Lacefield. Spacely also decides to start sprinting. And now the setup they have, there's no opportunity for a trade in either side of the map. It's now a 3v2 and the spawns earned for E6. This collapse could work out quite perfectly unless Lamagod as well as Mox can go huge.
That flip happened very quickly, but like you said, E6 going to try, Ghost going to try and go massive, and they do just that. You enjoyed just, pleasant spawns for just a moment for E6. Get obliterated quickly, though.
Lacefield, nice little strafe right there. NV4 and ERAD combo ready to go. Still just challenging towards Proto. The confidence from this man right now. Had a great weekend up to this point. You heard Merc mention, watch out for the battle between him and Proto in this series. Right now, he does have the upper hand. He's got 21 seconds in the objective, and his team's up by 45.
Enigma 6 completely set up for Grave. We'll have to keep an eye on what Ghost can do here on the break. Also, Lamagod trying to build towards streaks. He's 5-1, 4 kills in a row. Lamagod just tacked on a 5th. Lacefield, the first one over the top. Llama gets in next. There you go. 50 now off the Trinity rocket, using the box here for cover. Tries to go over the top, and just a little bit short. He hits his shots. He gets some streaks.
That's all he had to do. He was baiting himself right there for his teammates to push on through. Brilliant break by Ghost. They get the first kill. No hesitation at all. Remember, there is that 2.5-second respawn delay. So they have an opening while the player's coming off spawn to push on through and get that bulldozer cover. But as easy of a break it was for Ghost, Enigma 6 make it look even easier for themselves as they just get 4 straight kills and wipe them off the map.
It's kind of how cell block went, right? Yeah. Just it looks like a team has control cemented, then back and forth the battle goes. General trying to go big in Showers, but will end up cut down. They don't have the back spawn controlled for Helipad yet for Enigma 6, so that's actually going to be an opening now for Ghost to get in position. Look at this. Lamagod's going to be set up. He's in a nice corner to cut them off on transition. They hit it at the same time. Ends up being a team kill. Royalty one shot, but nobody there to trade it out yet. So multiple players now flying into the hard point. Spawns in favor of Enigma 6. They'll be able to reinforce it much quicker.
We saw Mox actually die there, and I didn't get a chance to see. I was taking a sip of water when it happened, but I'm not sure if he tried to jump off the map and reset his spawn towards that back helipad area where his teammate was. Something that I would love to potentially take a look at after this map is done, but either way, it doesn't work out for him. He still spawns just as far away. Some nice shots there from Spacely, but either way, these back spawns held by Enigma 6, and there's still 30 seconds left in this hardpoint, Maven. They can take the lead right here.
Doing a solid job holding it so far on Lamagod's POV. They've got one more crack at this. Maybe try and at least get some time contested or find a few kills. As Llama drops, that's going to be it. We're going to head into our second set of rotations. All this time will be going to Enigma 6. There's the lead as they'll try to push it out a bit here. Proto, who we talked about his struggles in Search and Destroy this weekend, doing a nice job here in respawns.
This is what Breakout is. Think of the first hard point, a little bit scrappy between both teams. Then you had basically all of that bottom cell block kill, as well as the first half of that grave hard point go over to Ghost. That's how they got their lead. Well, since then, it's Enigma 6 who held the last 30 seconds on that graveyard hard point, the entirety of Commissary. Now they're up by 20. You've got full streaks from Cade. Proto near double positive, everything going right for E6.
It's like it's somebody else every time, right? Like as much as General kind of in stage 1 impressed. Then it was Proto kind of talking at Anaheim in playoffs. And then now you look at Cade, like he's the next man up. Him and Royalty have arguably been the best 2 players on this Enigma 6 lineup. It's been great to see.
That's why they wind up wanting to add Royalty to this team. They know of his potential as a player. You can see the setup finally broken for Ghost to get on through. They're keeping Lacefield in Showers, Spacey challenging from this middle hard point. Either way, we should have ourselves a 15, 20-second game as we move towards cell block. The big focus, though, Maven, the right side of your minimap. You've got General and Cade pushing for those spawns. Not sure if Mox has any clue, though. He's about to get collapsed on by 3 different players.
You see on the minimap Mox, everyone just soaring in now. He was able to win the first gunfight. Can he do it again? He's up over the top, finally tagged and taken out, and E6 will have control, and the lead continues to build. Spacely and company trying to break in, but there's one in top window. Can he win it against Royalty? The answer is no. The help comes in from E6. This has been a nice, stretch of 60, 90 seconds here where Enigma 6 is really taking control.
Right there from Lacefield, I feel like you got to play that a little bit more passive. They don't know you're in the back of the map. Instead, as your teammates are ready to go for the wall run, then wind up shooting your opponents in the back. Clear that lane for your team. there preemptively shoots. There's no potential for a follow-up, and because of it, the rest of the time will go to Enigma 6, and Proto's already here at the next hard point.
Nice shots from Proto there to pick up the first. Just delaying as best he can. The push that comes in from Cave. Lacefield will finally get the better of him, but it is traded out nicely. General is on a 5 streak right now. We know Cade already got fully streaked out. How close is he? He's 150 off. He's only got 25 bullets in the clip to work with.
Wow. Lacefield has started to get shredded from those first couple hills where he did well. Now 7 and 15. One of his slower hardpoint performances of the weekend up to this point. Ghost Gaming do have control of the new hill. Still more streaks available though for Enigma 6.
And General dropped, I believe, right before he was able to pick up any streaks. So it's still just going to be in the hands of Cade. They're going to try and play behind the Scarab here from General. He is able to actually find 1 kill. Lacefield and Lamagod, though, in the hard point, slowing everybody down. Lacefield goes big with a 2-piece, and this is going to be a big chunk of time for Ghost.
Definitely. And last time Enigma 6 were in this scenario, they broke from pushing through Cave. You hear the bombardment now coming in. Cade's able to get 1 with it. Mox has the pinch covered, so they know the rest of the pressure has to come from Cave. Are they ready for it? Spacely's only able to get 1. You've got some help from Lamagod on a 1-on-1 on the hard point. Royalty gets the better of him there. Scrap time again to Enigma 6. Now, that's only 10 seconds of scrap time, Maven, but that's a 20-second swing in the grand scheme of the game. Think about that difference as this game closes out.
Now it's going to be all about Commissary. Mox set up in a good position, but 2 players are hitting him in the back towards Helipad. He will end up falling, but Lacefield is inside. And Spacely and him come up clutch here as the pressure starts to come in. Spacely picked off now by General. Just trying to hold, waiting for the collapse. You see E6 spread up all around the hard point. They should come soaring in now.
I really love these double clusters from Lacefield, using them as a zoning tool towards these doors. He just drops them down. Obviously can force players to either wait for it to explode and blow up into that mini cluster that you see, or, you know, he can use it as something to just buy his teammate time to push through a different lane on a map. Spacely now beginning to heat up. He's 18 and 15, leading his team in slang.
He does end up dropping, but gets the assist there to Scarab, I believe, ends up tacking up 2 players. Lamagod then given enough time to come up over the top, but Proto still holding strong. Delays long enough for Royalty to get in and trade the kill. You got a good chunk of time for Ghost. But again, the final scrap time will go to E6.
This is where Ghosts have to make a little bit of a comeback on this middle hill. They have the exact setup that they could want. Proto still with no camo. Spacely continuing to win his one-on-one engagements. Royalty trying to be sneaky. Flooding to this bottom visitor. Lacefield has no idea. Cade now on the pinch too. Nice job by Enigma 6 to flank from different angles.
And remember, one of the victories they got on this breakout hard point, we know they're not great, except at retaliation, but the breakout victory they got is the one where Mox had to set an all-time kill record on this particular map. You're not getting a
or something like that?
You're not getting a performance like that right now. You can't expect to get that, obviously, every time, but I'm not shocked to see E6 in the lead right now, just knowing how poor Ghost has been in hardpoint outside of retaliation.
No, I completely agree with you on that one. I do like where General's positioned himself here. I feel like he's someone who can excel at locking down this area. Exactly. Knows maybe I should pick up a K-bar. FTL jumps forward. That might be a little bit overeager right there, but either way, the damage has been done. It's a 50-second lead for E6. They've got control of the new spawns. Potential money here. Hill now down in cell block. Mox is trying to contest, as again, he's the only one here for his team in a position to do something about it.
Well, Spacely got the first kill. The rest of the kill feed goes the way of E6. So
GG.
The first break, not going to happen. They should be able to hold here. Mox is a kill or 2 away from camo. Maybe that's what you can use to get an entry. Spacely again with another pick. They have a 4v3 advantage. They need to try and get in as Lacefield locates one more player to beat. That's going to be General inside. He actually wraps around the back. Still being contested. E6 doing a good job with a low man advantage here, is trying to contest as long as they can.
Here's the awkward part, though. They have to not only keep bodies here at cell block, but rotate on over towards Grave. Look, Enigma 6 actually just spawned up there. It's all going to come down to Mox's camo for me. If there's any chance for Ghost Gaming to potentially come back in this game, they need a perfect camo play towards this hill and get a flawless break to get this time.
Can we check on Cade real quick? Does he still have...
There you go. That's the camo. That's it.
Does Cade still have Trinity? Can we take a look real quick? No, he does not. Okay.
That's why that was possible. Mox pushed into a 1v2, and there was a team kill grenade from the side of Enigma 6, so he wins a one-on-one gunfight. He should have been at a disadvantage, but instead, a flechette hits his teammate right in the face. They have their pitch now covered. Ghost Gaming can still do this, Maven.
They've cracked the 200-point mark, trying to get the flawless hold here on Graveyard. We've seen so many big swings, so many big comebacks on breakout hardpoint. Over to Lamagat's POV. FTL to work with, getting pressure. Good job playing his life. He gets a nice angle there, I thought, for a second on Proto, but drops. Now it's Camo coming in from Proto, trying to get to the back. That's everybody getting wiped off the board for Ghost Gaming. This could be it. It's Lamagat going to be next in, unless he can do something miraculous with FTL.
He can still reach it with FTL, but his teammates are still just coming off spawn. He's trying to get near the hard point. Not going to happen. One final push here. Lacefield now dead. Enigma 6, win map 1. And they're getting hyped about it for good reason. 250 to 221.
The hardpoint woes outside of retaliation continue for Ghost Gaming. You know, it's hard to talk about their struggles because they've been so good this weekend, but we know coming into this event, they talked about it. That's not really their forte. They felt best about their search and destroy when matching up against the teams this weekend. They're going to need to do it here because, again, there is that very, very slight possibility where Ghost falls out of the top 2, but it's really just they need to win a map. Yeah. They win a map, they're good. But right now, still a test.
Remember that moment on Graveyard in the second rotation where I mentioned, think of that 20-second swing that we saw for that bit of scrap time because of that clutch 1v2 play. That 20-second swing that Enigma 6 gets, they only win by 29. So you think maybe if that scrap time goes over to Ghost, it has a little bit of a change of how that final push goes there. Instead of being rushed, they can kind of set up, maybe go for a pinch in middle and look to retake Grave. Instead, Enigma 6 just narrowly edge out Ghost on their start to a potential top 2 finish this weekend.
They edged out, and Royalty a big part of that. You know, we've seen General struggle at times, Proto as well. Royalty has really been stepping it up. We had a chance to talk with him about joining this team. Let's take a look.
I'm gonna go all the way back into Season 2 relegation. It's back when we had Swanee on Epsilon, and I was kind of brought in as like a new player who didn't know anything. Like I was kind of like, who's Royalty? But I was friends with Remy. Remy trusted me. So then we went on to get 4th at UMG Dallas. We beat Optic that event as well. Then we went to Season 3 playoffs, was our next notable like a big event, and we ended up getting 3rd there. We lost to Optic in the winners bracket finals. And then after that event, it was kind of like a downhill spiral for me. I got dropped from Epsilon. I wasn't really given a reason why. And then leading into Black Ops 3 now, I kind of got picked up on 100 King Poppy, which later became 100 Thieves. Didn't have a lot of success there. Then after that, I joined with Allegiance. It was me, Mochilla, Exotic, and Remy. And then basically we got top 16 at Champs. We made a roster change, picked up Sinful, got 4th at Vegas. Then like what happened in Black Ops 3, kind of just went downhill. We didn't do too well later in the year. And then I was performing pretty well, so I guess E6 kind of just saw that, and I was lucky enough to get this opportunity. ALG was a really good team. I enjoyed playing with them a lot. I know Remy's a really good player, but it just came down to like people just weren't performing at the events. We just got everyone on the same page. We could have been in the pro league even right now. The whole ALG team was a bunch of like my best friends. I was kind of like the outsider, I guess, going into E6. It was kind of awkward because I was teaming with friends for so long. They ended up being really cool, so I mean, it ended up working really well. So I enjoyed being here, and I'm excited for the future with them.
Royalty's just a nice guy. He's someone you get along with. He's good to have. He's always got a smile on his face around the venue. He's someone that, he's like an anomaly in how he plays at times. We always talk about the sensitivity, his aggression on the map. I think he's done a lot of learning as a player, especially since he really began to break out just a couple of years ago. And he's begun to really make a name for himself in the competitive Call of Duty scene.
Yeah, I think he's become more well-rounded. I remember talking to Parasite back in AW. He actually, if I remember correctly, he got dropped because he was such a liability on something like Parliament, where he had to have long-range AR fights. He always played high sense. He was very good in up-close personal fights. When he went to long range, he really struggled. I think he's improved that capacity as time has gone on. Just again, becoming a much better all-around player.
If you're just hearing about Royalty since he got picked up on E6, go look at the transformation, not only that he's made in-game, but out of game too. From the way he first looked when he came onto the scene, he would wear like a Capitals hat, he had like long hair, and then next thing you know, he kind of takes a break for competitive from a bit, comes back, the guy's got a new fresh haircut, he's rocking the gold chain, he's got some new shoes.
It's a Clayster-like transformation.
It actually really was. It's a good way to put it.
All right, here we go. Game 2, Ghost trying to take back control of their destiny with a win in Search and Destroy. E6 trying to just demolish them right now, keep their hopes alive for the $500,000 playoff.
Lamagat, he's just waiting. He's just waiting, and I love this positioning from him. He's also got some help Yep, there it is. Mox was ready for the trade. I love this setup from Ghost Gaming. On the side of the map, already 4 dead from Enigma 6. They were ready for that A push, Maven. Again, showing how prepared they are for this weekend.
And they really are. I know we've harped on it a lot, but I was talking to Spacely about it, and he's like, yeah, man, we were prepared. We have a lot of strategies we use. And he's like, trust me, I know, though. After the success we've seen this weekend, people are going to be watching our film. We're going to have to mix it up, get back to the drawing board, and come up with some new stuff.
Yep.
It was great to hear his plans already developing before the weekend's even over.
Well, you've heard about other pro players talk about, you know, hey, we watch this team for VOD, we watch this team for strats. People are going to be watching some of these setups that Ghosts have brought out.
Absolutely.
And just keep them in their back pocket. It's not going to be their normal break, but if you were expecting a full A push, you know, why not maybe bring that out that you just saw right there in a round 8, round 9 scenario in one of your maps. Pretty sure Spacey was already weak, or General's got the fastest kill in the history of Call of Duty. It's already 3 dead for Ghost. Lacefield last alive, or Llama God last alive, sorry.
Llama's had some nasty clutches this weekend. He wins this one. Suddenly it's a 1v1. He has been so good, man. So many final kill cams and search throughout the weekend.
He's out of there. He just sprints right away. Absolutely winnable. 1v1 versus Proto. Does he spot the high wall run? I think Proto's seen him.
I thought Llama saw him too.
Wait. No. No.
Now he's spotted. Now he's spotted. He should be dead in a moment. There we go. What an awkward little 1v1 we had there with the wall running.
If I'm Llama God, I'm thinking, there's no way he's flying that high above me right now, but look at how high up Proto is.
Harnessing his inner Nagafin.
Yes. He most certainly was. Except Nagafin would have had a sniper, tried to 360.
And fell off the map.
Yeah. As that's a round win now for Enigma 6. As they'll now be on offense, see if they can change things up a little bit to make this one go a little bit more in their favor.
I mean, it's big you close out that round. I know it's still early in this game too, but giving up a 1v3 like that, you know, it can tilt certain teams. So Proto, a good job clutching up. We've been critical of his search and destroy results so far this weekend, but he wins a big 1v1.
Royalty spots one player. Proto not able to push up to the bomb quite yet. Wondering what type of utility we still see from Ghost. Now the objective will begin to go down. Lacefield, no one's watching C1. That's Curb, and the nade comes in. Remember I talked about what type of nades they still had? There it shows. You can't begin to plant when nothing has been thrown down at that A site.
Well, Cade with the massive 3-piece last night. Even more work to do here. No chance.
This is still one of my bigger critiques on the side of Enigma 6 this weekend. There have been some glaring times where they've been lacking tac mask, especially in uplink. And there's been some times in Search and Destroy where they've been lacking a trophy system when they want to go for a plant. We have seen so many plants from this Enigma 6 team, and the times that they're successful is when they focus, obviously, with the Centurion there, when they wind up playing around a trophy system. When they don't, they go for these 4v4 plant scenarios, and they just get hit by easy nade spots. It's an exploit that Ghost Gaming have now begun to notice, and they're taking advantage of it.
Ghost also with the advantage now in game 2. Llama God just looking over this mid. He should spot one. He's got a fight here at the van. Tags him up, but Proto, good job getting away with his life. Still got 4 up for either side. Right now, Ghost just playing it slow, trying to see what kind of defense is being thrown at him. And now they're making their decision to hit towards A. You can see General has really backed it up. Can't win the first one. That's a big win for Mox. That's not an easy one.
Yeah, he's now cleared out the backside of the map, and that'll let them plant this bomb for Cathedral. They have their 4 blue arrows all set up. There is no way someone gets in a one-on-one gunfight.
This has got to be one of the harder retakes in Search and Destroy in IW. When you plan for the backside and you have full Cathedral control, I mean, the amount of time it just takes to clear.
Exactly. Look at how far away Proto and Royalty even are from that side of the map. It's going to take them a good 15 seconds to get on over here, and there's still 4 people alive for Ghost.
They know they got to go. You just don't have time to play with. Royalty does get a kill. Proto gets one as well, spotted in the back, but you still have all the position in the world. There's just so little time to work with. It's such a long track over that bridge. Cade has popped it. He's on it. He's on it.
He's got it.
He's got it. You're not going to get vision here. Mox kills Proto, and he gets a second kill, but they get the defuse. So me saying that's one of the harder retakes. All right, E6. You maybe don't make it look easy, but you get it done.
So that is one of those where you have to begin to wonder. You have 4 people all back there. The only way you really lose that round is if you start to get pieced like that just happened. Is there any downside to Mox starting to like late flank back down through Market Stairs, going in towards Platt, and kind of re-emerging on Bridge? You know your teammates are going to spend those next 15 seconds staying alive. That's exactly what happened. They just basically hopped the bomb in hopes that there would be no one pitching, and that's exactly what happened.
You know, you heard Teep kind of talk about the fact that Teams have been very hesitant to actually hop on the bomb in this game. I know it's a timing thing mostly too, but they hop on it. It ends up working out.
Well, that's one of those scenarios where it's like, well, here's just the hoping, right? This is the only chance we have to win this round is if I begin defusing the bomb right now.
Ooh. Well, Proto smokes one there on Plat.
Yeah, he's cooking.
Lamagod almost clutched up in a 1v3. Can he give his team a chance? You can see how far out Mox and Lamagod are currently. Mox is going to be the one that really needs to make a play here.
Mainly for that payload. So close to it already, just in round 5. Oh!
Catch!
Proto. 2 of the faster kills we've seen. One a grenade to the face, the other one basically just 4 bullets instantly with that AR.
And you can see why he's playing the way he is. He's 150 off Trinity, so close to the camo. His life very valuable right now.
Who was in this corner yesterday? Zed? On Elevate when he was just standing here. Can you see me now?
He might get a kill. Might get a kill. Might get killed. That is an absolutely huge kill for Enigma 6. You don't allow Mox to get camo going into the next round. You don't allow him to get closer to the Trinity rocket. This is just a huge kill by General.
Wondering if he knows how big that was exactly. You could see Mox shaking his head there in frustration. Knows that is one of those times where that swings the entire map.
They have to, there's a reason they're hunting for him. They have to know he's working on streaks. He got the final 2 kills in that round. You know they're communicating, going back and forth. He's got to be close. He's got to be close. Find him.
Well, the more telling thing is even if you didn't realize how far he was on a streak, you know that if he hasn't jumped off, he's obviously going for a streak, especially because your bomb planter was still alive. So that extra points were going towards the bomb planter to get closer to those streaks on Proto.
I'll tell you what, E6 gets a 3-0 here. My, how interesting things will get, but a couple kills going back and forth. Suddenly, Lamagod by himself, another chance to clutch. He had a 1v3 opportunity earlier. Can he do it here? No, both pushing him up through those market steps, and E6 close out another round.
Enigma 6 looking better today than they have the rest of this weekend up to this point. We'll see it again here from Royalty. He had help as well. There's Cade with the assist in the top right of your screen.
And that's a good job by Enigma 6, kind of buddying up there, right? If he has FTL, so if he gets one of those kills, he's absolutely maybe able to make a play, but good job by E6. A couple great late round plays here from their side.
You don't see this too often. E6 up 4-2 with a player still with a goose egg. Cade thanking his team for bailing him out here.
I mean, Cade's been bailing out Proto a little bit. Now it's a time to return the favor, right? Proto, we know he can be great in search. He has not been on this particular map. He's going off.
Enigma 6 have slowed down the aggression for quick plants so far. And I think that's the right decision to do. Saying, hey, let's play for first bloods. We've been getting majority of them. There's another from Royalty.
Yeah, it's back-to-back first bloods for him.
Oh, they're trying to get away from the Scarab. Actually, that's a smart play. Royalty dips behind the corner, so only tags up 1.
Wow. Wow, yeah. Wow. Basically holding the corner. General does not care as he wins it. And now another tough spot. How many times am I going to say that? Just, it seems like all these positions you've been in, if he kills him before the bomb gets planted, things become a whole hell of a lot more interesting. But the bomb does get in. Mox and Llama. They've been in 2v3s before. Mox just trying to get away with his life, can't do it. Llama, another clutch scenario for him. He's tagged up 1 below him, snaps on, turns into a 1v1. FTL to work with.
He can chase us down. Yeah. He's got enough time to do this still.
Here he goes. He just spotted him. He was in a similar 1v1 earlier this weekend. Bye-bye, General. 16 seconds left, plenty for the defuse. Llama has been so clutch in search this weekend.
And look, with 2.5 seconds to spare, folks, in those times, you just have to make a decision. Llama says he's got to be at back bridge. I've just got to go. I can't care about what else happens. It's my only chance of winning this round. He soars right at him. And because he does that, he has enough time to get back.
He did the same thing against Elevate. I think it was against, maybe it was Watson, but it was a different side of cover there. But at bridge, a 1v1 with time against him, where he's just out in the open against somebody with a bit of cover to work with and just lines him up.
Think of what that does. It's now not 5-2 Enigma 6. It's a 1-round difference. Ghost Gaming now back on offense. They've got a payload to work with, and you have Lamagod still building a streak.
See if Lamagod can get these streaks to work with. Mox was awfully close. Mox now eliminated. Another first blood coming in for Enigma 6. They want to push this out. You cut him down. A huge kill from Royalty, but Spacely in the back trying to do what he can. Not able to finish them all. The 5th round in for Enigma 6.
E6 blind counter the push, and boy, oh boy, were they right there. They had 2 players in curve, 2 staying alive at the back tank. You saw Royalty for a fraction of a second on your screen right there. Cade and crew come flying on out. Spacely, not much you can do with 3 players shooting at him.
Here we go. Enigma 6 looking to close out this game too. And take what? It was 2 map losses total for Ghost coming in today?
I believe so.
And now you're at risk of losing back-to-back against E6.
Royalty already pushing forward. Thankfully for Ghost, they do finally get a first blood. It's Mox now at 7-5.
Your first blood is gone, yeah.
Proto and Royalty are there to take the number advantage into E6's favor.
Royalty's been exceptional. If it's not a first blood, it's like that where it's basically, it almost is one, right? He counters the first blood you got immediately out of Ghost Gaming. He's been so good. Llama on the other side has been spectacular, but he's been taken out of this round. They won't be able to rely on his clutchness here.
Time ticking down. Mox does have camo. Proto, though, has one for himself, too.
Nice
Beautiful
kill.
shots from Mox.
Nice kill. He can't die in that situation. He has to go. He's got camo to work with, has to pop it. Going up over the top. Did he see him cross to the left? There's the first kill. Does he locate the second? I'm not sure if he saw him cross. I believe he did. There's so little time, though.
He's got no idea. Oh, he lost him. That's it. Enigma 6 will take it 6-3. Up 2-0. E6, their playoff hopes are still alive.
And they are just making things interesting across the board. You know, Ghost can't go 0-6. The first series certainly at risk of getting swept now by Enigma 6. Wow.
I was counting up the scoreboard there for the kills on that map. It's actually, you don't see it too often, but E6 wins 6-3, but the kills between both teams are almost dead even at the end of that map. I know our analysts will probably talk about it a little bit more later on and what exactly that means at S&D.
You had Llama last alive in, what, 3 or 4 different scenarios where he got a couple kills but didn't win. We obviously saw the one clutch, but I think that's mostly what it attests to. You had Mox in a couple like 1v3s, same goes for Llama God. They were just getting kills that didn't exactly matter, I guess you could say.
They were close to a point, though, of making those 1v3s happen, especially with that camo play. You thought Mox had a chance there, but unfortunately not the case. E6 now up 2-0. They're looking much better here on Championship Sunday. Finally got some games under their belt.
Uplink up next. Can Enigma 6 secure the much-needed 3-0? We'll find out after this quick break.
What a scenario we find ourselves in here for our G Fuel key player matchup. Enigma 6 were on the verge of being out of playoff contention last night, down 0-2 to FaZe, but were able to reverse sweep that series and have now continued their map victories in a row, pushing it to 5 with a 2-0 start in this best of 5 against Ghost Gaming. But if there is a player who can try to shut down this momentum of E6, it's gotta be Lamagod. The guy has been absolutely electric at Uplink this weekend at a 1.29 KD. Can General and crew close out the series here in a 3-0? Let's find out. This has been your G Fuel key player matchup.
Welcome back, Enigma 6, looking for the hot 3-0. It's going down on Uplink, and God, I mean, that puts some pressure on Ghost, right?
Does it put some pressure on Ghost? Yes, it does indeed. Boy, oh boy, could this possibly happen? Merc said the chances of Ghost Gaming not making it near impossible, but every map that goes by, it becomes a little bit more probable.
Think how absurd it is. Like you're 12-2, I believe, coming into today.
Cruising.
You've lost 2 maps. You've now lost back-to-back maps.
Okay. And you've got FaZe later.
But okay, so there's 2 things here I think are interesting. You have Enigma 6, who were very good at Uplink. They don't seem to be as polished as good since Royalty joined.
Absolutely.
And on the other side, Lamagod has been nuts in this particular mode. I mean, mostly on throwback, but just in general, he has been very, very good.
There's a look at Lamagod now. Fist bumps all around for Ghost. It's been one of their true tests so far this weekend. We'll see how this new team can battle back. Do they have the ability to go for the reverse sweep like E6 did last night against FaZe? Or will the team on your screen win their first series of the day and head into, I believe, a match next versus Elevate that you expect them to just steamroll like the rest of the squads have?
Yeah, I mean, for Ghost, obviously, I realize, very different situations, but if you're Ghost, you cruise Thursday, Friday, Saturday, when you're talking about Anaheim, you then fall apart on Sunday. You cruise here, Friday, Saturday, at risk to fall apart on Sunday. I mean, I know it's very different comparing open tournament, obviously, to our round robin format here, but it's possible.
Well, here we go. Enigma 6 fans, they need you right now. We're watching Proto off the break. This guy loves to hold the sprint analog stick forward and spray with the submachine gun just like that. We'll go ahead and swap on over to Royalty, who's got a Karma. This man loves to hold the sprint button forward.
Oh, is that what everyone does?
Submachine. I don't know what I would. Proto just beat Spacely down so hard he went flying off the map.
Royalty. This should be 2. There's the first dunk. They've got control of the base. If he stays up, he will fall. You've cleared it for now as Proto is going to drop, and now it's a sprint back to mid-map.
Enigma 6 are hot and spicy right now like a good taco on a summer's day. This team has all the momentum, and they're getting loud in the booth. Let's take a listen.
He should. I'm pushing it to the right. Team killed. Find the interception. I got it. Come on, guys. Let's fucking go. I'm wrapping this all the way around. You guys gotta get. You guys have to win those. Top ship. Mox is out. Mox push. Let's just push it. Jordan on the left. 2 middle. Mid. Literally just fucking go. Come on, guys. Let's go. We're good. Relax. Go. Jay's killing time. Let's go to the base, Jay. Throw it to the base. Okay, I did. Almost ring. I'm trying to, bro. I got one. One more here. Off the map. There's one more there. Mid. Weak. Mox. Yo, come on. We need kills. I know. Relax, dude. All right. One ship somewhere. Probably gonna play ship, guys. Because I have ship. They are. They're playing ship. Yeah, he's on our base. Left side, Mox. Absolute. One's on our base. He's flanking blue. He's flanking blue. All right, flank blue. Good. 2 dead. More. He's cut. He's a blue. Nice. This guy's cut. Yeah, he's here. I don't see him. He's probably under you. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna go right here. He's mid. Nice. One more here. Another one. Spacely's left side. He's there. Spacely. Nice. Over here. I couldn't get the last guy there left. He's reset. Play middle. One cut. Watch him middle. Nice. Bring him in, boys. Side. Yo, Box is weak left. Box is weak left. Oh, ship. He's gonna go ice, I think. Lacefield. Holding left for here. They're probably gonna go ice, guys. Okay. But push him out. Over there, dead. Another one. Play interception, playing interception. Good job. Let's get behind you guys. Just run that. That's all dead. Toss it up. I was all dead. Yeah, kill her. You two kill her. Put her get it. Joey's back on the heady. Joey's weak. Two middle pillar. They're heady mucks. There's two there. Yeah, Spacey's weak. Team kill. Team kill. Let's go. Dunk. Don't bump me. I got it. Let's go. Let's go there. I'm trying to play my life. Spacely's Owing. Spacely's Owing, bro. I'm dead. Over here.
Royalty with one hell of a turn on there to give them another dunk, but I don't know, Comms seemed a little frantic, like, you know, they're in the final 60 seconds of a game.
That's what you're saying.
It's almost like every time they get a couple down, General was trying to like hype them up or motivate them, and they'd be like, settle down, we're all right. Like, how many times did he say something like, we're good, dude?
It was actually really interesting to hear. You can see they definitely have the hype, though. They get that interception. All four of them get loud. Let's go, boys. Let's keep this going. They are putting the pressure on with these submachine guns. They're flying forward. Proto misses there, but it winds up being a blessing in disguise as a dunk comes on through. See one player actually AFK on the map, so I'm wondering what's exactly going on with Mox. As we'll take a look at that, we'll hear from admins of what's going on there. Either way, definitely not good in Call of Duty to be standing.
Well, that could explain this insane rally we've seen from 2 to 8 points for Enigma 6. Not sure if it's a controller issue or what's going on, but hopefully we will find out soon. Lacefield has cleared out the base. Now they're trying to get forward. It's a 3v4 fight here at mid. Streak's starting to rain in as well. That's going to be Proto calling him in.
Yep. His
teammates do clear it out, though.
Yes, we'll go ahead and keep playing this out for now. Proto with a quick kill on the Llama God. 8-0. An issue with a controller or not, they already had points on the board before that even began to happen.
Yeah, I didn't notice exactly when he stopped.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait for League Ops to make a ruling here, guys. Thanks for bearing with us, but this should be another dunk. Mox, unfortunately, dead again as he lacks the ability to fight back.
He does lack the... It's basically like I'm in the game right now.
Yes, it is.
I think that's the equivalent. Somehow, Mox is 10-6 and hasn't played for the last 2 minutes.
That's actually hysterical.
So that just shows kind of how good he was doing off the break of this map.
Proto looking on picking up Trinity Rockets yet again here. The pass is forward. They just continue to rally. Got just over 10 seconds left now in the first half. It's 14-0. We are providing an example of how crucial it is to have
4 players.
4 players on a team.
Very true. Very, very true. So 14-0 is the score. I believe we'll be getting a reset now. Oh, we will end the map.
And hopefully we'll have an understanding of what I imagine there'll be some sort of points allotted to Enigma 6 in this scenario, but
I'm not going to imagine anything. I'm going to wait until the people that are actually in charge make that decision.
They don't let me work on that stuff.
Yeah,
I would
for good reason.
I would make it up.
You would be like, okay, they have to flip a coin, and if they flip the coin, they get 10 points. It lands on heads. If they don't, they actually lose the map automatically.
We're going to play a riveting game of checkers.
Yeah, imagine. Let's bring it in, boys. Get the camera set up on stage. Maven, rock, paper, scissors.
Tiebreaker rules.
Tiebreakers with Maven.
You can see they're chatting about it right now. So thanks, guys, for being patient. We still have a lot of Call of Duty action here for the CWL Global Pro League. It's week 2 of Stage 2. We've got several more weeks before we hop into the playoff, and then right after that, COD Champs. It's a fun time to be alive and loving Call of Duty.
It most certainly is, and what I do want to talk about are the next couple weeks coming up. Tickets still available, mlg.tv/events. Tickets for COD Champs still available.
Come to Champs.
Go to Champs. I have 11 close family and friends that I cannot wait to have at their first ever event. It's going to be a lot of fun.
That's an exaggerated number.
Yeah, I don't even have 11 family members in total, but no, it's going to be a good time. Either way, next week, you got obviously the new face of E United coming on through with Clayster now on that team. How's Red Reserve going to wind up performing? The week after, talking with Enable backstage, he said, Jack, anyone could finish in the top 2 of that group. That group, Optic, Envy, Epsilon, Cloud9.
I think the argument can be made for week 3 as well. I think both. With how good Red Reserve has been, yes, absolutely. You could see, I mean, a week where Splice and Red Reserve come out in 1 week. I mean, think how amazing that would be. Then you still have Epsilon. It's been a bit of a roller coaster, at least for your European teams. As far as you saw Fnatic clutch up, you saw Elevate.
Look at this map right
whatever
here.
They did.
On the bottom of your screen, June 30th to July 30th is Stage 2. Tomorrow's July 10th. We're only halfway done with the action tomorrow. Get here. Tickets on sale now. mlg.tv/Pro League. Come meet me, the rest of the casters. If you, for some reason, want to meet Mr. X,
Nobody does.
And see some of your favorite players. And then, just a few weeks after, we're heading on down to Orlando. Don't think they sound like that much there, but either way, August 9th through 13th. Tickets also on sale now. MLG.tv.
I don't think anyone sounds like that anymore.
/ CWL champs. I think it kind of sound like Momo. Heading on down there. As now, still deliberations going back and forth. Kind of looks like a game of charades.
Well, I can tell you exactly what's going on right now. Enigma 6 will be, they will be pissed no matter what the result is because they had such a big lead. I don't think there's any way to satisfy them in this scenario. It's just one of those awkward things we have to deal with when a controller goes out. But hopefully we'll come to a fair resolution very shortly and we'll get back into the match.
This is an example of where, again, Maven's tiebreaker rules. You would be walking out with the clipboard and you give them the option, right? You either, start with maybe only a 2-point lead or a 4-point lead, or they replace Mox with me. And that's how you have to play out the rest of the map when it starts 0-0. Right? I think that'd be pretty fair.
Whoever buys me a burrito, you win.
Why did you just pronounce it like that? Whoever buys me a burrito. Is there a
you mentioned tacos.
Burrito.
You mentioned tacos earlier. It reminded me there's a burrito truck outside, which I'm going to.
That's another reason to come to the MLG arena.
Demolish.
Demolish
Stop
that. Talking. So I'll handle the map breakdown. If you're just tuning in, Ghost Gaming versus Enigma 6. Enigma 6 on map 1 to clutch up, and we're in Hardpoint. Was it Retaliation? Did we play Retaliation Hardpoint? Did we play? I think we played Breakout. Okay, there we go. I'm just now remembering. So they won Breakout Hardpoint. We then went to Retaliation S&D, where Enigma 6 did win. We are now in Frost Uplink, and then you see there Throwback Hardpoint and then Breakout S&D at the end. So yes, map 1 was Breakout Hardpoint. Got confirmation from good old Bansone on the analyst desk as we just await further ruling on exactly how this map 3 will be played on out. General not in a seat, which means we probably aren't starting anytime soon.
Well, we're waiting on General and company. He's out of his seat right now, but coming into the weekend, we did get a chance to talk to him, learn a little bit about more one of the better players in Call of Duty esports. Let's take a look.
Ever since I was young, I was always known as Jordan General. And, it's always stuck by me. Everyone called me a general because when I was first young, I used to play with Legos and, everyone used to, say, oh, you're the general of your Lego army. So that's part of the reasons why I got my name. My family takes it fine. They're perfectly fine with it. Yeah, I would say that my name change also speaks of, being dedicated to Call of Duty and, the team. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I just wanted a whole new, fresh start and see what that could bring.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. As soon as the players are ready to go, we should be hopping back into the uplink. Excited to get going, buddy.
Most certainly are excited. Maven, so far, Global Pro League this year, what's been your favorite part of having the teams out here almost every single week? Because we're here every week. The pro players come once or twice a stage.
I think what I like the most about this versus something like an open event is, I don't know if intimate's the right word, but you get to spend a lot more time with the guys just chatting, going to dinner. It's a lot more fun. It's just the ability to have a lot more one-on-one conversations, learn about the players, whether it's in-game, out-of-game, which isn't always available at something like an open tournament where there's thousands of people just kind of scrambling around. I think that's without question my favorite part.
I think my favorite part is getting to spend all the time with my fellow casters. All of us living in the same apartment complex. We've been going to the gym together. Just this morning, 5 or 6 of us were there.
I already live with you. I live with you in 2 states.
We live together in 2 states. We work out together.
We had a bunch of us at the gym last night. We have Benson, TP, Momo. It's a lot of fun. Prop Ben's looking good, man. He's lost a bunch of pounds, so have you.
No, I'll be honest. Benson is one good-looking redheaded man. Momo, Rel's the better-looking brother. I'll leave it at that. Rel, if you're out there, loving the new dude, bro.
He's somewhere. Who knows where Rel is? Probably retiring.
Again, from other things outside of casting. Gardening, biking. Can we just be honest here? Can one of these teams pick me up? I want to play on main stage. I've had 2 main stage appearances. One was in AW when I wound up carrying Benson against the Pink Wall. It was Casters versus Pink Wall, carried Benson. The other one, well, I mainly carried Fox. And the other one was the All-Star game last year. Pretty terrible.
All right, well, your stories stink, but it is now time to kick off the game. All right, so from my understanding, the ruling, I didn't see exactly when the controller issue happened. You saw Moxon moving for a significant portion, especially when they began that rally. We're starting at 0-0. It is a complete replay now of the Game 3 uplink. If you're just joining us, it is a 2-0 advantage for Enigma 6, looking to secure this 3-0. And we'll be getting started here momentarily.
Enigma 6, you can't tilt. You just got to go into it. Restart how you were just playing. We had that listening, right? And we heard exactly how much they were into it, how frantic they already were. Can only imagine it's going to get louder on that side as we go into the second replay of this map.
Exactly, you just have to shake it off. Obviously not a great scenario for your team. It's just one of those frustrating things that can happen. You have to forget about it, get turned up again like you said, bring that energy, bring that passion, secure the W and close out this series. Because it's just so big, and their chances of getting top 2.
There they are. E6, Proto. He's got his hands full this map. We already saw the power that can be pushed by Lacefield, as well as Lamagod in that aggressive category. Teams just getting ready. We appreciate your patience again. Getting back into this map, it will start at a full restart, 0-0. Fist bumps all around. These teams now good to go. League Ops has handled all their business, and I see the map loading on in. Started this one up in 30 seconds.
Ghost, maybe you get a little bit of a breather there to kind of think about what's going wrong in this series, as you've dropped as many maps in this series as you did the rest of the weekend.
Yep.
A restart, another opportunity to get off on the right foot. It's been a struggle so far on day 3. Can they turn it around, Jack?
I think so. I think they will be able to. We'll see how that all plays out now. We are good to go. Frost uplink, the restart. This time we're watching General off the break, the leader of Enigma 6.
General teeing up some nades out mid. Connecting, but not finishing. Able to back him up, but the first kill will be Lacefield. Now drone being taken immediately to Cliff. The final player, General, does pick off, but they have to rotate back. Otherwise, this is going to be a 1-point score very early. They're set up in position for an interception. Will the interception come in? Yes, it does. That's Royalty going up high.
And that's a downside of pushing towards that outside Cliff area. That's one of the easier interceptions you can have because of how long the drone has to fly. You can literally jump the second the drone is thrown and hit that interception every single time. Enigma 6, and the 2 throws we've seen in the first time he played this map, and now the second time here, it's 2 interceptions.
Well, we do see Mox. His controller is now working. He's got drone. He gets tagged up in a very scary spot and gives them a dunk. What the hell was going on there?
Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you what was going on there. No idea.
It leads to a... I don't know.
I don't know what's happening.
I thought he was just waiting to kind of toss it out and reset, but he ends up dropping it there and feeding a dunk to Enigma 6.
I'm just going to keep letting this game play on out. Maybe it was their own ruling.
Who knows? Yeah. Players took it into their own hands. I'm not sure, but that was certainly very, very odd. But now it's going to be a 2-0 lead for Enigma 6, similar to what we saw in the first game before there were some issues. So now we're back at it again. Mox was able to tag up one, but not finish the kill.
Mox still trying to challenge General. Does finally cut him down. 3 dead on Enigma 6. The drone reset. It's now Ghost Gaming will push back towards middle map. And they're still focusing a lot of their pressure. Okay, now they'll bring it in towards the ship. I was wondering if he was going to grab that again and push in towards research where he already had a lead blocker. Mox by himself. He'll get cut down. 4 dead now on Enigma 6. Or on Ghost.
Now you start to push forward. You're not going to have a gimme here. Everybody's spawning up. You have to get another wave of kills. Wow. You're doing just that. Proto, Royalty, wiping everybody off the board. And this should be another dunk. There it is. Royalty goes big. Proto with the kills and the dunk. 100 now off the Trinity and a hot start. Gets him nearly halfway to camo already.
Oh, he gives away his position. 1 kill off the Trinity. Nice job. Beautiful movement to get out with his life. And now we can at least reset, try to win a one-on-one gunfight to get that Trinity rocket. Unfortunately, seeing the kill feed there doesn't go his way, but the damage has been done as E6 are back up 4-0.
Another scoring opportunity. Last time it was intercepted for Ghost Gaming. They leave the drone behind. They're going to leave that, I guess, the Mox kind of pick up in the back as they all push forward to get kills. They didn't find any. It's Proto yet again, man. The guy has 8 kills already. They're coming in a flurry as well. He keeps picking up those multi-kills, whether it's on offense, whether it's holding the line on defense.
What did I say prior to this map starting up? He's got his hands full. If he can step up to the plate, I think that's their key to success. They're seeing a lot of it right now, and it's because he's 8-6. You've got Cade now at 11-8. Lacefield, it's not like he's having a bad map, but Lamagod is the one really pulling behind.
Well, I mean, all their kills are on defense right now. They've only really had the one opportunity that was intercepted. Everything else has just been fighting for their lives as the onslaught of Enigma 6 continues. Can Lamagod turn it around? He's been so good in uplink. not so far here. And they keep going for this outer wall run to try to get off. You know how hard it is to convert that into points.
Especially when you've got nobody ready to go inside research. That lower wall run, players have gotten better and better at defending it. You see right there, they now stand on top of that outside fence. Gives you that beautiful sight line down towards the lower wall run to shoot the player before he can wind up getting anywhere. General now at the K-bar. Cade, whew, that was an E-Rad from that range. Melts another, 3 dead again for Ghost Gaming there, getting completely mopped in the slaying department.
Cade, a huge part of that, man. He has been spectacular. You know, he's a guy that would take, I don't want to say blame, but, you know, him or Ruiz before would have kind of off maps consistently. He's really stepped it up here, and it's been a big part of why this team is now seeing success over the course of, what, the end of day 2 and now to kick off day 3. But we are going to be watching General here. He's just tossing it back to mid. His teammates picking up the kills for him. You have Cade pushing in through ice. Him just watching here for the outside push through cliff. He's grabbed it, moving forward, but 3 kills all go to Ghost Gaming.
Make it another one there for Cade to at least try to relieve some pressure. Llama, God, look at this flank. Are they going to have any idea? Yes, they will. It's General who picks up on it and stops the pinch. That could have been disastrous. Instead, no bleeding in the side of the base for E6. That drone will be moved on out. And now we should be going into the half with Ghost Gaming remaining scoreless.
That's tough. I mean, you have Lacefield. He's killed, what, 3-4 players now in the base, just kind of locking it down. Look at his positioning right now. This is where you are when you're going to be turning something into points. But through that entire stretch, 5 kills, he's 19-11, leading all players. Do you get any points here? Okay, finally, you tack one in on the final seconds, but still trailing by a pair of dunks.
Lacefield is on pace for just shy of 40 kills, and his team's only able to score 1. So E6, they stand strong even through the reset. They're now 5 minutes away from a 3-0 of Ghost Gaming, which would hand them their first series loss of the weekend.
You're right, though. That, you know, 6 cents by General to pick up Llama on that flank. Because Lacefield obviously already was in a deadly position. You get both those set up. You get a rally there. It's probably close to a tie game very quickly at the end of this. And instead, you still got a nice lead.
They were about to have 3 players. If General doesn't do that, they would have had 3 players charging down ice. And you would have had an E-Rad ready to melt through all of them without any missed bullets. That would have been disastrous. Lacefield tags up 1, will win the gunfight, and that clears out Ship. But unfortunately, it's going to take a few seconds for his teammates to win their battles in middle. They do just that. Ghost Gaming, 4 dead on E6 right off the break.
As long as it took you to get the word unfortunately out, in that span of time, everybody dropped on Enigma 6.
Intercepted.
But it's picked off, so no more points going through. That would have been a great start for Ghost, just to kind of claw back into this early in the second half.
That's now another interception, make that the second of this game alone from Enigma 6. That's the difference between a 2-possession game that we see and the 1-possession game it could have been if those went through.
You've got a very good scoring chance right now. Cade's got it in hand. He did toss it in, but Mox trying to be the man to decline it. 2 players pushing forward. He is shredding everything right now with the K-bar. Can he continue to hold in research? That was it looked like a very good scoring opportunity for E6. Mox single-handedly shuts it down.
How nuts is this? In the first playthrough, Mox in just 2 minutes of play had 10 kills. Now, as we enter our 7th minute of play in the second part of this game, he's only got 11. Much quieter. Side and Ghost still down by 4.
Well, the next Ghost attack, no interception needed. 2 players stack, and that's a very easy 2-piece for Cade. Cade right there matching Lacefield, man. He's got 20 kills. General picks up all 3, shuts it down. The 4th is beat down. And there's the crispy dunk. 7-1 advantage, 3.5 to go in the second half.
They're getting loud. Every point that goes in, every second that goes by is more and more in favor of E6. I'm hearing some trash talk now come out on the stage as Cade gets both. Ghosted, are you all having controller issues now? I guess so, because E6 are running away with this game.
And I like this use of streaks. Continue the rally going. Just pick him up off spawn. He's able to connect with 2.
God.
Llama and Lace down. Drone back in the hand of General. He's going to be calling in more streaks, just try and secure more points. Unfortunately, as he wraps it back into sub bay, that's where the 2 players are spawning up. I think they got a little bit of a split there, so Ghost is able to hold on.
Only 8 kills separating these teams, but it's 8 points on the board is where it matters. E6. The kills are in Ghost's base. Ghost have not been able to breathe. There's another defensive hold. 2.5 minutes left, Maven. E6 on the verge of a sweep.
You know, if you were wondering whether or not the frustrations from the restart were going to affect Enigma 6 at all, I think the answer is firmly a no.
Royalty's yelling now, too. Everyone pushing forward. They look like the better team at the moment. General has had some insane plays. This map again snaps right into Mox. Lacefield, how you doing, my friend? There's the camo dunk. They didn't even need it. 11-1, a 10-point lead.
What has happened in this series?
Oh my God.
Like, not that
not that we should be surprised. I mean, obviously we know Enigma 6 is capable of it. I think we've all been riding the bandwagon, the wave that has been Ghost Gaming, just due to their fantastic performance through the first couple of days. But you knew Enigma 6 could do this, right? I mean, they obviously had it in them, but this is great. Wow.
Proto is putting on a clinic, and the one. Wow, top 5 play material right there from Proto. Even Generals just trying to use the overdrive to get fancy for the 2-piece. The confidence in this E6 team. Again, when they can finally get aggressive Maven, when they have the kills and they just put their foot on the gas pedal, they do not let their opponents breathe, and that's what's happening right now to Ghost Gaming.
And it's everybody from E6, right? Like, it's not just one guy getting loud. It's not just one guy finding the kills. It's literally everyone from Enigma 6 going huge right now. It seems like Ghost just having difficulty winning any one-on-one fights currently.
E6 in stage 1 only lost 1 uplink map in the entire weekend. Ghost Gaming now, this would be their first uplink loss of the entire weekend, and it's only right it's to E6. This is what we expect from E6 in uplink. It looks like they finally cooled down this on-fire Ghost Gaming team.
That's one way to put it. They've dumped a bucket of water on it.
They've called in the fire truck, brought in one of those helicopter things, those planes.
Wow. And that, I mean, the way in which they did it, it's like we know how huge confidence could be in this. I was talking to Spacely about Mox from Anaheim, and he said he had one off series. He was switching his settings in game. He was changing his controller. Maybe does this series going so poor? Mox -12. Maybe he gets in his own head again.
Yeah, this is just Ghost Gaming need to forget this, because now the pressure will really be on them. They had 2 days of coasting. Now they face some adversity, and boy, are we seeing some different colors now from this team. Yes, Lacefield, great, a 7 streak at the end, but this is done. E6 get the sweep to start off their day.
And Sunday, day 3, becoming more and more interesting, match by match. Ghost struggles. Enigma 6 takes care of business in a big way. There's the 3-0, baby.
The impossible could happen. The thought of Ghost potentially going 0-6 on maps on Sunday, and the opportunity for Enigma 6 to go 6-0 in maps is right there. E6 now face an Elevate team that are 0-15.
And, you know, it's just the matchups, too. Like, if they didn't have to play, like if you were Ghost and you had Elevate today, you don't feel like this is even possible. In fact, they have to go up against FaZe. They have to go up against E6. And you have to think, if E6 is able to 3-0 them, I feel like FaZe certainly can.
It makes me sick, because I saw Ake's tweet last night, a prediction of Ghost Gaming not even being in the top 2, thinking that this could happen. Again, it's just one of those annoying predictions that I know Pat tweets, and he's like, if I'm wrong, then guess what? I had a 99% chance of not being happy.
Those are my predictions.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Now it's looking more and more possible. This is what Sundays are all about.
Absolutely. It's going to be coming out of the wire. We hope to that final 4th series of day 3 to determine who's getting into the playoffs. But wow, that was unreal. And Royalty, you saw the video, you heard him about joining the team. He's now on stage with Matt.
Thanks, Maeve. And Royalty, you guys take care of business here against Ghost Gaming. What changed from the first matchup to this one where you guys dominate?
Honestly, the first matchup, we just came out flat. I mean, I felt like that first day, even though we got a win under our belt, I felt like we didn't play good. And after we got that win against FaZe yesterday, that reverse sweep, I think our whole kind of mindsets just turned around, and we've just been playing and clicking a lot better. So.
Yeah, and your teammates are playing phenomenal. I know Proto, Cade, General, all had big series. I think this is probably your strongest team. Just talk to me a little bit about your teammates and what they bring to the table.
Honestly, it's just a well-balanced team. Like, I feel like everyone just does their part. We kind of just try to play the objective. There's no really like OBJ in our team. It's kind of just like, we have like our aggressive players, our slow players, and our flex player. And honestly, the diversity of it just works out perfectly. So it makes it easy for me, especially when I came over here.
Yeah, and then now you're going to go up against Elevate. That'll be our next match here on the main stage. What do you got to do against them? Take that series in commanding fashion.
Honestly, we just got to bring the same energy we did this game and yesterday. If we do that, I'm sure we can take the 3-0. I don't really know what the whole sort of standings are with how we qualify, but we're just going to play our best and just hopefully get a 3-0.
It's E6 getting a big 3-0 there against Ghost Gaming. Let's go to Ben on the desk with the boys to talk more about that match.
Thank you very much, Matt. Great, of course, to hear from Royalty. A big win for Enigma 6. It's a big win for a fair amount of reasons. But before we kind of break that down, I actually want to give Enigma 6 a lot of props as a team, simply based on composure. Of course, they're 2-0 up in the series. A technical issue occurs, and that isn't the first time that we've seen Enigma 6 so far this year have a 2-0 lead in the series and a technical pause happen. We saw it in Vegas against Optic Gaming. They still closed out the series 3-0. They're able to do the same thing here. I think that really is a testament to just how composed those players actually are. But in terms of the big picture, Joe, when these two teams first played against each other, E6 obviously lost 3-1. That 3-0 win gives them a lead in head-to-head.
Oh, it sure does, and it's huge for them in the overall standings. A lot of pressure now on Ghost Gaming and FaZe. That last game of the day could be crazy, but Elevate, they could still be that spoiler team. You know, next match, if they win versus Enigma 6, who knows what'll happen? All right, I'll stop right there. But yeah, that last match just got crazy.
Right, it really has. I mean, you can assume that the next matchup on main stage will be a 3-0 in favor of V6. It'd be absolutely ridiculous if it wasn't, but I guess, to your point, Merc, maybe. We never know until, of course, that game completes. But we'll break down that series. Of course, we'll start with game 1. The breakout hardpoint. E6 come out flying, 250 to 221. Was the final score. Merc, what was interesting to me was E6 found themselves down pretty heavily for not the first time this weekend, yet somehow managed to turn it around and go 50-point plus up. How do they do it?
Yeah, just right here. I mean, it was like 81 to 17 going in a cave. I think the big difference was Llama was on a 6 streak. He ends up pushing the guy behind a tractor. He gets taken out. You know, they were able to have first control on Cave Hill, but Enigma 6 break it. It just seems that they break and are able to hold their setups very well. So that just allowed them to sort of retake the lead, and going into that first set of rotations, you know, they had an early lead, and it just seemed like if Ghost was able to hang on and sort of extend it, that would be so difficult for 86 to come back into the game.
I think one of the key things as well, T, was Lacefield really got shut down a little bit there in game 1.
Yeah, it's really not characteristic of him, especially throughout this weekend. I think he ended up like 13 and 22, something along those lines. And when that ERAD battle is just so heavily swayed into Proto's favor, you have to give Proto props there as well. Kind of a weak weekend thus far, and the fact that he's able to step it up in a situation like this. They clutched up last night against FaZe. They're doing it again here, and when you're unsure about these qualification standards that you need, well, just win all 6 maps of the day. Whatever happens, happens. You did your best, right? So you're really putting everything in their own sort of fate, and they're doing a great job, and map number 1 was the best way to start it.
Of course, touch a little bit on that point, Momo. We mentioned yesterday Proto with a pretty subpar performance, not what we expected, but boy, oh boy, did he come out all guns firing in game 1.
Yeah, I had all the same points as these guys. I mean, Lacefield was countered, but Proto kind of stepped it up. He needed to step it up, and he did, which is great to see, especially when you're under pressure, when you know you need to win. That's the time where you need to shine. You need to just, you know, even be putting neutral numbers up if your teammate's doing great. But he went that step further, and he did fantastic. But a few of the points, which was kind of one I wanted to bring up, we touched on kind of the comeback that they made, but it was, they were 80 to 20 down, roughly around those numbers, and then they were 163 to 100 up. So they gave away 20 points while accumulating 145 almost, and it was just mind-blowing. Yes, you know, it was close in the end, but that kind of streak, I think 2-3 hills was really, really strong, and big credit to General. You know, a couple of kill streaks going on, and some score streaks too.
And of course, going into game 2, E6 with a 1-0 lead. They take Retail S&D as well. 6-3 was the final score in this one. And Merc, what impressed you most was actually the E6 retake in round number 4.
Yeah, round number 4, I just thought it was so important because Ghost Gaming, they're up 2-1. Again, they have an early lead in the game. Then they get the bomb down on that bridge, and it's a 4v3 situation, and all 4 of the Ghost Gaming guys were in the back, and somehow 2 of them get pieced by Royalty, and they're able to clutch it up in that 2v1 situation. I just felt like that was such a huge swing round.
And right there, T, was one of the most important kills of that game. General kills Mox 150 off the Trin.
Yeah, that momentum swing right there is really what did it for me on this map for E6 and why they're able to pull away. If Mox gets the score streaks, the camo, this map is just so difficult. Basically slices the map into maybe a third of the options that you have on offense. So the fact that he picks up that one singular kill, absolutely huge. And the rest of it, yeah, Ghost did a good job, especially due to Llama hit that 1v2 clutch he had. Very impressive stuff from him to keep his team in it. You can see Llama ended up 11-7, continuing the god streak he's on this weekend, and well, really since Anaheim. So yeah, really good map overall though.
And that was including obviously Llama's 1v2 when they were 4-3 down. That put him at that 11-5. So impressive stuff coming out from Llama God. But again, Lacefield Momo didn't really have a good map without throwing him under the bus. 2-7. needed a little bit more from him.
He's played phenomenal all weekend long, don't get me wrong, but one thing I will say, first map kind of got countered. His E-Rad on Breakout wasn't as... I don't know, it just kind of didn't show in Breakout as much as I thought it would. The second one, S&D 2 and 7, again, that's not very characteristic of Lacefield. You know, I kind of want him to pick it up and going into the next maps he does, but, you know, getting 3-0'd, it's a tough one.
Well, just the thing with using an E-Rad on Breakout is you have to win rotations, right? You can't be on rotation. There's so many sight lines that just favor ARs. In order to use an E-Rad effectively, you rotate to hills, you set up early, you make them come to you. You know, fight in cell block, fight in that cave, fight in commissary. It's so hard to deal with. But when you have to rotate across the map and you're running into NV4s and K-bars, there's just so many situations where you're not going to win those battles. So I think that's the big thing. The rotation battle on Breakout was just won by Enigma 6.
And E6 just playing very, very well in the series as a whole. Of course, we talk a little bit about the uplink as well. Frost, it started off very well for Enigma 6, very, very well indeed. Then, of course, there was that reset. And then it continued to be very, very well for E6. They just weren't affected at all, Momo.
They just had way too much energy. They knew what's on the line, and they kind of just played that reset, just kind of continuing from that first half. And honestly, I think it's kind of what they deserved. They came in strong. They finished strong. The problem is now you've got to look at Ghost Gaming, and we talked about it before the series. They had a fantastic Friday and Saturday at Anaheim. Sunday, they really did struggle. And, you know, they're the same team. You know, it's the same 4 players up on that main stage. It's no different, but they need to change something, I think. They just need to recompose, and I think, you know, maybe Space is the guy to kind of get that from the squad as well. But you've got to give credit to Enigma 6. The amount of times myself, Murky, yourself, Teep as well, all on the stage, just like umming and ahhing, just like, wow, look at the play that Enigma 6 is making. That was a prime example there. It was crazy. It was great Call of Duty, and it was very entertaining.
And the 2 players we have to sort of bring up on the side of E6, the weaker players of the team thus far throughout the weekend are Proto and Cade. Yep. On that map right there, really closing it out for the team. Cade going on a massive streak in that second half with the score streaks, just getting spawn kills with Trinity rockets. They're getting loud. They're shouting at each other, just giving props where props is due. And when a team is rolling like that, they're really hard to stop. So it's cool to see Enigma 6 finally getting that energy, albeit very, very late in the weekend. Maybe would like to see that day 1 or day 2, but regardless of putting themselves in a good spot, getting that 3 over Ghost.
Yeah, in terms of Enigma 6, their role players, I mean, you sort of just hit it. I mean, Cade has been kind of a beast this weekend. Some of the best Call of Duty we've seen him play, especially in Search and Destroy. And he's one of those guys. Usually expect royalty. He had a great series. Obviously, you just saw that scoreboard general. But Cade, he's been stepping up, getting some big streaks, and then Proto, just a complete 180 from the past 2 days. Just really stepping up, showing how good his E-Rad and just the pressure on the map that he can put. It's just so good.
E6 putting themselves in a great position to try and qualify for the Stage 2 playoffs. Of course, it's not guaranteed yet by any means. Up next on the main stage, of course, they will be going up against Elevate in what we expect to be a 3-0 victory in favor of E6, of course, but it does make that last game of the night just so important. Of course, that's going to be Ghost Gaming versus FaZe Clan. Before that, though, we should take a quick minute to advertise, of course, the Stage 2 tickets. You can purchase yours over at mlg.tv/Pro League. We're here, of course, from June 30th to July 30th, but we are now halfway through day 3 of week 2 of the Call of Duty Global Pro League, presented by the PlayStation 4. E6 with a big win to start off their day 3. And honestly, for FaZe and Ghost, it puts them in a little bit of a sticky situation. Up next on the main stage, Elevate go up against E6 as they search for their first map win.
Playing E6 at previous events, we know they're like a really aggressive team. They're one of the most aggressive in the world.
I feel like we'll be Elevate again. I feel like that that's not a team we need to really have intel over or like surveil what they do. I feel like we just need to come into the game and just outgun them and we'll win.
Playing against Royalty in the past, I think he brings a lot of energy to the team, and again a lot of pace in game. He fills a lot of gaps where, like, in that aggression, so his team don't have to pick up every single cut. A lot of energy there. He likes to talk a lot of trash.
I think we'll beat E6 3-1 and 3-2.
I feel like we will beat Elevate 3-0 or 3-1. They might sneak a map off us. Best case scenario for them.
I'm very confident we'll beat them both times.
Day 3 of the CWL Global Pro League continues live from the MLG Arena here in Columbus, Ohio. The next match up on the main stage, Enigma 6 take on Europe's Elevate. And for Europe's Elevate, it hasn't been a good weekend by any means. They currently tied with Jack's famous 0-15 meme. Will they be able to break it? Feel sorry for Jack. He's probably going to have to come out with a limited edition t-shirt if they do.
I don't feel bad for Jack.
No, I don't think many people do. But, of course, looking at this next series, it's a weird one, right? Because we know E6 need to win, Merc.
Yes.
But does the actual map count matter in this series?
No, because when we look at these tiebreakers, it'll be 3 teams at 4-2, you know, at the end if FaZe wins. So when we look at those teams that are all tied for 4-2, we'll just look at the map counts between each other. So Elevate will basically be out of it and how they played. But yes, Enigma 6, they just need to win no matter what.
So Elevate could theoretically get a map here, but the irony of the whole thing is it wouldn't really matter anyway. So they leave it all the way to the end. But of course, speaking of the end, that final game, yes. I know, Matt, you were in the green room, you kind of doing some math, doing some algebra and whatnot. What did you figure out? What are the scenario going into that final game?
So basically, as long as Enigma 6 takes this game, right, they need to beat Elevate. It does not matter the map count, a lot like what Joe was talking about.
Okay.
If FaZe wins, basically the way to think about it easily is Ghost Gaming needs 2 maps against FaZe. They get 2 maps, they go to game 5, they lose, they're in. They take the series, obviously, you know, they would need to take more than 2 maps to take the series, so they can get through. That's a fact. Math. Just up here giving you guys facts. And then if you saw FaZe win either 3-1 or 3-0, then I believe it's Enigma 6 and FaZe to go through.
Wow. That'd be pretty punishing after a 4-0 start.
4-0 start. You come into day 3, 12-2 on map count. It would be absolutely brutal. So to reiterate Matt's point once again, a FaZe 3-0 at the end of the day, Ghost is out. A FaZe 3-1, believe Ghost is still out because of head-to-head. A FaZe 3-2, Ghost would make it in. So Ghost just need a minimum of 2 maps in that final series. Of course, without being too rude, we kind of write this game off. We were expecting Enigma 6 to take it. Momo, you take a look at the maps here.
I don't need to.
Is there any? Okay.
Momo told me that Elevate's going to win breakout S&D. He
did?
Yeah, just
No. Phil said that Uplink is their strongest game.
Oh, he did? Okay, because Phil told me earlier on.
What was it, Throwback?
Throwback Hardpoint was actually their best map.
Yeah. Breakout S&D goes to Elevate again.
Elevate.
Again, you're telling me.
They can't go 0-18.
You said again like they won the last one. They lost. Again, they haven't won a game. There's no again.
Okay.
They haven't done anything again.
Okay, they haven't done anything yet, but you know what? Watson,
that's the last, right?
Watson turns up on Sunday.
On Sunday.
Okay.
Again, to reiterate, all E6 need here is a win. It doesn't matter the score whatsoever. They just have to win this series.
Yep,
and we expect them to win this series. He's still believing. There's no way Elevate go 0-18.
There is no way.
I can set it down to the casters right now, but I tell you, Jack looks nervous that the meme's going to be broken.
Oh, it most certainly has already. There's been some fun on social media with it. Yes, it's frustrating if you're Elevate or an Elevate fan, but at a certain point, you just kind of have to laugh, TP, at some of the stuff we've seen up to this point this weekend.
It's pretty bad. You know, Jack, if I had to pick one match to cast this whole weekend, definitely would have chose this one.
It would have, really?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, we're still going to have fun.
Oh, it's going to be a great time. Why are we hugging? Hello.
Because I'm just so happy I got TP up here. I was originally supposed to cast with Mr. X. I spoke to everybody up and down the chains of power. We brought it all the way to the top. Got him out of there, thank God. And now I'm here with TP. And TP, let's just sit and chat and have a good time with this series. It's Throwback Hardpoint map number 1 between Elevate and Enigma 6. First, before anything, we just heard the scenarios. Coming into today, did you have any belief in your mind that we could be seeing the point that we're now at right now?
I had a little bit of an inkling. I didn't think E6 would take Ghost on so easily, though. A lot of momentum for them after that series. I really expect them to come out and just brutalize Elevate in this one, especially on this map #1, the hard point. Proto and Cade, sort of the weaker players throughout the weekend, just performing a lot better today. All 4 of the players finally looking like they're a full unit, trying to get that 4-2 record to force a 3-way tie. And, man, if you're going to come into a Sunday and get a 6-0 map count for your playoff life, well, it's the best time to do it, right?
Yeah, right. It's any time to turn up. It typically is on Sunday. You know all about that in your career. Sunday is where the big money is made. An example here, though, no big money on the line today, but if they qualify in that top 2, there's opportunity for big money at the Stage 2 playoffs. Let's flip the script, though, and look at Elevate. You've already kind of heard some frustrations with these guys on social media. I walked outside after their loss earlier, and they basically had Watson and Reedy going at each other's neck. I don't even know what you do. They still have champs on the horizon. What do you even do now if you're a leader of this team or a member of the Elevate organization?
I mean, just hearing that they're arguing is a good thing in my opinion. Granted, that's not the best sort of situation to be in a team. Don't get me wrong. It's not ideal. But the fact that they're arguing and finally talking about something, it seemed like the previous couple of days, just nothing really going their way, not many changes going on. And this is going to be your team. The rosters are locked. You have to make this work through the biggest tournament of the year, right? Yeah. So figure out something, start changing roles, give someone a new weapon, figure something out that might possibly work. Just throw everything in the garbage because, hey, they're memeing right now, Jack. 0-15.
They're memeing indeed. Proto sliding around with this Erad. He's now 4-1. Everyone from Elevate outside the hard point, and the rotation towards Bike will come in. So, Elevate are down. Enigma 6 doing what they do best. Cade and Proto, you mentioned at times, they've had some up and down gameplay. General and Royalty, though, these two have just continued to be superstars. They're like a dynamic duo, and I think, for the most part, it almost strikes me as kind of General, who you know can comfortably now continue to run this AR, and they have the flexibility now with Royalty to have a secondary AR with that K-bar, or, as we saw in Frost Uplink, a fast-paced playing Karma submachine gun player.
The fact that he can turn and burn on people in the way he does is just absolutely insane. I think he might be one of the best Frost players with that Karma that I've seen. Cade, though, throughout the weekend as well, just so many 2 pieces. We saw it in Search and Destroy. He picked up a 3-piece versus FaZe last night, which is pretty crazy to do on Crusher. Yeah. Just every single player on this team stepping up when they need to most. And General, with this roster change, just really got that slaying power that he really needed for so long now throughout the year. And it's crazy to think about. What if they had this roster going back, you know, a couple of months back? They've been around that sort of 5 to 8 range for a long time now. Again, they get a 5th, 6th at Anaheim, but man, it seems like the sky is the limit for these guys.
You just saw Royalty. Remember, folks, this man plays on double the sensitivity of most pro players, and he just hit those shots with the Erad from that range.
Give me a headache.
Yeah, and the man can still do just as good with any weapon in his hand as anybody else. People questioned early in his career if it was his best decision to rock that high sense. He's proved time and time again he knows how to control it. It's now a 1-minute+ lead for the side of Enigma 6 as they're going to look to steamroll back through. The fidget spinner on the minimap, weaken Zed, and there's the kill from Royalty.
And Elevate just not doing a good job at all. There's only 1 player in the hill. There's 2 players watching underpass, which is not what you want to do. That's a very small lane. You don't need 2 guns watching that one. And it's just an easy break. General just walks in, gets some help from Royalty again, and it's like it's just effortless from them. Elevate, it's just a problem they've had the whole time. It's literally looking like they aren't talking when you're watching that minimap at the top left. It's like, why is there multiple people in this one spot not helping the guy in the objective?
Yep.
Just so many things going wrong, and, well, they're about to be down 100. It's depressing me.
It's
again.
That's been the continued theme for TP this weekend. You've got 3 players double positive nearly on the side of Enigma 6. Cade still with this K-bar just flying around the map, correctly predicting where enemies will be at. As, if you're Enigma 6, you're just continuing to get more ahead. You already have an 80-second lead, and that's just in 1 set of hills. As you're already kind of thinking map 2 if you're on the side of Elevate. Royalty now 19-9. I just love watching this guy. I don't know, did you get much experience playing against him towards the latter half of your career, or have you just mainly been involved in seeing him from a casting role?
I played against him a lot in Advanced Warfare, and it wasn't very fun, especially online. He's playing on 1,000,000 sensitivity with that ASM-1. a lot of the times my old hands were just like, where'd he go? This is too much for me. But overall, just a fantastic player that's really blossomed, especially throughout this year. Look at him now, 20-10, 21-10. The guy is just not losing gunfights. The last series on that Frost, just turning and burning on people with the high sensitivity. And early on, I just didn't think that high sensitivity was really consistent enough. But I think you made the point earlier during your cast where he's really developed that long-range style much better over the past year and a half, I think. And now just so well-rounded, can use any sort of weapon on this game. It's going to be interesting to see, how long, or where he's going to end up in another year's time.
No, I think the big thing too, and this is something that I've kind of been going back and forth with as well, is I feel like higher sensitivity players can get away with a little bit more when the weapon, the main ARs are fully auto, and it's not a burst weapon. Like last year, obviously with the M8, all burst. I feel like that hinders you if you have a high sensitivity compared to one of these normal ARs we're seeing now in the NV4. Royalty showing you do with any weapon.
Yeah, definitely. That, it's all about the bullet registration. When you have a burst sort of weapon overall, it's really hard to hit that clean burst when your analog sticks flying across the screen. Yeah. So definitely helps in this game. A lot of the assault rifles have a faster rate of fire. Really benefits him. But man, look at this score. Shocker, not close. 122-point game right now. The SMGs on the side of E6 just absolutely dominating. And this is just a stat pad game. I'd love to be in this group. It's like, oh, my KD's around even right now. Oh, I got to play against Elevate. I'll be at a 1.9.
Actually, that's actually a funny point you bring up. This will probably be some of the most unique stats we've seen so far in the Global Pro League, because
talk about inflated,
has basically had 2 series, 6 maps each to just get highest stats as possible.
Right.
Royalty's almost at a 3.0 KD. They're outslaying their opponents by 41 kills right now.
41. I wonder what the record is this year in general. It's got to be pretty darn close.
Yeah.
40 kills? Okay.
40 kills, the difference there. Now we'll drop it back down into the 30s, but either way, I mean, I don't know.
I'm sorry. Jack has nothing left in the tank.
I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
I'm just thinking about the next series. That's what all eyes are on, right?
It's very important, and E6 did a great job of making today matter a lot more with that 3-0. And now that map count sort of scenario comes into play. This one, not so much, because it is, well, it could possibly be a 3-way tie scenario. You only take the map count from the 3 teams involved with it, obviously, but it's not like it matters. Elevate hasn't even showed up, so.
Everyone was 6-0 against it. It would have actually not mattered at all.
Right.
But it's so crazy to think, TP, as this game probably begins to wind down, that we were at a point last night when FaZe went up 2-0 in that last best of 5, and we all kind of looked at each other and went, during the commercial break going into game 3, went, man, this kind of stinks. Tomorrow won't really mean too much. It's looking like this will just be, FaZe and Ghost. Congratulations to them. They just walk on through and get their spots, and Sunday will just be 4 series of Call of Duty. That's about it.
Right.
But then E6 comes to life. They reverse sweep. Now they come in today, they win their series against Ghost 3-0, and now everything is falling into place for one of the more dramatic final series on a Sunday.
And it's so crazy how one map can literally be the swing throughout a tournament, throughout a group, whatever it may be. That OT uplink versus FaZe last night, look at them, they're just on a roll, haven't lost a map thus far, just cruising. Royalty's just loving this game, 35-13. Man, he's starting to getting close to that 3.0 KD.
Wow.
Just burning on people. The guy is nuts.
Wow. Proto popping camo. He's going to sit inside the hard point, look to get it as close to 250 as he can. This should be it, though. Welcome back. I believe at this point a 7-time member of the 100-point club this weekend for Elevate. As there are 3 staples in life, folks. There's death, there's taxes, and there's Elevate, losing heart.
Oh, no. You went there. Well, I mean, it is a staple.
It is.
At this point.
Yeah. No, it is.
I hate to be so mean about it, but like, even going back to Millennium in the last stage, throughout their group, I don't think they won a hard point. But at least they had some of the other maps, the other game types that were quite strong at uplink.
Yeah.
Elevate, what are you doing?
Well, think back to stage 1. They kind of sneak in and keep that spot for the second half.
Yeah, with Rated.
For stage 2 with
and
Rated.
Then he dipped.
Then he's off that team, which obviously looks like he made the right decision. But I'm actually reading more now, from what I've seen online, of frustrations from people saying, like, man, I would have much rather have had, the TK roster in here. Maybe straight ripping, Allegiance, anything compared to what we're seeing here. I think that's kind of where some of the frustrations come from fans. We now have a team with a 0 and 16 map count.
They beat it, Jack.
It is done.
They are worse than you were at Black Ops 3 S&D. Okay, that was too much.
That was actually really.
That was a jab.
I'm actually really offended at that one.
I'm sorry.
As we're going into S&D on Breakout next. Is this the first time we've seen this weekend? I think so.
It might be. I don't remember back to day one. I mean, we might have seen one,
we might have seen one. But either way, wondering maybe this is the map that Elevate can take if Enigma 6 aren't too prepared for it. We still have another series today, so sit tight, folks. That series will be the one that means everything for the grand scheme of things going into Stage 2. When you were preparing for a big series like that, because I know you did a lot of winning in your career, but there were probably some times where it came down to the wire. What do you even do? You're a few hours off from that match, or an hour now off from that match. That's got to be all you're thinking about.
Oh, 100%. I'm the type of player, I just really like to be warm, shoot 1,000 bots type of guy before a big series like that. There are some other series where it's like, you can kind of roll up and kind of warm up as the series goes, which I don't really advise, especially nowadays where you need to be flying all over the place. But before a big series like that, just be mentally prepared. I like to have my team together, just keeping the energy going, right? Just keeping the communication lines open and just making sure that shot's on point. There's not really much at that last second you can really prepare for. Just make sure you want to be that guy on your team that steps up and has a big game map #1. If you all do it, well, then it's real easy.
Oh, definitely. And think of the side of E6 right now, man. They've done their job, right? They get their 3-0 over Ghost. They now wind up having their position here against Elevate. They're going to be sitting and watching with all of us for that final series of the day, which will come right after this. I think this one obviously ends in a 3-0. No surprise there. 0-18 map count.
Yeah.
I think it's on our horizon.
Oh, 100%. And speaking on to people that think another team should be in the league or however that may works, Elevate was once a pretty solid team, and that's one of the things with roster changes. We always talk about how a roster change can benefit a team, how a team needs a change for the better, things like that. But as soon as Rated left this team, it was just kind of a scramble to find someone to really fill that slot. And this isn't to bash Desire too much, but I just don't think that's the role they needed. It doesn't seem like they have a leader whatsoever. Who would you even call the leader on this team at this point?
None. None of the above.
It's a mess.
No, I think you hit the nail on the head. I remember when I saw the announcement, I was like, okay, they've got Desire, but typically when I see a new team, I'm hitting that retweet, excited to show it off. Crazy that this is big news in Call of Duty.
Yeah.
When that came out, I was like, okay, I guess that's where they went with it.
What does that bring?
Yeah. Well, Plant will go down. First blood did come in for Enigma 6. Watson will spot General, and that's a great shot to at least even the numbers back out. Royalty there for the trade. Enigma 6, one of the better teams at just holding hands, moving across the map together, and staying on the same mindset when it comes to retaking these sites.
I like that shot from Desire there. He's like, I'm scared.
Yeah.
I can't win a gunfight today. I'm just chilling.
Zed gets shot in the back. 3v1. Now, this is where you just want to hop the bomb. 19 seconds left. Hop on the objective. Let your teammates just bait out. Keep, like, right here. Perfect cover. Not enough time to even get towards those explosives. Round 1 secured by Enigma 6.
It's just a mess, honestly. Like, the whole way you want to play S&D is to get together and trade and get to that bomb site that's so hard to retake. Desire says, good luck, buddy. I'm going to sit over here and lay down behind some steps and then let them defuse.
And
that's not a good strat.
It's not. It's funny because, we at times in the past of Call of Duty had analyst desks where it was more just like casters talking about it. And yes, right. we can give our opinion. We get to watch from this and gain some information, but you guys have played. You've all won hundreds of thousands of dollars in competitive Call of Duty. You know better than really anybody in some of these scenarios.
Hey, to give you guys props, though, you guys do a great job at giving that analysis as well. You've seen so many different games on different titles. You guys know what you're talking about just fine.
Actually, can someone clip that, please, so I can just have that always ready to go to send to anybody who says I'm not good at my job? Thank you. Because if TP says I'm good, then literally it's time for a race. Here we go.
You're welcome.
Here we go. Cade all by himself, yet to get a kill this game. The only member on E6 still with the goose egg, but we're only one round in. I will say, this is one of the better setups I've seen from Elevate. Look, they know they have the objective down. They're both just shoulder peeking their doors. Now they'll move out together and reset the map. This should be a round victory. There it is. Desire cleans it on up.
All right. So, I think the best search and destroy they had is, have they won, what, 2 rounds or 3? I think 3 might have been their best.
Last stat I saw, they played, what was it, 5 S&Ds and they've won 7 rounds?
Oh.
That's what someone brought up. I don't know the exact truth to that, but
ow, that's not good.
It's averaging 1.4 rounds per S&D.
I think they're gonna get 3 rounds.
Okay. Okay. I mean, hey, this is the least practiced map for these teams. Breakout S&D.
True.
It's the one that I've casted the least by far.
I love it.
I'm still learning a lot about it. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of improvements here compared to what we saw in Scorch. I'm happy the change was made.
Yeah, definitely. The middle map control just so important. As you can see, E6 setting up right now, and it really just splits the map for you. You can gain so much information off of it. On board with Cade now, he has this sniper, the EMC in his back pocket. The B strat going to be coming in very, very quickly, but looks like General is going to be able to catch this first blood. Cade picks up a first blood with the snipe. And why are they so separate? That's what annoys me about it.
I think what annoys me more is why is he standing on top of
that too? It's the worst spot in that area.
You've actually got the strongest place of cover where only your head can be seen in literally
you have rocks.
The entire game.
You have a bulldozer. You have a building. And you choose to stand on top.
Questionable.
He's pretending to be a statue.
Hey, you know what? It might just work. You never know. Maybe
it did.
Character's wearing an outfit that makes him look like a statue. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here. 2-1 for E6 as a flank for General works. The Cade sniper rifle in the back of the map too. You gotta love to see things like that. As will he go for the Octane type shot right here? Doesn't appear so. Typically you'd high wall run and then peek over towards their lower street.
Oh,
Desire jumped off the map. What's worse than standing and being a statue? Falling off the map. Trust me, I would know.
Looks like Elevate can't even wall run in this one. A bit of an issue, but you know, I think the one saving grace sort of for Elevate on Search and Destroy. Well, this is not even a saving grace, but Watson's been okay. He's been in a lot of clutch scenarios where he picks up a couple of kills. He's 5-3 in this one, and they really should. It's a pretty good clutch scenario for him. He does have to worry about the defuse, so he needs to get moving pretty quickly. But the guy's, you know, almost clutched.
Here goes Watson. Get some shots on a proto, not gonna happen. There's a look at Royalty. So he'll get ready for the next round. I love you, team. I really do, because you guys do. You guys on the analyst desk, I got to give you props. You've had 5 series where you basically just had to be like, this team is better than this other team. And
I think we've really broken it down as much as we can.
Every other way. I just love how you put that right there. Watson has a pretty good at S&D. He's almost clutch.
He's positive.
He is. He is positive. He's got more kills than the rest of his team combined. General again will soar right towards Visitor. Watson with that NV4, doing what he can to keep his team in this game. It's 3-1 now for E6.
Looks like the middle map presence from Royalty and Proto just a little bit too strong. They get loading control each time, and it forces the other team just so far back. They don't want to challenge because it's multiple angles you have to work from, and then it opens up that other side of the map, which General is obviously scouting up, picks up a free kill, and now this puts Elevate in a scenario where they don't have that much time to work with, no sort of map control whatsoever, and both the players are just sort of pinning themselves to a side. This round's going to be over very, very quickly.
Proto again has fantastic cover. He's got one of the best ARs from range watching over him. Royalty now there as well, and this should be a quick cleanup. 4-1 now for E6.
Just great. It's a great setup.
Continue to walk on through, and TP, this map, I would say, I would love to actually see if there's a number on this, but I would say if you get middle map control, it is one of the quickest maps in COD history to rotate to either bomb site.
It's got to be close.
With that mid spiral and showers right there, you can literally get sight and protection on bomb if you have that mid street in 2 seconds on either side. That's not even exaggerating.
Well, it's like, I feel like a lot of teams just haven't really got comfortable with aggressing towards loading. Loading just gives you this crazy amount of lines of sight into A, towards the middle at the top window. And if you get control of it early on and around, it just, other teams like, oh, this isn't fun at all. Let's just back up. And as soon as you back up, you give yourself one basically bad lane to sort of push. It just makes it really tough on you. But you see how Elevate isn't doing that. They're sitting so far back on the map. They just let them waltz into the bomb site, get it down, and Reedy's still just not moving.
Here comes the pinch from General again. Sees both players. Great trigger discipline to recognize he should go for the one without the rear guard. Watson, though, evens the numbers back out, puts his team at an advantage. Now Cade just trying to stay alive. He's been tagged up by a grenade. He's got Royalty watching over. They've got to check the bomb. He does just that. But I think that this should be a round win for Elevate. There it is. Watson cleans up a third. Watson now 10-6, TP. Far and away the best player on this map.
Go on, Watson.
Go on, mate.
They're getting 3 rounds in this one. Watson's going to end up with 14 kills, and not be happy.
Dude, if they go to a round 11, Watson could break the kill record.
Oh, that's true. Maybe that's what they're going for.
That's their takeaway for them. That's their silver lining, as you mentioned.
Nice.
There it is from Watson. As he fell off the map right after, but either way, the damage was done. 4-2. Enigma 6 still in the lead. Do we see Cade bring out a sniper rifle yet again on defense? Nope.
Yeah, only 3 kills with it, and 2 of those kills were in 1 round. So Watson, only one seeming to do anything on the side of Elevate, has this camo. So I want him to just hit up middle, try and get some loading control. But looks like it's just going to be a generic sort of push over towards this A side. They should be able to catch this one player that's posted up in the corner, but nope. They get some help. The bait and switch from Royalty right there was so darn strong. He slides to the corner, gives them no line of sight, but Watson has something to say about it, has the camo at the ready, some nice shots, gets the second, forcing a 1 versus 1. They might win 3 rounds at a search and destroy, Jack. I'm excited about it.
Someone tell somebody there is a chance for them to win half of an S&D. Desire will fall back to Helipad. Unfortunately, wasn't there to trade out the kill onto Watson, which will give Cade an opportunity in this round to clutch up. Remember, it is Desire on offense who will have to plan this objective. Cade playing close areas with the ERAD doing exactly what he needs to do. Here comes the engagement, though. Could be happening here any moment. As all these players just sneaking right around each other. He still hasn't spotted him.
I like the spot from Cade, though. Can get those sort of quick peeks whenever he needs it, but bomb does go down. Does the player get away? No information gained yet from Cade. Now he has to guess.
And let's look at Desire. I mean, look at this. This is what we talk about so much. It's a free defuse.
Come on, man.
That's mind games from Cade right there.
Great play.
Yeah.
I love taking that sort of play. You catch that timing. You know the player probably won't be checking the bomb for at least 4 seconds in that scenario, but Desire was already at middle map. He had no intention of checking that bomb in the next 25 seconds, let alone 5.
He could have defused 4 bombs.
That's great math, Jack.
Thank you. Thank you. As that would be 30 seconds in total it would have taken. As now Watson with camo still has yet to use it, but when your team's on the verge of losing, it's time to bring it on out. Nice. Anything you can. I think he has been spotted. Reedy's there for first blood. Now a 2v2. I'm making a 2v1 for Watson. Watson does get the 14 kills. He said Desire versus General again, now in a 1v1.
Did he spot him right there? I don't think he
did. I think both players
have
seen
right
each other.
Right there. So General just taking the confident round, just going to lay this bomb down. Desire needs to get over there ASAP, though. General catches some timing.
Oh, no. And there goes General. Well, anything you can do, I can do better, says Desire right there.
That's awesome. Elevate learning from their opponents.
Right there. They're taking strategy.
They're like, our strats don't work at all. I like that one. Let's do the same.
I like that. This is mine. This is mine now. This is mine now. As
it worked like a charm.
They got their 3-round wins.
We were talking about earlier how no one hops bombs, and we see back-to-back 1v1s.
It's almost like it works.
Okay.
It's almost like it works. Watson still doubling the kills of his entire team, now at 14. He probably wishes Breakout S&D was played more often.
Yeah, he loves this one.
As they've just...
That corner again.
All run past Cade.
Oh, my gosh.
And Cade doesn't see anything. Wow. So now, both teams have no idea. Look at this. At some point, does Enigma 6 say, something's fishy here?
Yeah, they're just not seeing any sort of information. They must be thinking they're just waiting at spawn at this point, but Royalty in a pretty quality spot. He gets caught out by Zed. As he gets over to the bomb site, there is one player to contest, and a huge gunfight one from Proto. Should get the second, but no. He gets off the bombs, and Zed turns and burns on him. 1 versus 2 now for Cade. Elevate might do it again.
Cade can't win it. Elevate!
Here they go.
Go on, lads!
Is this the first map they're going to win, Jack? I don't think so. I'm sorry.
Desire.
That was a good round, though.
Done. It was. It's like that corner is so good for Cade that it's almost too good because he can't even see if players are running past him. Like, he checked that backside, but unless they're in, like, one perfect frame at that moment, he will have no clue that a strategy like that just happened.
Zed must have had to do something crazy there, though, to put the bomb down while planning and still get the kill onto Proto.
Nuts.
Wow. That must have been a huge gunfight win.
Well, here we go, E6. You're up 5-4, now into round 10. First round of the game, I think, for Watson that he didn't get a kill. He's going to see a bunch flying over for E6, and yeah, look at the red arrows on the map. It's time to move.
Some nice shots from Watson, just keeping those players in as fast as possible. Over challenges, though. General gets the advantage, the height advantage overall. Reedy gets in and gets one, but the number advantage going to be over towards E6 as they get the plant down. Zed's got an SMG. It's going to be really tough to push with that weapon.
Royalty's got reactive. You've got Cade with cover behind the bomb. Slide comes in. One now dead. Royalty with the FTL jump cleans up the game. 6-4. E6 up 2-0. Elevate now 0-17.
Well, it was a little bit better.
It was.
Some quality strategies overall from Elevate on that one. Watson, though, a really dominant game. Finally, one player. There wasn't really one sort of standout from Elevate. They're all just kind of equally bad for the most part. Reedy had a couple of good respawns, but Watson on that one, wow. Lots of kills from him, a great camo play, some huge 1v1 diffuses, a bit of a weird S&D.
I like it. That's what Breakout's all about, baby. Yeah. We want to see more of it. Obviously, that was the first we saw of it this weekend. Either way, Elevate, you have one last shot to win a map, our second to last series of the weekend. It's E6 up 2-0. When we come back with this break, we'll conclude our best of 5.
difference between playing here and playing at other events, it just makes me feel like there's not many fans here, but there's still people that come out to support.
My favorite part about playing in the Pro League is it's much more relaxed.
The games are still intense, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to out of game, you know, it's just you and the pros, the MLG staff. You got the lounge up here, we could watch games and just talk, and it's a better environment for if you're just trying to relax.
It's a lot different because there's not such a big crowd and there's less games to play. I like the space between games.
Playing less matches mean more time to, prepare, and, that benefits us as a team.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the continued coverage of the CWL Global Pro League Stage 2 presented by PS4. We're in our final couple matches of the weekend. This one really doesn't mean too much in the grand scheme of things, just Enigma 6 looking to see if they can close out their weekend with another 3-0. Up next, though, is everything. It's FaZe going up against Ghost Gaming to see who will wind up taking those top 2 spots in the group. TP, that's what we're all looking forward to. We've had some fun here today, though.
Oh, definitely. E6 really putting their own fate in their own hands with getting that clutch win versus FaZe last night. They got the big win, the 3 over Ghost in the previous series. Just really looking really strong today. I didn't really know where to gauge them. They had a really solid placing at Anaheim, but now finally turning it around. I'm not sure what their problem was on day 1 and 2. A couple of players just falling a bit behind to the average, I guess. But today, man, they had their Wheaties.
8 maps in a row it would be if they take this one on uplink since they went down 0-2 to FaZe. If you haven't heard enough already, I'm just going to bring it up one more time. If Elevate lose this map, that will put them at 0-6 in series, 0-18 in maps this weekend. Something that I didn't actually think I would ever see, but it may just happen here in week 2 of stage 2.
I've been very harsh with these guys, obviously, as I feel like we should be. If you don't win a map here, you obviously qualified. You had the talent to make it here out of a pool of so many talented teams.
Yep.
And the fact that you aren't making a lot of these maps competitive is annoying to me. However, that last map, Watson wanted it. He played extremely well. They got 4 rounds on the board. Or was it 3?
4.
4 rounds on the board. The best S&D we've seen from them throughout this weekend. That's the type of stuff I want to see, making maps competitive as they very easily can.
Well, here we go. Game 3. Royalty with the Erad again, flying all around. As you expect an uplink, it's what he does best. As Elevate will be spawning from the top station side of the map. 2 dead from either team. General swings the numbers in his team's favor, and he's going to look for the 3rd just around this corner. Doesn't see Desire on the ground. Nice job from Desire to lower that sight line.
Cade getting very aggressive up towards his back alley. Going to be blocking some of these spawns. If he wins this gunfight, ooh, very heads-up play. Got the call out from his teammate Reedy. Picks up that kill, but now statue control going to be in the side of E6. There is one player in that top building ready to try and stop him, but that drone, there's no one to stop this orange tarp push. That should be an easy one. Doesn't drop in. A nice pick, though.
The pick, but here's the issue. The dunk to follow. One of those scenarios where it's better for the drone to just go on through. 2-0 now, the Enigma 6 lead. As again, they just continue to walk right through these teams they've faced in their last few matches.
Elevate with the drone down in their hands, taking this, trying to get that one off over towards that railing, but it doesn't even get the attempt off. Cade going to be trying to get that reset off. There is one player on him. Watson is there wreaking havoc in the base, but the drone is reset. Zed taking this drone up towards construction again, not deciding to go for the 1 because Watson's just slaying so hard to the base. Do they get the dunk, though? The drone does drop. Trades going down back and forth. Not sure how it's going to end.
See, Desire's got to win that, man.
No points. Yeah, you can't get pieced there.
I feel like that's always something we've seen with Elevate. It's like right there, that is their scoring opportunity. Desire's got a weak player in front of him. He's got a great opportunity for a kill, and he just doesn't secure it.
Oh, man, you just need to pick up those big-time kills when you're putting so much pressure on the base. But regardless, E6 doing a great job of rotating this drone out of that sort of vulnerable position of the middle of the map towards construction. It seems like the last player alive always has that drone in hand, ready to make the appropriate play. As this does reset, Elevate slaying just fine in this one. Reedy starting off 8-4, which is really quality. Watson having another good game, it seems, with Cade just trying to get this drone out. He gets the 1 off. Does it get over? Oh, nope. Not quite bouncing in. Another reset coming in. See, why? That's the type of play that doesn't make sense to me either. Why reset it? You have complete control of your base. You can just run the drone up. Luckily, it does work out for him, so it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme, but it's little plays like that that can really make the change. 2 teammates taken out. The 1 does go off, but picked off by E6.
I think the 6 have been exceptional.
Very good. Almost as good as LG is, in my opinion. Multiple players always ready to get those picks off at the time. It's just great defense from them. But
the best uplink teams that we're starting to see separate others is, 1, knowing obviously when it's time to push or when it's time to slay. That's the base, right? That's immediately where you start to see teams be better than others. 2nd are the different 1-point plays, knowing some interesting spots you can hit, being consistent, everyone on the team getting involved in 1-pointers, just building whatever lead they can, not trying to force 2s. The next, you've got to make an argument now for players in interceptions because we've seen those swing games.
Yeah.
And then the final now for me, which has been some of the biggest difference makers, has been when there's that guaranteed score with camo, teams that have started to body block the portals. That's like the most heightened part of the skill
It's like
gap.
the levels of it.
Yep.
It's a good point.
And teams that have now begun to body block those portals, even if you save that one dunk, again, that now removes camo as one of those insane game-changing things towards the end of the map.
Yeah, it's very impressive too. Over the course of this game, teams have gotten so good at calling out and killing the camo player, especially when they're running that drone. It's been impressive to see sort of the difference between a lot of these teams of which ones have improved throughout the past, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 months of this game, and the ones that just have kind of stayed the same.
Here's one of the biggest spawn traps in competitive Call of Duty. They have the setup they want. They get them in back gas alley. You have Cade playing this close corner. There's their opportunity to exit. 3 now dead again. Proto gonna re-challenge. He's got help from Royalty. They actually force a spawn out, one at bottom construction, that is one of the most rare spawns I've seen. Typically, the backup spawn is where 2 just popped up, which Reedy at Statue.
So that's actually a mistake from E6. The setup is way too spread out. They're watching the gas and inside of the alley, forcing that spawn out over towards Statue. Watson loves that spawn, picks up a 3-piece as they get drone back in their favor, but they keep getting all these kills and not getting any sort of points off of it. Again, you get pieced. You can't. You have more people there. How does you let one guy get away with his life, pick up multiple players? That should be, it should have at least 3 or 4 points in this one, Jeff.
And look at Enigma 6. They just want to add insult to injury. They're going for any potential 1-point play they can get. Thankfully, Zed is there to shut the door. E6 up 7-0, now 5 minutes away from another 3-0.
Really could have got a lot worse if they didn't really block those spawns too much. Forcing the spawn out towards Statue could really easily be, I don't know, maybe 12-0 at this point.
Yeah.
Elevate, you know, even when they are picking up the initial kills, that is step 1 of Call of Duty in any sort of game type you're playing. You pick up waves of kills, and then they just make really bad decisions. They take too much time getting the drone to where it needs to be at. They reset it at odd times where they have control. Just don't really use their lanes correctly.
Now, if you're E6 here, as we'll just let this game play on out, and you look at today, you know, no matter what happens, but no matter what's the outcome in the final series, I think you've kind of done what you needed to do in your last 3 matches, right? The phase 1, you reverse sweep, you 3-0 the team atop the group today, and you wind up 3-0ing your final match. Yes, your weekend started slow, but you improved along in really all 3 game modes for me.
Yeah.
You've gotten better and better at communicating. You bounced back from a frustrating moment with that uplink with the controller issue with Mox. I think even if you don't want to make it in, there's a promise for this team when heading in towards the CWL Championship.
Couldn't ask for anything better, just winning the last 9 maps possible throughout a weekend, throughout a tournament. You know, that's all you can do. Whatever happens, happens at that point. Yeah, you can think back to the first couple of days, the first series of the tournament, and say, oh, we should have done this, should have done that. But when you see improvement, that's just the main thing you want to ask for in any sort of competitive environment like this. All these teams are so darn good. It's impressive from them.
Royalty trying to use that drone as a weapon. Fortunately, doesn't work out for him there.
That was sick.
Oh my gosh, if he got that second kill, I would have just actually asked if we can end the game. 3.5 minutes left. Still 8-0, 4-possession game. Reedy and crew really, they've only gotten close once, and that was a 1-point throw that was intercepted.
Proto almost pulls off another play there in the last series on that Frost. You saw him get the first beat down, chuck the drone to another player, kill him, get the point off. Proto's so good with the drone picking up frags.
There's 9-0, and they have control of the base too. The overextension now from Elevate. This should be another dunk. Folks, you're seeing this correctly. Elevate have now commandeered the base of E6 with no drone to show for it.
Royalty just sort of hanging out in the middle of the map. Royalty's going to end up with probably the highest KD ever in a Call of Duty series, 25 and 15 in this one. The hard point, he was almost triple positive. A 1-point attempt going off. Does it drop in? Nope. Missed throw. FTL coming in from Elevate. They do get the drone back in their hands. The dunk coming in. There's points on the board. A nice FTL play.
It's all part of the strategy, baby. Botch the 1-point play. Go for the dunk right after. They now have the spawn trap. And, you know, if this was a closer game, you'd say, wow, here comes a big swing. You know, here comes the opportunity to retake the lead. Unfortunately, down 11-0. Okay. Even with the setup you want, still now a 4-possession game.
It's good to see at least showing some sort of things. Okay. That grenade was not. Come on, man. I was going to make a good point giving them props, and I see this guy bank a grenade.
That was just funny. That was we got to laugh at that one. As a few do go down. Royalty still. The guy just always, like, look at... Oh, okay, if he was able to get behind cover and make something happen, that would have actually been insane too. 1 minute and 50 seconds left. The hopes and dreams of a map victory seem to be going away for Elevate in this group.
Nice trades going down in the middle of the map there. Statue control seems to be in the side of Elevate in this one, and they got a bit of a trap. They have plenty of time to do it again. A couple of kills. Reedy needs to go on this flank now as they move this drone forward towards this orange tarp. Player spotted. Watson's shot just looking so darn good today. Reedy slaying quite well. A Duncan coming in. Nope, falls in for one. A bit unfortunate though, but they should have this spawn trap set up. Oh, Watson almost able to pick up, a 5-6 streak there on that one. The rest of his team though, none of them got a kill in that sequence when you're spawn trapping.
Oh my, that right there is Royalty. That's Royalty who gets those 3 kills outside station. Guns the first at the portal, gets a second kill onto Watson, and then just turns onto Desire and makes him look like he has no clue what's going on. It's time for another dunk. 3-6 now. 13-5. Royalty 33 and 19. 2 points on the board.
Oh,
I'm done. I'm done. He used reactive there, but I'm done.
The guy's sensitivity is absolutely insane. Gets caught out by Zed there. Another 1-point attempt going in. 14-5 now. This one's over. And Elevate, it's just zero. Just nothing.
You've been involved for competitive Call of Duty for years. This team just came to this weekend and went 0-18. Have you ever seen or heard of anything like that in your time?
I'm trying to think back. I'm sure.
I mean, 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that was.
At Anaheim was bad last year.
Yeah, I don't think they won some maps though.
Did they? Pulse did bad too.
It's got to be one of the worst, to be honest with you, Jack. It's just hasn't been very competitive. Regardless though, E6 finished with 9 map wins in a row to end the weekend. Very dominant stuff from them.
GG's, E6. You've done your job to this point. Now it all goes in the hands of FaZe and Ghost, as they now have their final series today. Fist bumps all around. And it seems the nightmare is now over of a weekend for the side of Elevate.
Just tough. Yep. Very, very tough. I don't even know where you really go from that. I would try and say it was good practice for them, but it really wasn't at times. And just to get serious for a moment, they really need to have a long talk about things, switch things up. It seemed like today Watson was the only one that had any sort of beneficial gameplay going on. Reedy had a decent map 3 there, but man, just a mess overall for him for the weekend.
They've got a lot to think about moving forward, but they still have champs on the horizon. Either way, that will do it for our second to last series. Benson and the boys, have some fun.
Thank you very much, Jack. Thank you, TP. I think Jack kind of summed that up best. A nightmare of a weekend. In actual fact, I think that's probably even worse than a nightmare. And I think even in your worst dreams imaginable, you would think that you wouldn't win a single map during your group stage. But 0-18, Matt, I never thought I'd see the day that Jack's meme was beaten, but we have today.
It's just really poor. I mean, you put in a lot of time, right, to come here and, you know, put together a good effort, and you don't walk away with the game. You know, it's got to be devastating for them. Obviously, you know, this is a team that, you know, we've seen success from some of their guys before, but just looking at the sample size this weekend, it was not good. Not a lot of positives to take from it. They need to go home and they need to put in some serious work before we get the champs. They cannot come out and just kind of do this again.
Yeah, especially biggest tournament of the year, of course. Momo, it was a struggle.
Yeah, that's the problem is for these guys now, and you can kind of see it on Reedy's face there, and like his head in his hands. I have confidence in the fact that if these guys split up, you know, I know they can't right now, but if they split up, they recreate a team, you know, I don't know, they could do a lot better than that. You know, I'm not saying they win, not saying they come top 2, but 0-18 is unacceptable. The problem is they're stuck with this roster and they've got to make the best out of I don't even want to say a bad situation. It's horrific at the moment. And they know that. They'll be the first to admit it. And I think the one thing that they just need to do, I don't even think it's game time. They just need to talk to each other. I think Teep said it before.
Teep said it, Joe said
they need to work out who is their MVP player. They need to work out who's that aggressive SMG with Zed. I want them to do so.
Figure it out. Gotta be an adult.
It's still like even in your wildest imagination, like you knew, like let's say if you knew you were out like manned or you know you were outskilled coming in, a map,
an SMG,
like a map
an S&D.
Like, we're not even talking about a series. Like, map.
Yeah, the one thing I would love to know is, did they watch back E6's SD at Anaheim? Did they watch back some of FaZe's gameplay, or did they do anything beforehand? If they did and it didn't work out, you know, if they put an effort in, great. If they haven't, I feel like that's what you got to work with when you're right. You know, the lesser team. You've got to have the knowledge. You know, not everyone. I'll put my hands up. I was definitely the most skilled individual player, but the one thing I always tried to do was outsmart someone. You know, think more, work harder, right. be the harder worker in the room.
Phil, you were talented.
You were talented, Phil. You were good. You were good at video games, Phil.
I wasn't 0 and 18.
All right, so.
Phil, you were on 4 Kings.
That's true.
And when I went to Europe, I made you into my princess.
Got him, Joe. Got him, Joe. Get out of my Phil. I would love to defend you, but he really did.
I got to the winner bracket final to lose to him at least. Like,
at least you lost in style and dignity.
I was probably cheated.
I would love to sit here and kind of break down that series, but there's not really any point. We've really explained what Elevate needs to do better, and for Enigma 6, it was just a good gameplay all around in every single map. They come out and they get the 3-0 as expected. But that leads to the bigger question, and there's been a lot of confusion, a lot of people confused about, all right, who's through, who stands where? So we'll break it down, and we'll start, of course, just explaining the final game of the day, Ghost versus FaZe. What are all the scenarios that could potentially happen? Now, if Ghost win, they will go through. It is as simple as that. Any Ghost win, Ghost will qualify, as will E6, of course, because E6 will be 4 and 2.
That'd be nuts.
FaZe will be 3 and 3. So any Ghost win, that's all they need. Now, on the flip side, let's say FaZe, they get a 3-0 victory over Ghost. That means you will see FaZe and E6 qualify, which, Merc, that would have put Ghost 0 and 6 on the day. I mean, I don't think many people would have expected that.
I mean, it's a tough day. It is
a tough day, but
yeah, I mean,
how well they played.
I mean, I can see them losing both series today, but 0-6, probably nobody would have predicted that, especially just how good their search and destroy has looked in their uplink. Their hardpoint has been at times shaky, but yeah, 0-6, that's pretty tough.
Pretty tough. Yeah. Very tough. Now, let's say if FaZe get a 3-1 result over Ghost Gaming, the outcome, of course, would actually be exactly the same. FaZe and E6 would still qualify. So, of course, you're sat there at home thinking, all right, well, what happens if it is a 3-2? And that was, as Matt kind of said earlier on in the day, just to reiterate, if they're able to take 2 maps, they will qualify. It would be FaZe and Ghost in the result of a FaZe 3-2 victory.
I tell you what, if I'm E6, I feel pretty good. I mean, look at this last match, and obviously FaZe, they're going to come out with a ton to play for. I mean, they do not want in their first event with Gunless on this roster to not qualify for playoffs. Like, that would be brutal for this squad. I think FaZe is going to come out with a lot of momentum, and it's a momentum-based game. I mean, we saw Spiral. We saw Spiral one way for Elevate, right, where it goes kind of down south. It's like, look at E6. You know, they took it the complete opposite direction. They rally off 9 straight maps to end their weekend.
And I'm just thinking, too, looking at the maps, Throwback Hardpoint, that's a tough one for Ghost Gaming, especially the talent that's on FaZe. Then you have a Breakout S&D. I can see that going towards the Ghost way, but then a Precinct uplink as well. I just feel like FaZe is really strong at those respawns. So it's going to be a tough series, a very tough series for Ghost Gaming.
Definitely is going to be tough, but it seems, we do have a little bit of time before that final series of the day gets underway. I have to ask you, Matt, I'm going to start with you. What 2 teams do you see qualifying for playoffs?
The pressure's on, Matt. Think. I'm going to say FaZe takes the series 3-1.
So your FaZe wins 3-1.
Yes. So that would be FaZe and E6.
E6 would qualify for the playoffs.
Which like disheartens me is I like the 3 teams that we have in this group are all so talented.
Yeah.
Like that you could say like any of these teams go to playoffs. Like, they're definitely going to make an impact at that event.
I think we're going to say that. I think we're going to say that about the next 2 weeks, though. Like, honestly, there's just a lot of solid teams right now.
Let's not forget the first time that these 2 teams played each other, Ghost did win 3-1. The only map they dropped was a Throwback Search and Destroy, which was a 6-4 victory for FaZe. With that kind of refreshing your memory, you're still going to.
Here's the thing. I mean, I think the difference between the Ghosts then and I guess what we've seen today, or at least like kind of what we think could potentially happen is they were winning those respawns. I mean, they win what, all 3 respawns against FaZe?
Is there any chance they win all 3 respawns here? I mean, there's a chance, right?
Yeah,
but
I just
but
don't see it
would you put the
happening.
percentages high?
No, I think FaZe is just getting better and better, and I think the fire of FaZe is it's just going to be much, much more higher. I think you're going to hear Enable talking the entire time. That's when you know. If you've ever watched FaZe before at a LAN event, you'll hear Enable the entire time talking for all 3 players. Like, he just goes into a next level communicator, so you'll definitely listen to Enable.
With that said, what 2 teams, Merc, do you see qualifying for playoffs for this final game?
I think FaZe and E6.
FaZe and E6 qualify? You think a similar scoreline, 3-0, 3-1?
I think so.
You think so, Momo?
I've got to go 3-1. I think
3-1.
Yeah, the same.
FaZe?
I think FaZe and E6 qualify. It's horrible to think.
I'm nervous. I've got to ask the question though, Joe. Was it ever in your career where you were in a position similar to E6 where basically your fate was in another team's hand? I mean, what's that like as a player?
I mean, you just sit back. I mean, of course, I'm sure. I don't really remember all the tournaments, though, especially with pool play. You just sort of sit back and watch. I mean, it's just what happens. The good thing is, again, they took care of business. They won the last 9 maps, right? With a reverse sweep over FaZe. Finally, they stepped up big time. I think this is the E6 we were expecting coming into this weekend, but yeah, but I honestly feel like the scenarios kind of play out into their favor. Like, I don't think they're that bad. Like, if Ghost wins, they're in. And FaZe,
there's only one outcome.
Yeah,
only one outcome.
Yeah,
there's only one possible
game
result.
5, right?
They put themselves in a great spot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's not even just avoid the game. Actually, yeah, they would completely avoid that
as long
game
as it
5.
goes.
That one outcome. So pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Of course, we did have score streak in that last matchup, and I'm sure you guys voted pretty heavily in favor of Enigma 6 in any of those questions. But this is what we asked: how many points will Elevate score in Game 1? 31% of you got this correct. 0 to 100, they scored 68 points.
Not gonna lie,
I feel like that's 3 points.
That's a pretty easy one to grab. I'm surprised only 31% of the people took that.
I mean, they've had a couple of decent hardpoint performances.
Yeah, yes, you had like a 190 game, a 200.
225, I think, yeah, and then they had
the
an
rest
87
of them, like
and a 74.
75, 80.
Yeah, so pretty struggle bus on that one, that's for sure. In terms of question number 2, though, we asked, will any player finish with 10 kills in Game 2? And the result, 81% of you guys got it correct with the yes vote.
I bet they didn't think it'd be Watson. I bet they didn't think that. I tell you what, I was getting excited for a second. I was like, Elevate, they can do it here. I was getting a little bit hot, and then no.
Yeah, he did have a very, very good search and destroy. It is worth mentioning.
He was carrying him, absolutely.
Definitely did play well. We'll take a look at what we asked in question 3, though. That was how many total points will be scored in the first half? You had an option of less than 7 or more than 7, and 79% went with B, 7 points or more.
This one could have went either way. I feel like you were just kind of banking on E6 to get off to a great start.
People are smart, Ben. They're evolving. We need to have better questions, more ridiculous things.
Harder questions. That's what we need.
People are evolving. They are. They are.
So much COD. People are just getting smart.
He's not wrong. We'll take a look at our leaderboard now for our score streak prediction game. At the top, it's a 9 streak. Punisher, the COD Mohammed. Nicely done there. 8, of course, in second place. You still have a chance of extending that lead, though. As we said, we still do have one more series to be played, but you can play the score streak prediction game exclusively at mlg.tv/COD, where you have the enhanced viewing experience, up-to-date event statistics, featured player POV, score streak prediction game, of course, and that source quality. But we still have one final game to be played here at Day 3 of Week 2 of Stage 2 of the Call of Duty Global Pro League, presented by PlayStation 4. Any Ghost win means they will qualify with E6 for the Stage 2 playoffs. A Phase 3-0 or 3-1 will be FaZe and E6 going through. It all comes down to this.
Ghost was a new team in Anaheim. They came out and surprised us. They were playing really well, came out with the fire. They ended up first in the pool that we were in, so they're definitely a good team. Can't take them lightly.
We played FaZe at Anaheim and we were able to take them out. What that did for our team going into this event and sticking to that game plan, and even with the addition of Gunless, is just trying to shut down their key players like Enable. If you get him having a bad game, it really causes them to get flustered, and then it affects like a snowball effect.
I know Mike personally. I'm really good friends with Mike, so I know how bad he wants it, and I could kind of see that transforming into his team. Like, you could tell that they all really, really want it, and that's what it comes down to. When people really want it and really want to play and really want to win, if they put in the work, it's going to show.
They're going to be a lot different now. I think they'll be a lot tougher than they were at Anaheim. The top 16 is not what they should have placed. We're confident in our search and destroy versus them. It's all about just taking a respawn off them.
It's kind of still baffling to me that that whole happened. Like 2 weeks of practice, they went in, just kind of destroyed everyone, and then it was like nothing.
With the addition of Gunless, what he does for the new FaZe lineup, I think that he has the ability to have some insane games where he's just getting streaky and getting hot.
Gunless is faster paced. Clay's more of a slower paced player. Gunless is going to bring consistent slaying power as well as speed. That's going to put a lot more pressure on us.
That's probably the thing that helps them the most, is that the fact that nobody knows what they're going to do. Nobody knows their breakoffs, S&Ds, stuff like that. They're a brand new team.
Up next on the main stage here at the CWL Global Pro League, it is the final game of Week 2, and what a game it is. There is so much on the line, potentials for all sorts of different outcomes coming in, and this is, to be honest, what we absolutely love about Call of Duty Esports. This is really the best part of the format. It really does mean this final game means absolutely everything. Now, Teep, I got these guys' predictions before. I am curious to know your outcome of this FaZe Ghost matchup. Obviously, you know all the outcomes potentially.
Right.
How do you see this game going down?
It's really tough to call. I think this FaZe team, compared to their first matchup when they played on day one, completely different. They've evolved their sort of style of play, found their identity in a sense. So I think I'm going to take FaZe in a really close series. Ghost obviously knows how much is on the line in this series as well. 3-2 FaZe.
3-2 FaZe.
Seems a bad guy.
3-2 FaZe. That's that one possible outcome E6 would not go through. Teep, he's playing the odds. He definitely is. I mean, here's a look at our map set. Merc, I want to get your expert opinion here. Does this map change your original prediction of 3-1 FaZe?
No. I'm going to be honest. And the thing that really surprises me as well is that Breakout. While Ghost have been an excellent Breakout team, there's not a lot on FaZe to study from. And I feel like Breakout is that one map where FaZe could just sort of throw some stuff together and catch Ghost off guard. And I feel like Ghost, this might be that one map they haven't put too much time into. So I feel like Ghost sort of loses their S&D advantage in Breakout. So I can even potentially see a 3-0.
That's a good point.
I'm looking at them maps, Ben. Yeah. I'm looking at them maps, and I just said 3-1. The only thing is that fourth map, Scorch.
You're changing it.
You're changing it. I'm literally in the middle of these two. I'm sticking with 3-1.
All right, you're sticking with it.
I don't know.
Again, to reiterate one final time, any Ghost win would see Ghost and E6 qualify. A FaZe 3-0 or 3-1 would, of course, see FaZe and E6 go through. A 3-2 FaZe victory sees FaZe and Ghost qualify for the Stage 2 playoffs. There is so much on the line here at the final game here of Week 2, and I believe it's about to get underway, so we can send it down to our fantastic casters for the series. It's Maven and Mr. X.
This is all you can ask for as fans and as casters for it to come down to the final match of Day 3. You ready, buddy?
It's definitely not what Ghost wanted.
No.
They started off phenomenal, 4-0. They get swept this morning, and it's really just kind of the resurgence of Enigma 6 that has really forced this scenario.
Well, I think after day one, you and I were kind of talking about, it's like, we didn't talk about E6 that much just because FaZe looked so strong to close the day after day one, and you saw Ghost look so strong. It kind of seemed like those two were the clear favorites. And now, I mean, basically the key series of the entire weekend, without question, the reverse sweep you saw from Enigma 6 over FaZe, that's what's put us in this position.
That doesn't happen. This is a much different day, this final one, but it's going to be a huge match. So we jump on board with Ghost Gaming. All the kills go in their favor to start it off. And FaZe, now they do play their first match of the day, so they've been sitting around, just warming up for a while. May take a little bit
to kind of catch their bearings, which could be great for Ghost Gaming because they just need to win 2 games. They take 2 maps, regardless of what happens at the end, they're good.
Well, the Swarm of FaZe coming over the top as they'll take control of our train platform hardpoint. The spawns for the next one, which will be going to Barn, right now controlled by Ghost Gaming. It'll be on FaZe to try and fight through while still retaining control of mid-map. So far, doing a good job racking up time. That's 3 in there right now. Look at the number 6 on the minimap. That's going to be Zuma pushing through, trying to flip the spawns. Look at the split. Look at the good timing he gets. One comes in, that's Llama God. I guess the timing could have been better, but he spawns the rest out. The question is, does he think he spawned out everybody?
He did, because he sees everybody coming topside, so they're just assuming that is everybody. That is probably the call that he gives out. Zuma is going to fall. A nice kill there by Llama onto Enable. And it's Ghost Gaming able to take the hill of a wall. Not yet. It's going to be attached with 2, but it's Ghost Gaming controlling the spawns now.
Attached, though, goes big, but just not enough. That literally comes down to, what, a half-second difference between Zuma kind of hitting back to that spawn. You can see the split that came in, and Llama God doing a good job taking advantage of it, and the reason that Ghost Gaming is going to rack up some time.
It was the right play by Zuma.
Oh, yeah, no.
Fault him.
I'm just saying, if he could have got there like a split second earlier. But no, he absolutely did the right thing, 100%.
Yeah. As the first one there, you want to get the furthest cut. He goes all the way to the top side, sees the players of Ghost Gaming, just does not spot Llama in the back. And Zuma pushing forward. Don't really love that, where he's got no teammates there in a position to trade it out. Everybody coming from the top side. Probably need to slow down a little bit there, but it's going to be 2 kills for FaZe, make it 3 as they break the hard point, only 5 seconds left. They take the lead back, but we'll go over to Bike Path where Lacefield's in a nice position.
Yeah, this is a map where you'll see teams kind of push and push and push, even to scrap time, right? We know how back and forth and scrappy a map like Throwback can be. And Bike Path, not one you really need to be set up prematurely for, right? You know how back and forth and how much of this actually ends up contested at most times. I mean, it's got to be the hard point that you likely have to spend the most time with it actually being contested. That's part of the reason why this is the only map I feel like we've seen kind of go to a time limit a couple of times.
And I feel like it's a hill that we see a lot of teams break rather easily. Like when you're not there first, you're able to get control of the other team's sidewalk and come down and break. And see FaZe, some nice teamwork, nice pinch there. As Gunless coming from sidewalk is able to pick up 2. And now they control Bike Path. And I think in this series, I think this is really where Gunless can make his mark. We've seen him have monster games before in the grand finals of multiple tournaments. He can come up big here for FaZe Clan.
And Search, I think, is where they're going to need him most, man. He's been spectacular. I mean, I know the whole team has been solid, but they really need him to have a big performance. Right now, the guy really going off is Attach, man. 11-5 on a 4 streak now. Enable, his buddy with the NV4 looking over him. Gunless finding kills as well, as this has been completely locked down now at baseball field for FaZe Clan. Attach almost catching a nade there, but just gets a piece of it, able to get away with his life.
And he's going to play towards these streaks, and he's going to pre-fire over towards Bowling. Knows there's players coming from the other side. Just trying to stay alive as long as possible here. He's going to earn the Scarab. Quickly backs down. Doesn't need the challenge straight away. He's got Zuma coming through the middle. Zuma picks up 1. This will allow Attach. See, he thought about just pushing that right away. Smart play here from Attach. Still playing for those streaks. They don't need a lot of this time here towards the end.
And he's getting the streaks. There you go. The time of the hard point as well. And 8 in a row. 15-6 is Attach. Fantastic stuff, and he's got a lot of streaks to work with in what has been a close game thus far.
And it's odd to see Attach play his best without Clay, because those 2 guys have been tied together the longest out of everybody on that FaZe team. So, you know, Attach, I actually thought it was either between Attach and Clay who would kind of be gone from this team. You know, Attach stays on the roster, and he showed up in a big way thus far this weekend.
Yeah, he's been very, very good this weekend. I think him and Enable have been the 2 shining stars for me from FaZe for sure. He's still sitting at double positive, doing an excellent job. Their lead right around 20 points right now. Back to Attach. You see he still has the streaks to work with. Already a hell of a way to Centurion, which could play a role at a later hard point.
And he's just playing so fast and aggressive. So I feel like it's the Attach we've always kind of wanted to see on this game. I feel like, you know, Zuma never really had that buddy to play kind of fast in the opponent's face. And now that Attach is kind of really committed to that role, you have Gunless who can do just about anything. Enable firing, you know, pretty well with the NV4. It's a pretty scary FaZe Clan team once they figure everything out.
I feel like you have to just think they're going to get better and better too, as the year goes on. But now,
this is a team that should come back and practice again.
Oh yeah, yeah. They need to. Weeks 4, he'll come here for the playoff as well. Just get Well, assuming you qualify for
You'd want to qualify first.
And even if you don't, we talked about earlier, you should be here. There's such ample scrim time before COD champs, but it is going to be Ghost Gaming trying to break through. Lamagod does find one. Mox as well in the backside, but still a duel of players from FaZe Clan set up inside a barn. Mox now going to push in for the pinch. Not able to win the first one. That's none other than Attach getting the better of him.
In Ghost Gaming, they play for the spawns there. You know, Mox does a nice job in the back, but it kind of means nothing when they lose all the gunfights on the opposite side of the hardpoint. I mean, when you lose all the gunfights coming through the front, you're not going to kind of hold that player advantage. It's going to spawn the other team out. So then you have Mox just kind of lingering around the back for a little bit. He's not able to do anything. With 10 seconds left, you'll see Ghost Gaming break in towards the hill, but FaZe Clan, they have a nice lead. They have streaks. They're definitely in a prime position to take game number 1.
Well, Zuma actually, by winning that gunfight there, gives them an opportunity to push, and that's huge because the rest of your team's mid-map and pushing from bowling, and by him winning that, it allows it to collapse. He wins both gunfights, and now you're going to rack up some sweet time here for FaZe, but 2 will fall, so the pressure now going to come in on Attach. It looked to be a pretty good setup for FaZe, but it gets broken nearly instantly.
But 35 seconds left on it for Ghost Gaming. I feel like Ghost Gaming needs to commit to hold a lot of this hill. See one streak being burned here by Attach. Not really too sure.
He actually got 3 and a headshot there with the Trinity.
Well, you like obviously picking up the players, but now it's going to be Ghost Gaming just coming back to contest. They hold on to the spawn, so that's a pretty good burn of a streak there if you're Ghost Gaming. You're not too upset about that.
Yeah, I'd be curious to hear why you want to use it on a hard point like this, because like you said, it's so easily contested. Until somebody either makes a mistake and flips spawn or gives a split spawn, you can contest so easily. Just get on the opposite side of the wall, hop around. We see it all the time.
They got nothing for the Trinity.
Yep, you get nothing, and you know he had the bombardment last night, which did nothing for them on a retaliation. Still have that to work with though, and you're enjoying a 37-point lead right now. We'll watch Lamagod. Now the bombardment comes in there. So he got 6 kills total with the streaks, though. If you're talking just about finding kills,
that bombardment much more successful. Yeah. He's able to wipe 3 players off the map. It's quite rare. I feel like every time we've seen a bombardment be used, like maybe it gets 1. But it's pretty easy to dodge, but Ghost Gaming comes right back and takes the hard point.
So you get 6 kills from the streaks, but how much objective time does that actually turn into? 10 seconds?
Hardly any.
If that?
If that, yeah.
Well, interesting so far. I mean, it's hard to blame the streaks when you find so many kills with them. It's more the kills after the streaks that are not coming through right now for FaZe Clan. But it's been Ghost not really able to get back in this one. Or not get back in it, but just kind of narrow this gap. Spacely right now really struggling. He's broke the 1-minute mark at the hard point, but he's 12 and 22. He's going to rely on a bit of a carry from Mox, and we know Mox has been able to do that with the NV4. They're going to need a really big performance from him, and he just finds 2 in a row.
It's 2 big kills there from Mox, who's out dueling Enable right now in terms of the players with the NV4 in their hand, and it'll be Ghost Gaming. 30 seconds left on this hill. They have control of the barn spawns. Attach trying to go down towards bike path. It's going to be bent by Mox all the way in the back. He's done a tremendous job holding down that power position. Things starting to go in Ghost Gaming's favor.
They're fighting back in at 20 seconds remaining now at your top train plat, but 3 kills go the way of FaZe, so this will be a few points here for them to extend this lead, get closer to that all-important 200-point mark. The question is, can they bury Ghost? Now look across the top right of your screen. You can see 3 payloads available. It's about to be everything available for either side. The FTL does come into play. Is able to jettison in and break through. Camo now being invested from Mox, finds 1 but ends up dropping. FaZe still holding, still have 2 payloads to work with, and Zuma just to kill off his.
Lamagod's gonna fall, so it will be FaZe in control of the hill. Enable's done an excellent job just staying alive inside this hard point on a 4 streak. If he gets those Trinities, it'd be huge, Maeve, and he's gonna fall 25 points short. So big kills there coming in for Ghost Gaming.
That's tough. It's not the easiest hard point to play 4 streaks when you've got everybody flooding in on you. You're kind of trapped in a corner there. But now Spacely used the Centurion. He knows how important getting these next 20 points are and keeping this in striking distance right now as we go down the stretch. Spacely holding the corner, tagging him up. You don't have a chance in this fight. How the hell does he win that? He's getting tagged by Centurion, hands over his face, and he still guns Spacely.
You can't lose that fight. If you're Spacely, that is a must-win gunfight in this type of match. He loses it, but Lacefield comes in, picks up a few kills.
Yeah, it doesn't end up being that big of a deal, but it's still...
That's a gunfight you need to win.
Yes, you should absolutely be winning that. All right, 218, 195, FaZe still in the lead. They've enjoyed it through pretty much the entire game here. Kills being traded back and forth. Lacefield trying to hold the edge. He does have reactive armor in his back pocket to go here. 200-point mark now hit by Ghost. This one definitely coming down to the wire. You'd love to have one of those streaks from Attach still, kind of in the back pocket. Enable fell 25 points off picking up some streaks. So this is going to be payload use and the clutch factor as we get towards the end of this game.
And I will say, Gunless still has active camo, so even if Ghost Gaming is able to get control of baseball in the back, you do have a very good chance to break if you're FaZe Clan. So not too worried. If you're a FaZe Clan fan right now, you're going to take the last 10 seconds or so here. You're going to be within 10 seconds of closing it out.
You gave up way too much time on bike path right now if you're Ghost. Way too much time. You allow FaZe to get to 238. They're only trailing by 12, and they're set up for bike path. So what do you have? Zuma, he's going to be using reactive armor. The push is not even here yet. We got a Lacefield. Lacefield's going to need to use his reactive. He gets one kill. Llama got one as well. He doesn't get to invest the reactive. Is he even getting another crack at this? He may. If Spacely can go clutch. One more in the back. He's won it. That was a weak enable, and now you're in 40 points remaining on Basefield. But here's the gunless camo you talked about earlier, Matt.
Needs to make a play with this camo. Kills going in favor of Ghost Gaming right now. Gunless needs to wait for teammates, knows the Scarab's out. It's a player to his left. It's going to be a big kill by Attach. Now the camo comes in.
He's in, one in the corner, hasn't cleaned up the kill yet. Reactive armor actually gets used there to try and hold him at bay. You saw Lacefield maintaining it there. Llama got last one with a chance, 249, just able to slip in. Can he somehow stay alive? The answer, no. FaZe take game one, 250 to 234, and the dream of the Stage 2 playoffs still alive and well for both sides.
At the end there, it was a good camo use by Gunless. He's able to get one. Lacefield burns the reactive armor there. Does not know where the players are coming from. Spacely gets in, picks up one kill, but not enough reinforcements off the spawn. FaZe was only like 2 or 3 points away from closing it out. They take game number one.
Got it. Every close game, it ends there at baseball field. And Basefield. Ends at baseball field. What I used to call
BioLink.
BioLink instead of BioLab uplink. Yes, I love to mix words together. But it is a 1-0 advantage now for FaZe. An all-important search and destroy is going to be coming up next. And God, I don't know. I guess what stood out to me the most is I was very surprised how much time FaZe actually got on bike path. We were talking earlier in the match, kind of setting that up. It's very frequently contested. You don't usually see a team get 40+ points there. It's just very, very rare that that happens, unless you have like a perfect hold and avoid split spawns. But they end up getting the final 20, 25 seconds there, and that's what kind of puts it out of reach. I think FaZe hit the 238 mark with that.
And Ghost Gaming doesn't even get the spawns for baseball. So they give all this time up to FaZe. They don't get the spawns to the next hard point. And you see what happens. I mean, they don't end up winning that game. It's just an odd play there towards the end. And I got to say, Ghost Gaming, a little bit of like what Elevate went through, right? Where it just started snowball, losing these games. The pressure is on these guys. So I actually think there's more pressure on Ghost Gaming than FaZe right now.
Which is crazy if you think about, if you rewind 2 days, right?
Right. Because Ghost Gaming, they come in today, they think they're great, 4-0. They get 3-0'd earlier in the day. And I think when he came in today, it's like, oh man, imagine they get 3-0 twice. Like that's like one of the only ways they would not make it. And they had to know that as well. And then you start losing these games to 3-0 to E6. You lose a game here. The pressure's mounting on these guys.
Pressure is huge, but a big part of why FaZe is enjoying that game one victory. It's your new captain, your leader, Enable. We had a chance to sit down and chat with him before the weekend. Let's take a look.
I don't feel any added pressure now that I'm stepping into the in-game leader, because I've been doing that a lot. It just hasn't been shown to the public, I would say. So I'm fairly comfortable with this role.
I think Enable fills a leadership role pretty well. Even when Clay was on the team, he didn't really have that much of a leadership role. A lot of people see him screaming on stage, and a lot of people call him our leader. But even when Clay was on the team, and he would even tell you himself that Enable was pretty much our leadership role even when he was on the team.
I'm a pretty outspoken player. I've kind of been a leader for most of the teams I've been on, so I think I'll be in a pretty good spot to do so.
Clayster would hype us up, like get the energy going a little bit, but Enable was definitely more so the in-game leader.
I think being around first-person shooters for as long as I have and having that experience really helps me because I can kind of tell my teammates who are still fairly newer, I guess, compared to me in the scene, how it is switching a teammate, kind of forming that new relationship so late into a game and really mixing up that team chemistry. So me having that experience, and I've been through it multiple times before in my career, I think that helps a lot for the newer guys.
We are back. Enable. They need a victory here. A lot of pressure on them, a lot of pressure on both sides, but it is interesting to hear. I think I saw some comments from Clay and some Twitch chats that beg to differ with the leadership role, but point being, Clayster is out. It is definitely Enable leading this team, and so far so good.
It'll be interesting to hear from Clay next week.
Yeah, it will.
Get his opinion on all the things that went down, but I think you know, going into Game 2, talking more about the series, I feel like this is where Gunless can be the biggest impact on this FaZe team.
Yep.
I feel like they were good in respawn. No, it was just up and down. They didn't have that one like killer search and destroy player. Like it was Zuma, but he's kind of been up and down. Gunless is that guy. I mean, in search and destroy, we've seen him in the biggest stages put up some insane stat lines. I think that's where he can really, you looked at Clay and him kind of verse each other. And, you know, obviously I think, you know, Gunless, you know, he's put himself in a very high caliber of players in this game. I feel like Clay is also up there, but not as consistent. Yeah. I feel like the one thing that Gunless is probably doing a little bit better right now than Clay is in search and destroy.
Tell you what, if you're Gunless, you don't drop 18 kills in a grand final against Optic Gaming unless you're a stud in search and destroy. But let's take a look at the strat by Mox you saw for just a moment. Back to Llama, who's peeking over mid-map, and it looks to be a slow push towards the B site, building for FaZe Clan.
Although we have seen in the past where Clay has just gone massive for FaZe in these games, and I think this is where you kind of learn how Enable is as an in-game leader, if he's going to be the one calling the shots. See how they do those mid-game adjustments.
The pressure building now. 50 seconds on the clock. Mox trying to reposition, so maybe he can get an angle here with the DMR thermal. And that's going to be terrifying when he starts popping that off if you're sitting inside a medical bay.
I mean, if you're FaZe, you have the bomb planted for you, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Smox gets one weak, spots the player behind the site, lands 2 shots. He's going to get one, but the damage is done as FaZe picks up 2 kills. It'll just be Lacefield and Mox going up against Zuma, Enable, and Attach. It's going to be Mox picking up another one, though. So Lacefield trying to get through. He's going to get all types of tagged up.
Oh, he's got to hit that shot there. You get away. I believe that was Attach, or sorry, Enable that was able to make a play. Now not enough time. If Lacefield slides in there, hits him as he's 1 bullet, you give yourself an opportunity, but just not able to keep up with the slide there from Enable.
He's got to hit those. I mean, those are hittable shots, though.
And you still may not win the round, but
I don't think
that should have been a kill.
I mean, even if he picks up that kill, Attach, I mean, Lacefield was pretty tagged up.
Yeah.
Attach has to put a few bullets in him. And he just jumps up, fires some bolts straight through the window. It's probably still a round that goes FaZe's favor.
Round 2. It'll be FaZe's turn on offense. We're taking a look at the defensive and offensive splits right now from either team. You see on offense, it's heavy pressure towards mid-map. Same can be said for the defense. It's going to be a battle here for both sides of control. Mox, nice shots to pick off Gunless. Find them that first blood. As Attach peaks, he falls as well. The tides have turned. Ghost 4v2 advantage.
This will be a round that Ghost Gaming wins. It's Enable here, the 1v3. It's not nowhere. Well, he knows the players haven't crossed, right? Because I mean, obviously you would have seen this player behind the tank cross all the way over towards A. So
does he realize they hit Spiral though? Well, now he does. Now
well, he had to have an idea that they went over towards B. But
I think he was literally trying to figure out where they actually planted, because the timing he got when he tucked into the corner, yeah, he has no idea. Because the timing they got when he tucked into the corner is right when they crossed up Spiral. That's why he was kind of hesitant. He was trying to figure out where the hell they went.
And I think if you don't see that guy kind of cross behind that tank, and you go and check it right away, you have to have an idea they've crossed over towards that B bomb site. But
and he was more, I think, just checking his corners as he was trying to get off the map as well. But I think, I don't know if he realized they all just pushed right through Spiral like that to get the bomb down, but it wouldn't matter. He's in 1v3. Good job just making sure you don't give any more points towards streaks or towards payloads. 4, Ghost Gaming. Just take your time. Make sure you safely get off the map.
Now it'll be FaZe back on offense, and you still have Mox with the DMR thermal in his hands. He's going to be able to watch the wall run here as you see Lacefield playing that close corner. So it'll be Mox who calls out any action over towards A, and then Lacefield will be able to slide in, challenge it.
Just watching patiently right now. You see everybody bunched up here outside of the A site. First gunfight I thought was surely going to Lacefield, but misses a couple bullets and not able to win it. Gunless, first blooded last round. He gets the 2 opening kills in this one. 3 opening kills. Mox by his lonesome with a DMR. See you later.
Yep. He'll go off the side. It'll be another round win for FaZe.
And that's why we
dominant offensive push.
That's why we talk about that Gunless can be a game changer then for Search. He goes in, just kills everything. I know he had help there. I know there were distractions, but the fact he just picks up 3 kills inside a shower, snaps back out for one, trying to escape back towards spawn.
I was surprised Lacefield didn't secure that first kill. I thought that was, I don't want to say like a gimme, but I mean.
I don't know if he like just hit the stick a little bit up or it was a little bit of recoil. I'm not sure, but he missed a couple bullets.
I think he got tagged up by another player from the side too.
Yeah. Here we go. 2-1 advantage now for FaZe. Ghost, desperately needing maps. They need this Search, man.
Yeah, just to clarify that Ghost Gaming needs 2 maps here. 2 maps,
at least, yeah.
And they will be good.
And I just think, I mean, the amount of pressure that you lost the game on hardpoint. You haven't been good there outside of retaliation. Search, though, is where you feel confident. You have to win this.
You'd say this is definitely a must-win map, especially going back to the respawn game modes where you've seen FaZe really excel with this new roster. We talked about Gunless a little bit, you know how good he is in big games in S&D. 4-2 in round 3. You have Mox right there with him, 4-2 as well.
The clock dwindling. 20 seconds now, and there's the plant. It's going to be a 4-man retake for FaZe Clan, a 4-man hold for Ghost. Lacefield inside. Shots a little bit shaky in the prior round. Can he connect now? They're just wrapping around through the U here in showers. Just trying to get an angle. Flooding the bomb site now is going to be FaZe Clan.
It's a lot of time going off the clock here. Now FaZe starting to make their push. Maybe a little bit too late, though. It is just Gunless alive here. And he's working on these streaks. So I don't think he's going to jump off the map.
Nope. He's going to see if he can pick off one that might try to push out and find the kill. But you can see right now they are stacked up on the bomb. It'll go off. And Gunless's streak will continue into our next round. But that was one. God, it took a lot of time to get the bomb planted. It took a lot of time for the retake to start. Some very slow play from teams that know how important this game 2 is.
And I think you take that trade, you play for these streaks on the Gunless. Believe he's 250 away from the Trinity, so
well, you have to. It's not like there was 45 seconds left. The bomb just got planted. He's trying to clutch a 1v2.
So let's stay on with Gunless. See what he's able to do this round. He knows he gets 1 player weak in the mid. Slides through. So Lace has played this corner every single time. I wonder if they have kind of called this out where they know exactly where he is. And they can bait him out into this site because he has gone there every single round on the defense.
And you've got 3 people now hitting for FaZe. Now remember, this doesn't count towards payload, but it will count towards the streak. So he'll only be 150 now off the Trinity. Lacefield's still in the corner. Not ready to pounce by himself. He's trying to wrap around, get a different angle here. Might have lined one up, some bullets in, but no one there to finish the kill. They actually are. Spacely, Mox, cleaning up everything, now enabled by himself. Beautiful stuff. Lacefield just got bullets into everybody. They collapsed perfectly. He got, what, 2, 3 assists during that?
And they kill Gunless. So Gunless obviously off of the streaks. I believe it's the first kill. Gunless slides out to go kill Lace. So they actually did a nice job FaZe there. They baited. They got Gunless into a position where he could have picked up that kill.
Well, for a second, I didn't think anyone had the angle to actually clean it up. And then right as I say that, they start pushing forward.
So Mox has been playing all the way in the back by cell block, and then they put Lace in the corner. So what they do is Lace just kind of slides around, and Mox will watch that backside of the door when the next player comes out, and they just baited Gunless out into that spot. Mox able to connect.
Mox been there. He's been there every single round.
They've had. I'm surprised they haven't just challenged them. Like go on the lower wall run and challenge them there.
Well, we saw the streaks. You come up a little bit short if you're Gunless. Spacely now actually only 200 off of a Trinity rocket. They're looking to hit B very fast here. They put pressure towards the back tank. They're not going to plant for that side and push through hangar. There's 3 in the back, though. Pushing through this is going to be very difficult. That nade right on 2 players. They're tagged up at half health. Zuma there to try and finish them off as a melee. The ERAD combination gets it done. Early advantage here for FaZe Clan. Spacely, only 100, though, off the Trinity Rockets as he did get the bomb plant, and there he's going to fall. So neither team able to get towards streaks when you're oh so close. And with the round win for FaZe, we're tied up at 3-3. This is a very back-and-forth search and destroy.
It's a nice defensive setup there from FaZe. They give up that bomb site, and unfortunate for them, it's Ghost Gaming trying to push all the way through, and then FaZe kind of captures them at that tank, and there's nowhere that Ghost can go.
Oh, exactly. Like, yeah. I don't know if Ghost did their research and maybe they thought only 1 player would be playing back tank, because we've seen how many rounds have we seen where there's one
Just
back tank,
guy.
then 3 try to hit Spiral or something like that. That time, unfortunately, you've got a 3-man stack by back hangar. So as soon as they planted for that side, it's like, okay, now where the hell are you going to go?
And then Ghost has 2 players stuck behind the tank. They both get naded. Zuma comes in. 2 really easy kills on players that are weak.
All right, let's see. Spacely was that mid-map. He's trying to get positioning. We'll see Llama God's POV. Backside of Medical Bay, just looking to see if any pressure. He just got eyes on 1, got eyes on 2, and he's backing it up. And now you see the rotation. How do they deal with it? It looks to be the same plan. They're going to do a 3-man stack here behind the tank. I'm guessing FaZe Clan, if they go for the plant, will plant for their side.
Well, FaZe was a little bit further back, so they were kind of like around this corner, but now you're putting Mox in this position with the sniper, trying to get some vision over on B, and it looks like FaZe is just kind of stacking up.
Well, they're planting the bomb now.
It looks like Gunless has got the bomb, yeah.
Question is, could Gunless get away with his life?
Scarab comes out, and he does get away with his life. So those shots on the Mox back him up a little bit. Ooh, and he gets a hit marker there with the sniper rifle, but so Lacefield able to take out Gunless on first blood here for Ghost Gaming.
Zuma finding 1 for FaZe quickly. It's going back and forth. Now Lacefield by himself. Going to have to clutch here just over 20 seconds. Peeks. He is gone. FaZe back-to-back rounds.
Those are such easy kills for Enable to get on Dozer. I mean, when you challenge him just blindly coming around the corner and you just have a Tatch here on this short corner, just watching the edge. I mean, Enable, those are 2 of the easiest kills he's going to get with the NV4. Players just going high off that wall run, going over towards Dozer. How many times do we see in Hardpoint where a guy's back cave and he picks up those players with ease? Anything of Octane with that 3-piece? Like, just an easy spot for an NV4 player to play. Enable makes it look easy picking up those kills.
It's crazy to think about the change of fortunes kind of we had. Like, if you're Ghost, you know, you're riding high off day 1 and 2. You're feeling so good for qualifying. FaZe, you lose that first series, so many question marks. I'm sure they're being ripped apart on Twitter. And what a change of fortunes we may have here on Sunday. Gunless, another first blood.
That's why you got him. Makes a big impact in all game modes in multiple ways.
And look, if you have Zuma playing like this too, if you get Zuma of old, who was so dominant in Search and Destroy, this team is real scary in maps 2 and 5.
I mean, it's not like Attach's been pretty poor in S&D as well in the past. He's usually been pretty good as well.
Yeah, he's had some of the craziest moments this year in Search and Destroy. But Spacely, now your bomb carrier. Checking outside. He obviously can't see the X-ray like we can. No, they're all stacked in the back of cell block and towards back hangar. Bomb now planted. 40 seconds to work with. As FaZe going to have to take the 4v3, and they should just be flying at him. You have the man advantage. Just, oh god, the timing may be the worst. Okay, I thought that player was pushing the edge for a second.
It's a good play though. Llama needs to get into this position. That close corner with the NV4, not ideal. And Zuma mid-map wins another gunfight here. There'll be a 2v4 scenario. Spacely's going to need to check the bomb. They take care of Llama God in the back, and they're going to converge on Spacely. There'll be another round win. Some big kills there from Zuma and Gunless as FaZe Clan goes within 1 round of going up 2-0 in this series.
And a couple times, man, we've seen Lacefield maybe in a position that he's going to get a kill, right? And just loses a gunfight. Even there, mid-map versus Zuma. He wins that one, it's 3v3, all of a sudden you have a chance. As he drops, you lose any kind of mid-map presence. Things just completely fall apart from there. You were already first-blooded, and it's just a snowball. But man, Zuma, when he's shooting like this, tough to beat.
Now, if we can go on with Ghost, I wanted to check if Mox is running. No, so he's going to be running the NV4. Goes away from the sniper rifle. in this round, but they're going to change up some positions. So they're not going to send Lace to the same corner again. They're going to stack a little bit more over towards that B site. Because they know that's where FaZe has been putting the pressure on, and FaZe just baiting them out.
Oh, no. Oh, he got some help. That actually ends up working out. I thought that was going to be very deadly for Lacefield, but I like this play call. How often do you see that push on defense up in the cave? Not very frequently.
If you're FaZe, you got to have another player there with Gunless, maybe in a position to trade that. If they do, I think that's probably 2 kills. I mean, you're looking at like probably like a 3v2 at minimum, but it's going to be attached. Taking out Lamagod, who's just standing still in the middle of the map. You can't get picked like that.
You absolutely cannot die. You have the man advantage.
Now it's basically on a lone flank.
Now it's gone. 2 players dying in, I don't say no man's land, but all by themselves. All 3 now dying that way.
There has been nobody in position to trade any of these kills out. They've just been so spread out from each other, and FaZe to stay together. How are they supposed to win this round playing like that?
Mox got that kill. He gets camo, and this becomes winnable. Is there a trophy to protect him there? Nope, but Flack will keep him up. Can he somehow just get 1 kill? The answer is no. FaZe now up 2-0. Ghost Gaming coming to the day 12-2 in total map count. They are now 0-5.
It's just that last round in S&D. I mean, you saw it. Just a push early. They go on a 1-man flank. Then they send another guy who's just standing still in the middle of the map. Then Spacely tries to push a flank. He dies. Then Lacefield tries to push the same flank alone. He dies. Leave Mox all alone in the back. It seems like a team that's starting to panic a little bit. There's a lot of panic, I think, setting in on the side of Ghost Gaming.
Patrick Price, I hate you. Pat tweeted yesterday he thought FaZe and E6 were coming out. He thought Ghost's going to fall apart a bit today. So far, that is holding true. They now have to win back-to-back maps. All the pressure on this uplink. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back to what could be our fourth 3-0 on Championship Sunday. Day 3 here of Stage 2, Week 2. In our G Fuel key player matchup, it's Gunless versus Mox. Both guys need to go big for their squads.
Mox has been fantastic in uplink to 1.17 KD with 14 total points. But Gunless with the active camos put a lot of points on the board, 18 to be exact for FaZe Clan. Also with a nice KD, the 1.05. Look to see him put some more points on the board if FaZe is going to close it out here.
Mox has to go huge here in uplink to keep their dreams alive. That'll do it for your G Fuel key player matchup.
Yeah, I feed off the emotion of being dropped. It's just, when you get dropped, you just feel like you have to bounce back, and it gives you a fire that you just never had before, and I feel like that fire is here. There's no bad feelings between myself and Cloud9. We're all just players just trying to, make the best of our positions, and we're just moving on from that point. Before S2 playoffs, we did a boot camp down in LA. We watched a lot of film, we scrimmed a lot, we talked out all our mistakes, and especially what helps us out in maps as well. And I just see so much progress made from Anaheim to now, and hopefully it just shows out at this event. About this roster that made us click so quickly is just, we're all players that want it. We're just gonna do anything we can to get it, playing at our own groove, making teams play at our momentum and our speed. It makes us play a lot better.
It's everybody's desire to win. We've all came from rosters that are teams that didn't want us, so I felt we were the 4 best players, the 4 most hungry players that just wanted to win.
I couldn't really explain it. For some reason, we just played with this team, practiced, and put the time in, and it just ended up working, so we're really glad that happened. Everyone has the mindset and the hunger that's needed to make the Global Pro League.
Ghost Gaming so far has been the best org I've been under. They've showed us like we're at home, They're taking it as serious as possible, and I feel really confident in my team to definitely pull off some upsets and be on top of this event and champs and even any other events to come. I'm just really confident in my team.
Welcome back, Lacefield. On a list of players, all 4 of them need to go huge. You have to take 2 maps in this series to get in a playoff. You're in a hole. This is kind of funny. So I do not try to mess with I guess the double round robin format, who's going to be in, who's going to be out, all the scenarios, because I always screw them up in my head. But
and you're lazy.
But last night, yeah, it's true. Last night, somebody tweeted me and said, "Oh, well, what if Ghosts go 0-6 and FaZe and Enigma 6 goes 6-0? Then that scenario could have blah blah blah." And I remember I said to one of the guys on the analysis desk, "There's no way. I mean, that'd be all 3 O's."
Yeah,
that's exactly what might happen.
I was up late last night. Like, there's a calculator on the Reddit, and I was like doing all these scenarios. I think I texted the group. I was like, I believe there's a way that Ghost doesn't make it in. I was like, it's highly unlikely. I was like, everyone would need a 3.
Well, they just needed 1 map earlier against Enigma 6, and we're not even. It's a much different story that we're painting. But
you got to feel for these guys. I mean, they've been on teams, that you heard in the video. They've kind of been the leftovers. They came together. They started out 4-0. They put in a ton of time, right, prepping for this. They're in a very, very difficult spot going up against a motivated and hot FaZe team here. They need to win 2 maps, and they're, next to it respawns. That's where they made their mark earlier in the weekend in the respawn game modes, but still, looks like a much different team.
Oh, the beatdown's coming in from Mox, and that's an early slam. 2-0 lead for Ghost. They needed that big time. Great start here, but it's terrifying. Think about it. You have Elevate, who enjoys 3 days of 0-6 map counts. You have that once for Ghost, and for all intents and purposes, you're getting the same result at the end of the weekend.
It just with one team going, obviously not winning a game, but not even winning maps, it just kind of skews everything, like in some kind of crazy perspective where.
Well, to be fair, if Elevate weren't here, it would not have affected anything.
It's true. It would not have affected much. They were just pretty much not here.
Yeah, if you're looking at stats and leaderboards, Elevate were not here this weekend. All right, but it is 3-0 lead for Ghost. It's basically winning some gunfights outside of Tarps, trying to line up another one. Drone will be in the hand of Mox as they're starting to push forward. Zuma sees the drone 5 on him. He's trying to locate this kill. Unfortunately, he's behind him. Zuma just looked kind of confused there. He's like, where did that drone just come from?
You know what side of the map it's spawning on? Like,
that just looked awkward.
It's like, hello, turn around. Another 2-point play for Ghost Gaming. So
This is the type of start you needed. Lace Lamagod on a 5 streak inside of the FaZe base. They have the drone pushing forward. He's going to spawn them out all the way by gas so they can get the drone up through that top area. Another 2-point play.
Wow. In 2 minutes, you are up 7-0, and it's just been an abysmal effort thus far from FaZe Clan. They've been trying to fight out of their spawn. They haven't picked up any kills outside of their half of the map. Finally, they're able to get pushed up and kind of set up. I mean, almost kind of restarting the map here, but you're already trailing by 7. Now you got 3 down again. Ghost Gaming completely taking control, teeing them up mid-street, but it's Zuma trying to close down the push, and Zuma does it all just outside of Cherry Blossom, picks up all 3. And how big are plays like that when you're the last man up? So all 3 of his teammates die. He's like, all right, pals, I got this.
He's able to pick up 3 kills. So he's still working down this Cherry Blossom construction side. Zuma starting to heat up on a 5 streak. This will most certainly be points. The pass will come forward to Zuma. He'll dunk it home. Now he's working on score streaks. So as good of a lead this was for Ghost Gaming, FaZe can easily erase this. I mean, you get another 2-point play on the board, and you get Zuma fully streaked out. Everything you did positive at the beginning for Ghost is pretty much gone.
Well, the secondary push will stop as Enable drops in front. Zuma, bullet or 2 away from finding the bombardment.
He never plays his life. Like, he never plays for the streaks. Like, he always just kind of goes out and challenges. Something me and Teep were talking about this morning. Like, you never see really Zuma go on like these long streaks just because he's always constantly challenging. It's like a gift and a curse, right? I mean, that's like what's so beautiful about his play style is that he plays that fast pace all the time, like relentless aggression. But in that type of situation, just play for the easy kill, get the bombardment.
I think it's just one of those situations like you get a 3-piece, you pick up a 2-piece, you feel like no one's able to gun with you, and you just keep holding forward, gunfight to gunfight, just trying to rally them together. But as Gunless picks up Mox off of the cat statue, Drone will be in a deadly position here if FaZe can pick up just a couple of kills and try to make a play forward. But as Attach falls, it'll slow things down for just a moment. I mean, outside of the opening 2 minutes, the next 2 have been predominantly controlled by FaZe, right? It's kind of been a tale of 2 halves. Just when Ghost had control, they're on the side that you can really lock down a spawn trap a lot more effectively.
If you're FaZe, the goal here in the last minute is to get another 2-point play on the board. If you can get it to within 3, you have the streaks going in the second half, you feel pretty good about your chances. Especially, you just get 1 good spawn trap in that back alley, and you're good to go.
And I think this is another one of those halves where I believe FaZe is outslaying by just a couple of kills. I mean, it's nothing significant, but it's really just comes down. They have outplayed them over the final 3 minutes. It was just those opening 2 minutes where Ghost comes in, punches him in the mouth, rallies so many points forward, and they've got a chance here to maybe tack on another, just trying to figure out the route he wants to take. Lacefield tagged up, fragged up. He's going to fall.
And with 10 seconds left, this looks like the score will be going into the half with 7-2 in favor of Ghost Gaming. Mox goes huge here in the first half, 19-11. If he doesn't keep up the strong play, though, watch what happens in this game, Clint. Because you got Lacefield, I believe, with only 6 kills, Space with 8, so those guys aren't really playing too great. If Mox really slows down, he's not picking up those kills at range with the NV4, this could get ugly.
I believe the precinct record for kills was set by Urban in Anaheim with 42, so Mox not far off that pace, having one of those kind of record-breaking starts. But that's going to be difficult for certain to keep up. I believe the other stat, I was talking to JP, there was actually a game in which Gunless and Silly both dropped 41 on this map and lost it. It's pretty crazy. We got 2 players that kill off the overall record. And they end up losing it. But look at this, 3 kills immediately for Ghost Gaming. No hesitation. Toss forward. Mox with the drone. Looking for it. Lines it up. It's away. It is not good, but they might be able to follow this up. Nice clear. That was Enable who gets forward, tosses it out, gets it back to mid-map. A bit of a throw from Ghost, and the fact they missed it, and a clutch play from Enable on defense.
You can't miss that throw. If you're Ghost Gaming, you get off to a fantastic start, pick up 3 kills mid-map. Nothing to show for it, but
it looked like he just tried to flick it too. It's not like he didn't take his time, line it up. It
just kind of chucked it.
From our POV, I don't know if maybe they were just trying to get it over there and thought they could slay out and get a dunk, but I doubt that was the plan.
So you see kills going down mid-map for their respective teams, so it's going to be Attach getting the drone out towards top side. He's going to get up into this window. Some kills here would be huge for FaZe. Not going to get any.
The question is, can they, have a 2-minute stretch like we saw Ghost do, where they pin them in the back alley and really punish them trying to get out of their spawns. Get out back to mid-street and make a fight of it. You got 3 down again. You're like one little rally away here from making a play, but they haven't tracked down Lacefield. Lacefield, the fact that he stays alive, that doesn't allow, I believe it's Zuma and Attach to get forward into Ticket and really make a play. If Lacefield isn't alive right there, Spacely doesn't get in position to win that game gunfight. That could have gone a lot differently.
Because instead of just Zuma pushing, you had Zuma and Attach pushing up into your base, and that would not have been good for Ghost Gaming. And some shots there from Spacely connect on to Enable. Now you see Lacefield trying to bring this drone down towards construction, a beat down on one, not able to pick up another. So now there'll be FaZe tossing that drone out towards mid-map. Spacely coming on a flank here. He's able to get one, not going to get a second. Not a bad start here for Ghost Gaming, though. I mean, they've allowed no pressure coming in from FaZe Clan. They've done a nice job, keeping up in the slaying department. It's all you could have hoped for if you're Ghost Gaming.
Mox has also earned that camo to work with here, Matt. Lacefield is trying to run it back as they keep playing the time. Remember, it's on their side, certainly, in this scenario. Lamagod going to go ahead and invest the Scarab. Tags up 2 players. Is anyone there to finish the kills? He's going to go ahead and challenge. He knows he's got a couple players one shot. Puts another one weak, but not able to finish it. 3 kills actually go to FaZe.
Here's FaZe's best chance. 3 dead. You see Gunless pushing into top Ticket. He's there with Zuma. They're able to get 1. Can they pick up the kills in the back alley? Gunless with 1, and that's going to be it. It'll be Attached coming around the wall. He's able to connect with a 1-point throw. So FaZe does get points on the board here. 2 minutes to go. Down 4.
Enable gets the drone out. Zuma trying to win a 1v2 inside, but Lamagod's going to get the better out of him the whole time that's going down, though. Gunless gets it out mid-street and buries a 1-point toss. That's great. With everything going down at mid, everyone fighting for control of the drone spawn. Drone's in Gunless's hands, and he's jettisoned out to mid-street and put points on the board. Now a counterattack opportunity for Ghost Gaming, though. Mox has drone in hand, but Enable with the 2-piece.
This is going to be points for FaZe.
They should be able to. They have camo now available for Enable.
You don't need it. They're going to use overdrive here. They're going to get forward.
Oh, no!
Caught on the corner on one of the players, and Zuma actually takes him out. I believe Lacefield just sitting on the corner blocks them, and they get the drone off. That is a big play there from Lacefield.
It's like,
probably not intentional, but...
Well, he was looking up, right? Because he knows he has to toss the drone in. So he doesn't realize it was like an awkward angle. There's somebody right in front of him that's just body blocking him. He was probably all sorts of confused. He's like, why the hell can't I get forward? Ends up being a bit of a cluster for FaZe, but during that, Zuma starts demolishing. He had 6 kills in a row. Can they get any points in the back of this? The 1-point toss, it's away. It is good. They're burying the clutch ones. Now only trailing by 2. 50 seconds on the clock. Enable coming off a respawn will be your camo player. On the other end, Mox tagged up, but has camo to work with as well. Who's going to go big for their side here? Mox is dead.
You need him to stay alive with the camo. Zuma with 2 kills mid-map. It's going to be Lacefield just trying to get the drone towards his side. He's going to be chased by players up base, and he actually doesn't get the drone off. It's going to be Mox popping the camo to just get out of the back gas area. Only 20 seconds left.
Enable's still alive, though. Enable's mid-street. Enable has camo. He's found a kill. He cannot die. He actually gets both. Sorry, Gunless has camo. I'm not mixing up my players entirely. Gunless with camo. He's mid-street there. It does get popped. He's moving forward, trying to make a play. 3 seconds. Nothing he can do, and that will be...
No!
He gets it! He gets it forward!
He throws it back towards the back alley, and there's one player that sneaks by.
Oh my
They're
God!
able to get it through, so it's Zuma here coming through the back.
That is so sick! Wow! It's like you couldn't even see his screen. He's getting hit with tax. He's just blind.
Like I saw Zuma in the back there, but I was like, there's no way that is getting towards him.
I didn't think there was enough time.
Oh, crazy play there at the end from FaZe as they have forced this into overtime here. Trying to put away Ghost Gaming. As Ghost Gaming, they have to be reeling right now.
Oh my.
They probably have no idea what happened as well.
That is unbelievable. You've had a couple dramatic uplinks for FaZe. It was what, verse E6 we had earlier in the weekend, and now this one. Drone gonna be in the hand of Lacefield. Ghost pushing forward. They're looking for an early strike. The 1-point toss lined up. Is the interception there? No, it is through. 38 seconds will be the time to beat. Whew, what a finish to regulation that was.
Ghost Gaming just needs a good start here, and they'll be fine to take this map. A few players drop at the beginning. We could see FaZe walking away with this 3-0. See how FaZe decides to play us. You do have Lamagod with his payload ability. So maybe you get FTL to the drone and get it out, but he's going to play a little bit further back. See, I think if you're Ghost, you got to play a little bit harder towards the middle of the map, but they do get a kill there on Zuma. Zuma just trying to throw the drone forward as they are pushing Mox here, and Mox going to pick up a few kills here. And this should be game. It should be Ghost Gaming just holding on to the drone here over towards that top side. It's an odd opening break there from FaZe. They try and force it through the top. Just hold the drone.
Ball game.
Yep, that'll be it.
All right, Matt, remind me. Where are we at with scenarios? I'm not allowed to say them out loud because I'll screw it up.
So Ghost Gaming just needs to take another map. They force a game 5, they're good. Then at that point, we're just determining whether it's going to be FaZe or Enigma 6 joining us at playoffs. You had no idea what the hell was going on. You were just like, because we're standing here, I was like looking at it, because we have the game over here.
Well, as soon as I saw there was like 2 seconds, and
he was nowhere close.
He has camo, he's nowhere close. I'm like, I thought he was just gonna like throw it forward for a 1-point toss, which wouldn't matter. I'm like, oh, this is done. And then Zuma comes in like Superman or Spider-Man, more reminiscent.
Well, I saw him throw the drone to the right, and I was like, that's an awful throw, but maybe he's like kind of stunned and he's just kind of disoriented. And then like, I saw at the corner, like right there, like I saw one player coming around. I was like, there's no way that's a teammate. I didn't think Zuma had enough time to get the drone and then get it in, because it had to be, what, 2 seconds left?
I was only thinking about Gunless and his camo to make a play. And when he got slowed down, I was like, oh, that's it. I was staring at Gunless's POV. And that's one of those times where, yeah, you're just trying to look between the minutes.
Tunnel vision, yeah.
Jeez, that is a crazy, crazy finish. But the end result ends up, you know, it doesn't matter. You know, they clutch up, they push it there, but they don't win it in overtime.
The end result definitely does matter.
Well, I mean, no. I mean,
they need 2 maps to qualify.
They push it. No, I'm saying FaZe clutching up to go to OT. It doesn't. They still end up losing.
No, yes, still end up losing, but still in control of their own destiny. They beat Ghost Gaming here. They are in. Ghost Gaming, they will not be at the playoffs. Ghost Gaming takes this next map. They will qualify for playoffs, and then we go to a game 5. Which pretty much Ghost Gaming, I mean, they're good no matter what.
What map are we going to? You better hope it's Retaliation if you're Ghost.
And that's been their best hard point. I mean, Mox is playing quite well. You would definitely hope it's Retaliation, and it'll be a good draw for Ghost Gaming if it is.
Wow, I can't imagine what's going through these guys' heads. It is going to be scorched, though. And with the way, you know, the likes of Zuma, Gunless, they've been shooting right now. Attach has been going off.
Especially because on the side of Ghost Gaming, you did not get a great game from Spacey, I believe, in that last one. You need him to show up big here. They're going to contend with the likes of, you know, Gunless, Zuma, and Attach on this map.
I don't think this is one of those games where you can survive maybe a double negative from Spacey over 2 minutes in the hard point. I just don't think you can make that work here. Against this FaZe roster, I know at times they will lose maps when you know, still kind of finding those kills, but you need, I agree with you. You need Spacey to go big for your team.
Yeah, and one like this, you cannot afford that type of game. I mean, it may work against some other teams. It's worked earlier in the tournament, but a game of this magnitude, you cannot afford that, because you expect FaZe to come out firing on all cylinders in hardpoint. It's probably the game mode that they've been the best with this new roster, at least from what we've seen this weekend. Their hardpoint game, so it's a must-win map for Ghost Gaming. They win this map, the series is alive for them, obviously going to a game 5. And more importantly, they win this map, they go to playoffs. This is do or die for Ghost Gaming here.
Oh, poor, you know, we've only talked about this side of it with Ghost and FaZe, but poor Enigma 6. You're just sitting and watching this, but it has to be a reverse sweep, right?
And
for Ghost?
Just to give you an idea, Ghost Gaming 0-4 on Scorch Hardpoint.
Ugh. But am I right on that? If you're Enigma 6, you're just rooting for it has to be a reverse sweep for Ghost, right?
What do you mean?
Ghost would have to come back and win this for Enigma 6 to have a chance.
No.
FaZe wins this, I believe.
No, not if they get 2 maps. No, I mean if it goes to game 5.
Oh, if it goes to game 5. It goes to game 5, yeah, and yes.
I think it has to go to game 5 and Ghost gets the victory at this point, but watching Gunless now, we are into map 4. So much pressure on these 2 teams. Oh. I'm glad I'm not playing this, man. I'd just be sweating.
So it'll be FaZe getting control of the hard point after we saw Ghost take a few seconds early, and Gunless picks up 2 kills there as he's on a little bit of a streak to start this game off. And what you worry about is like Gunless catching fire and Zuma catching fire, and then where does Ghost Gaming kind of answer that back? Like who do they have? You know, they need a monster game from one of their guys. Who is it going to be?
And it seems like there has been a guy, you know, Llama stepped up at times. Lacefield's had some big games. Mox has too, but as a collective unit, like if you do, like you said, if you get 2-3 guys from FaZe going off, do they have enough firepower to match that without one guy just kind of going off and dominating? But we will get to Turbine, and it's going to be FaZe attach inside, but the collapse is coming in. He's about to be pushed from both angles. He ends up getting taken out. Look how far out FaZe is now spawning. This is going to be a very healthy chunk of time for Ghost Gaming. Mox, look how pushed up he is. He's all the way at Drill finding kills.
They have control of Turbine. Ghost Gaming racking up points. Lamagod working towards streaks as well. This is a great hill for Ghost Gaming.
This is amazing.
They're pushing them so far back. Looks like FaZe going to give up on the final 15 or so seconds here. Set up for Hanger. You could not have asked for a better Turbine hardpoint here for Ghost.
Well, you had, I think it was Llama got pushed up as well through the mid-cut, and Mox was playing there inside of observation deck. I mean, it was a solid 15 seconds that FaZe was just trying to get angles to find those kills, to even then push forward to Turbine. That was flawless. But the question is now, can Ghost end up breaking right in and taking over control of Hanger? They've gotten set up, but look at the spawn that comes in for FaZe. They're all going to be spawning in the backside, and Abel does find the kill. And now you should be able to answer right back here on Hanger.
Yeah, they're going to try and make all that time up on Hanger. You still have some streaks being worked on for Enable. So that Gunless will be in the back, locking down the spawns. He's going to get tagged up from the side, and Zuma watches one pass, not going to challenge. Going to wait until they come in here towards Hanger, play close here with the Erad.
Oh my God! And you had a 4-on-3 right now. You had a 4-on-3 for Ghost as Gunless spawned out. Not a single kill for Ghost.
If we can go on board with Enable, currently on a 4 streak, getting very close to his payload, so he does earn the Trinity.
Well,
he's going to call it in, I believe, as he gets taken out.
Yeah, caught a bullet to the face as he was trying to pull this in.
He's trying to give FaZe some early control over at Drill. And in the process, he actually kills Gunless, who is the only player over there. So he picks up 1 kill with it. Now let's see if they can get it back. And Attach now on a 4 streak, trying to work for score streaks as well. So if FaZe not in the lead right now, it's Ghost Gaming in control of the game, but FaZe working on some streaks that could be big late.
Enable getting aggressive here around the backside, able to win the one-on-one there with Lamagod. It's a tie game, 90-90. Kills going the way of Ghost Gaming. Drill still has 20+ seconds on it. FaZe soaking up all this time. Mox, nice job getting vertical, finding one over the top, and snaps there onto Gunless. Great shots, building towards camo. He has help with Lamagod in observation deck. And it's just, you can't challenge him there, man. He's holding this cover, just looking towards mid. He's pre-aiming that wall run, you're not gonna beat him.
Yeah, I don't think there's a reason for FaZe to kind of force the issue here. Just give up some streaks to Ghost Gaming. FaZe knows if they can hold bridge at the beginning, then you get control of Turbine. You're gonna make a lot of this time and some more up. Did he not spot the guy mid-map?
I don't think he did. He got bailed out a little bit with some help as he checked the corner as well. Mox will finally fall. FaZe does pick up a couple. FaZe now with 3 down as Zuma picked up the 2-piece. Zuma's starting to come alive, but all the slang you see, it's been Enable, it's been electric. 15-8. He knows how to find his kills. The FTL almost ends up sick. Unfortunately, Lamagod pops right onto him. 127-110 is the lead for FaZe. Basically trying to battle in and contest, but Attach wants nothing to do with it. He's earned himself a Scarab, and he goes ahead and calls that in. He should start to realize where the spawn is coming in as his teammates are making call-outs. He tries to push forward and get some information for Turbine. That lets them know right where Mox is, so they come in and push, but Mox trying to fight it off, can't hit the slide, but Lacefield backs him up with some bullets through his back, and also trading out the kill on Zuma.
And it'll be Turbine control yet again for Ghost Gaming. They held it the first time. Can they do it once more? You're getting a good game out of Enable right now. I think that's important, you know, as the leader, now captain of this team. How many times do we see in big moments Clay just have go off and have monster games?
When the pressure is on, some players perform, some do not. Right now, Enable getting it done. Lacefield trying to wrap in. FaZe is the break. They have control of Turbine. That time they make it look easy. You know, you didn't have, I guess, as much time for Ghost to get kind of a perfect setup where Mox and Lam were able to push out mid-map, push out drill. They're all congested in the back. And what that means, as soon as you die, you're spawning out, right? You don't have any room for maybe a favorable spawn.
This is a do or die moment here for Ghost Gaming, though. They cannot give up the rest of this time to FaZe Clan, and it's going to be FaZe getting a hold. Fortunate for Ghost, they kill Attach. He was very close, I believe 25 away from the Trinity rocket. So Ghost Gaming, now they do get that one kill, which is pretty big in the grand scheme of things. Because now if you get a break, if you're FaZe, imagine you had a Trinity going over to Drill, you're looking to close the series out.
This 2v3 in Rocks is huge, and so far he's found no kills. They win it. Gunless gets too big one. Lacefield, last line of defense. There's actually one more here. That's going to be Mox. But there's 3 players from FaZe pushing in. Everybody trying to flood over Skybridge to get back in on the action is Ghost Gaming. They get here a second late. FaZe should be set up and ready to deal with it. It's Enable cutting a couple down. Spacely the last man in. He does get one before falling, and FaZe rallies it inside. 30 seconds now left inside a hangar, and FaZe just under 50 points, so they submit a victory in this series.
Zuma just dancing around inside the hard point. Now he's earned that Trinity. That's huge for FaZe Clan going to that next hill. Because you're Ghost Gaming, you can't give up here on Hangar. Enable and Attach hold on to that. And now you have FaZe rotating over towards Hangar. Ghost Gaming falling way behind.
They're falling way behind. If they lose this map, FaZe and Enigma 6 would qualify for the playoff. What was a fantastic day 1, day 2 for Ghost Gaming. All but a distant memory right now as they continue to fall. It's a 100-point lead for FaZe. Lacefield doing his best to try and battle back in this game, but it's still control at drill for FaZe Clan. This could be it.
And Enable has had a monster game 4, 25 and 12. FaZe Clan 7 seconds away from taking it. The streaks come out from Zuma, and that should be it.
And Attach, 2 minutes and 50 seconds in the hard point, baby, and FaZe Clan, they have done it. They're into playoffs. Enigma 6 watching. They can breathe again.
You got to feel for Ghost Gaming. And you can see a shot of the guys. You know, they played so good the first 2 days. They put in so much time, the preparation, we talked about it. They watched a ton of odds, put in all the time necessary. Just not able to get it done on the last day. I mean, they only needed a few games. It wasn't even like they needed really full series, just some games to go in their way. The 3-0 against Enigma 6 earlier really set this team back, put them in a very tough spot here against FaZe.
And, you know, it's part of your recipe, right? Because everybody has their, you know, their easier and harder days. The harder day, obviously, being when you have to go against the 2 North American teams. We know how Elevate performed. On this particular day, day 3, when it all mattered, Ghost had their 2 toughest matchups, their hardest day of the 3. And when they needed to perform,
it was like a perfect storm in the sense that, I mean, you know, they kind of cruise up until this point, right? They don't even go to game 5s, really, you know, 3-0, 3-1s. And then that first series, they go up against 2 teams today that were coming in so fired up. You know, Enigma 6 and FaZe, you would look at those 2 teams coming into this, probably the favorites to make it out of this group. Now they come in today, you know, playing on another level, and Ghost Gaming just didn't have a lot of that fire to match it.
On one side of the stage, it's utter devastation. On the other, it's celebration. We've got Enable on stage.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Congratulations to FaZe Clan and Enigma 6, our top 2 from week 2 of the CWL Global Pro League. Stage 2, I'm here with Enable, one of the leaders of FaZe Clan. First off, I've got to ask you, what are the emotions you're feeling right now?
I'm just happy, man. This was the exact same scenario, basically, from Season 1. And I wouldn't want anyone to go through that. It's super stressful, and I'm really happy the team pulled through and we played well, and I'm pretty sure we got first seed.
Definitely there. I'm not going to confirm that on my own, but I'm sure the analyst desk will break that down for everybody. An emotional weekend for almost every single team here for all sorts of different reasons. From day 1 now to day 3, what are you most proud of with your team that you've improved upon?
I'm just proud of our resilience and also just our will to get better. You know, this is the first event with Gunless, so we wanted to get top 2, but we were kind of treating it as a practice for playoffs, for champs. We obviously had some issues the first 2 days, but we talked about it, and we came back today, and I thought we played very well. So I'm just super proud of the team because we use this to our advantage, and I'm excited to go forward.
Absolutely. Now, one final question for you here, Enable. You guys do have some things to improve upon. Looking forward, as you mentioned, to Stage 2 playoffs and the CWL Championships next month. What does FaZe Clan need to improve upon? Where do you go from here?
I think for us, it's really the uplink. With the pickup of Gunless, our S&D has been very good. We only lost 1 all weekend, and it was to E6 last night in the reverse sweep. So we probably should have went undefeated all weekend, which is huge for us because our S&D was our worst game mode, and it costed us a lot of events early in the year. But uplink is a little shaky for us. We just got to kind of understand how to play with Gunless because it's a different play style than Clay. But besides that, I think we're looking pretty good.
FaZe Clan have done it. Enigma 6 have done it. That concludes the Call of Duty action here this weekend. Benson and the boys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jack. Great to hear from Enable. And, I mean, he said it himself. Not just the first time this has happened to FaZe and himself, the second, and somehow, some way manages to scrape through. But what a final series that was. Truly some epic moments, some nail-biting moments in there as well. I mean, we'll break down the series now. It all started on that hardpoint throwback, and that was a close one as well, Mick. I mean, it finished 250 to 234. I felt like it could have really gone any way.
Oh, absolutely. And this is just sort of what Ghost has been doing all week, especially versus FaZe. FaZe has the lead early on, Ghost, but is always close by, though.
Right.
And they just don't allow, you know, them to catch up and take over the lead. But the big story here was just attached. Just from the get-go, an absolute monster. He's able to get streaks. Those streaks pick up 6 kills. I mean, just a great game from him. And again, this is what we talked about. This throwback hardpoint, you know, FaZe just has so much talent. It's so hard to deal with the aggression from these guys.
And one of the key moments really in this game, Teep, you noticed was Mox, a bit of a poor camo use, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, the last barn hill on this one, it was just a very questionable play. Yes, he was trying to make that game-changing play to get control of barn, but it's not a hill you want to use that camo ability. It's a tradey hill. There's only these small little corridors. It's tough to pick up the 2 pieces, and then you can see how Gunless's camo is able to pick up the reactive player, get to the back spawns. It's much harder to do that on barn, so I don't really like the play for Mox over there. It just seemed like they panicked at the last second. They had bad fights on rotation towards that last baseball hill, and then Gunless ended it up with that camo. So just bad plays at the end from Ghost, but it was a great hardpoint.
Nail-biting ending, that is for sure. Of course, you can see Attach's numbers there are 1.64 he posted, but Memo, it wasn't necessarily the stats that impressed you most in that first match.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Attach drops 36. Highlight as well, he has over 2 minutes in the hill. He kind of, you know, went, you know, into kind of his own little world there, which was fantastic. And I think the addition of Gunless has made him that player. You know, it's not necessarily that Gunless is a better player than Clay. It's just the play styles he's given Attach that kind of more free roaming role, and I think it's impressing me in that sense. But for me, it just seems like, putting stats aside, just the way that FaZe are going about the games, it just seems a little bit more logical. They're kind of a little bit more disciplined, and I don't know why that is. If that's, you know, just the kind of the honeymoon period of Gunless, I'd like to think that they'll get better and better and better. Like Enable said, I expect very big things from this.
Hey, if you're gonna have a honeymoon period, it might as well be this is the time, right? These last 5 weeks of the season. Why not? You know what? Right. Make the roster change, have some fun, dude.
Definitely worked out in their favor, of course. Heading over to map number 2, of course, it was a search and destroy on Breakout. FaZe lead the series 1-0, and they're able to take the search as well, giving them a 2-0 lead. They closed it out 6-3, and I think it's fair to say, just Gunless adds so much to this FaZe search and destroy mode.
I think this is their best game type right now. Just all weekend long, we've watched them. I thought their S&D just looked so much better. Their decision-making, their trading just from the past has looked great. And this is what I talked about in the pregame. I felt like Breakout was that one search and destroy that Ghost, because they don't have a lot of experience on it. FaZe is really just going to sort of, you know, what worked well for us in the past. Let's try and incorporate Gunless with it, and everything worked out. That inner bomb site, they just did a great job trading.
And one of the key points really as well, Momo, is it felt like Attach's 1v1 consistency really kind of came back in the map.
Again, I talked about clutch factor in the previous series. It's the same again here. Attach winning. It was the first round, actually, or the second round, one of the first round there. The Attach just winning 1v1s. You don't think about it at the time, but when it comes down to those later stages in the search and destroys, those are the things that really matter. I will say as well, it was kind of of that structure from FaZe that I think that it just seems so strong over towards kind of the cave. They just worked their numbers so well. It was just so smart.
But of course, on the flip side, I know throughout stage 1 and a little bit of stage 2 so far, been pretty critical of sniping and knowing when to put the sniper rifle away, and it almost felt the same in that one team.
Oh, 100%. When Mox pulled out that sniper, the pace of the Ghost's game in that Search and Destroy was completely off. And the reason they were so successful in Search and Destroy earlier on this weekend is the fact that Llama was playing so darn fast. Mox was just looking over everyone with that NV4. Mox at a point was 6-2 using the NV4, doing perfectly fine. And then all of a sudden there's those rounds where you're put in a post-plant position with a sniper rifle. What can you really do with a pistol at those longer ranges over towards Dozer? And the other side of it, Llama was using an NV4 at the middle of the map a lot of the times, and he had a really bad game in the Search and Destroy. So it seemed like the confidence just went away from Ghost in that one. Maybe the stress was just getting to them a little bit too much, not playing as fast, not playing as confident as they really should. They were a really strong S&D team, but on that breakout, it just had no really middle map presence. They were playing so darn slow. They weren't trading anything out. Uncharacteristic. FaZe taking full advantage.
Bear in mind, coming into this, Merkel, all Ghost needed was 2 maps.
Just 2 maps. Just this
2 maps.
Entire day. And again, sort of going back to the sniper pick, I think he was 1-3 or 0-4 in rounds with the sniper, DMR, and the longbow. I just don't think it was a great decision. And again, I don't think Llama should have used that NV4. I just think it deals with inexperience on that breakout S&D. You know, again, it's the new map to the rotation. I mean, it has been in here for a few months, but I just felt like they haven't. There's not much film to go over with other teams, especially this FaZe team. True. Right? And that's sort of been one of their keys to success, has been that sort of, how do we counter these guys? We have all this film. Well, not on this FaZe team, and I felt like FaZe, they just executed very well with their trades in that inner bomb site.
They did. They go 2-0 up in the series, and then that takes us over to the uplink. And, well, this is where it got a little crazy. All the analyst desks kind of rose to their feet at the end of it. But I mean, the first 2 minutes, Teep, it was a Ghost 7-0 lead. It was extraordinary.
It's like perfect gameplay off the rip of the first half of the first half. They're getting that 7-point lead, but after those 7 points, just nothing really happening. On the side from FaZe, though, Zuma was just ripping people. So many 2 and 3 pieces. The amount of pressure, that reminded me of the Zuma of old, just always in your face, always taking these crazy sort of gunfights. Could he have played a little bit slower at times and earned those streaks? Yeah, sure. But regardless, he opens up the map just enough for his team to chip away back at that score.
It was a crazy closing couple of minutes. Of course, you can see the score still 7-4 in favor of Ghost with a minute left. And then, yeah, 5 seconds on the clock. Gunless uses camo, gets slowed down, gets stuns, has to play a manual pass, and you can see it slowed down. Zuma picks up the drone with basically a second left, somehow gets a kill on Llama God. It goes up with 0.1 second to force the overtime. Ironically, it didn't really matter, though, because obviously they did lose the overtime. But still, what a play that is right there from FaZe. I had flashbacks, T-Bear, of yourself and Miracles with the manual play you did back in AW.
Let's not talk about that one.
Sorry, yo.
I was on the receiving end of that one.
But I mean, in those moments, team, is that just natural instinct, or is that Zuma saying just pass, just pass, just pass? Trust me, trust me, trust me. What's it like in the booth?
Zuma was a playmaker in that scenario, and you can see how short of a window it was for Zuma to not only get the drone but pick up that kill. I think if you look at the kill feed and the time where he picks up the drone, it's less than a second. Yeah. The fact that they were able to coordinate that at the last second play, man, it speaks volumes to the communication on the FaZe lineup in a very, very tense moment, to say the least. A huge play, but they lose the map.
I just think as well, it's so easy for us to kind of slow the whole thing down and look at it. But Zuma there, I'm actually surprised he even went for that kill. I thought he would just kind of hope the drone drops into it and just jump for that dunk. You know, that's all he did. But he went for the kill and still, you know, managed to do it. Again, it was 0.1 seconds. The thing that kind of made it all pointless was the overtime, but those are the things in Link that we love, and that's why it is a game mode. It's those buzzer beaters, the things that really make COD esports so special.
I mean, for me, though, I think Ghost Gaming is just lucky they don't get 3-0'd on this map. Just the fact those first 2 minutes were great. Mox had a great game. Spacely and Lacefield, though, they were both like double negative, and that just cannot happen. If those first 2 minutes, if FaZe is able to just calm down and sort of control a bit of the map, that 7-point lead is gone. There's also that overdrive play with Attach. If he hits that one, that 2-pointer at the end, well, that's FaZe's win. And then Mox's camo, they weren't able to incorporate it at all. You have to be able to use that effectively. That game shouldn't even get to that point where they can tie it and go to overtime. Ghost Gaming, they have to use that camo.
Valid point. Ghosts do manage to somehow win the map, though. That takes us to a game 4. This is a hardpoint Scorch, and coming into this, Ghost was 0-4. They had never won this map, and, well, they still have not won this map. Let's just put it that way. FaZe close it out 250 to 133. And one of the key moments, remember, was just Enable just went dad mode.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to look at Enable, and stats don't say everything, but sometimes they really do. You've looked at him all weekend long, absolutely amazing. He's not only stepped up as kind of the in-game leader, and people have said he's always been that, but he's solidified that role. He's been a slayer. He's done the objective. He has done everything for this team, and, you know, for someone like him who's been playing for so damn long, I love it. I love seeing that reward given to him. But yeah, Enable, dad mode throughout, 24 and 11 at this point. Crazy, crazy stats.
Finishes with a 2.17 on that map. But see, throughout that entire hardpoint, you were saying FaZe has just outplayed Ghost. Well, what impressed you the most?
After that first hangar, FaZe played basically perfect hardpoint, and that's the stuff I love to see. You can see this team get better every single minute that they're playing here throughout this group, and the fact they're able to chain those rotations together every single time on hardpoints. When teams are rotating, 3 hitting the back cave on the rotation to hangar, that's the things I love to see. That's why Ghost Gaming got only 20 points on the second rotation.
Yeah, it was
of hardpoints.
110 to 98 at half.
It's just crazy stuff, and that just shows
in favor of Ghost.
Like, FaZe is taking those kills, grouping up at the perfect time on rotation, playing perfect Call of Duty, earning their spot.
Yeah, for sure. FaZe take the series, of course, 3 rounds to 1, but I guess it begs the question. It felt like it was bittersweet all over again. You go back to Anaheim, they cruise through their pools, they go into the bracket, they lose to Splice, which, yes, okay, at that time, fair enough, right? That's your stage 1. Champions, a very, very good quality team. Then they go to losers bracket, they fall against Rev Reserve. Almost a similar thing. They just needed to win 2 maps today, and they weren't able to do it, Merc. So I guess in terms of the grand scheme of things, where do you actually have this Ghost Gaming squad in kind of your rankings, if you will?
I think probably 9 to 12. I just think it deals with, yeah, they start off 4-0, but 2 of those wins are against Elevate, right? Yes, they have big wins over FaZe and against Enigma 6, but you have to be able to at least make series close today. I think they're right where they belong at 9 through 12. I think this team will continue to get better. I think the Ghost management has done a great job at developing them, and that will continue up until Champs. I know it's a tough day today, but you showed a ton of heart, you know, all weekend long, Ghost Gaming, and I think you'll be in the best form at Champs.
I just want to give the guys props. It's just a heartbreaking day for them, not able to pull through, only needing 2 maps, but you have to take the positive from this sort of scenario. Individuals on this team played at an all-star caliber. Lamagod, another amazing weekend after an impressive Anaheim. Mox, probably one of the best individual players we had throughout the whole weekend. Sure. Lacefield was, I guess, the weaker one today, not really being too consistent, but overall, I feel bad for him, but don't feel so down after that. They are in that 9 to 12 sort of area, but that potential is, I think, what they need to focus on.
Well, that's the thing, right? As soon as one of those guys, either in Lace or Spacely, starts to play bad, it's like Enigma 6, right? Yeah. Early on, Proto's not playing well. He's not playing well today. He plays well. Alongside General and Royalty, they cruise through. Today, Lacefield, Spacely, they did not play well. Mox and Lamia did. You need that third guy to step up. If one of them can have a more consistent day, they're in the playoffs.
Yeah, one thing I want to kind of touch on just to kind of give them a little bit is don't be disheartened by this. The way that they put so much effort in, they've researched every single team. Do the same again. Do the same and more. Put more effort in, and results will show. And I think that's the story for Ghost Gaming is I think they know that, you know, individually, there are teams out there that maybe have better gun skill. You look at LG, you look at how can you outplay them? Be smarter, be cleverer, work harder.
Very true, very true. A heartbreaking loss for them, that is for sure. I will take a look at our group standings one final time, just to recap. At the top, it is FaZe Clan 4-2. Underneath them, Enigma 6, 4-2, of course, and Ghost Gaming, they do finish 4-2. But our top 2 teams advancing to playoffs will be FaZe Clan and Enigma 6. Of course, at the bottom there, we've talked about it all weekend and don't want to bother harping on about it again. Team Elevate, 0-6, 0-18, breaking very, very bad records, which didn't need to be broken. Curious to see how they fix themselves heading into the Call of Duty World Championship. But of course, we still have plenty of action here at the CWL Global Pro League. We have Group Yellow next week. Splice, E-United, Rise, and Red Reserve. And Splice, boys, this week was pretty epic. Next week, That looks pretty damn good as well, Merc.
Yeah, I just think the big thing is you're not going to have your Elevate verse matches, right? You're not going to have your free wins. Every single one of these matchups is going to be intense. Red Reserve, with the addition of Radiant, have gotten better and better. Rise, they're looking for that redemption. They should have made Stage 1 playoffs. E United, well, we get to see the new one with Playster. And Splice are returning champions. Week 3, baby. It's going to get spicy.
Oh, it is going to be very spicy indeed. Of course, we'll take a look at all of our groups now, just to refresh your memories, who has already qualified for the Stage 2 players. Of course, we have Luminosity and Fnatic from Group Red. This week, FaZe Clan and Enigma 6. And then you can see the remaining groups still to be played. Group Green, the final week. Optic Gaming, Team Envious, Epsilon, and a Cloud9. I mean, team, that's just a savage group.
I'm so pumped for these weeks. We talked about a lot how these weeks are just going to keep ramping up in terms of intensity, in terms of quality Call of Duty action. But if it gets better than this week and week 1, we're in for a really, really good show. Can't wait.
Very excited, as you said. But we're at this point where, you know, we should probably talk a little bit about potential MVPs. Yes, we haven't seen too much, but I do want to kind of bring up that conversation. Momo, I want to start with yourself. I imagine you were giving Enable a lot of praise there in that last game. Is he the guy that you would put up as your potential MVP?
I have to. It's not only, you know, consistency with him. He's improved dramatically from the last time I saw him, which was, what, 2 weeks ago? And yeah. This says a lot. Stats on everything, but look at that.
And T, you actually have Enable in there as well. So both Momo and TP both go after Enable. Any specific reason, T?
I think when this roster change with FaZe went down, we waited years for this roster change to happen. Very monumental. And it was sort of like, for me at least, Enable or Clay. What's that move going to be? And then the pressure is going to be on whoever that player was that was able to stay. He's the captain. He's the leader of this team now, performed magnificently, right? I feel like all the pressure was on his shoulders. He comes through, they make playoffs. I think he's going to make them more and more better as time goes on.
I mean, just to sort of go off on sort of Enable, I mean, we just weren't sure with him using the MV4. He's going to be the main MV4. He's going up against the likes of General, of Octane, of Zero, and we weren't sure how he was going to perform well. He stepped up big time for his team.
He did, but without being, you know, the negative Nancy of the desk, if you put him up against Octane, say, who'd you have in that fight?
Well, that's a silly question, man, because he's probably the best player in the world right now.
Well, exactly. It's just going to be tough for FaZe. I am curious to see what happens when they do get to playoffs. Well,
that's why you got 3 other players on your team, and they look pretty damn good as well.
Fair play. Fair play. In terms of your MVP, though, I am curious to see who you went after. I imagine it was an E6 player.
Yeah, it wasn't named a 6 player. We were sort of like, well, which guys are going to be based off a playoff team? I went with Royalty. I thought he had a very impact weekend just the entire time. He was very consistent overall. 1.2 overall, 1.49 in S&D. I felt like the new kid, I mean, he was just impressive all weekend long. He was the difference maker in that FaZe versus E6 reverse sweep. He played big today with that 6-0 map count. Royalty, keep your eyes on him in that round 1 of playoffs.
Excited. Of course, Royalty, a player who played years ago and then kind of took a little bit of a break, played over in Canada, but now back on the professional circuit. And what a player he has been, especially this weekend, as you said, really a key factor there for Enigma 6. And obviously you guys both go with Enable, you go with Royalty. Excited to see who, of course, will be chosen. But we can take a look now at next week's schedule for day 1 of week 3. Of course, that is going to be Group Yellow. 4 p.m. we kick things off with E United versus Rise, and our Stage 1 champions Splicer in action against Red Reserve. Battle of Europe in that one. Red Reserve actually back-to-back. They go up against Rise at 7 p.m. and to close out day 1 of week 3, Splice versus E United. Week 3 is sure to be absolutely fantastic. You do not want to miss any more of the CWL action. But that concludes week 2 of Stage 2 here at the Call of Duty Global Pro League, presented by the PlayStation 4. An intense final day produced some nail-biting moments and matches. Congratulations, of course, to Enigma 6 and FaZe Clan on securing their spot at the CWL Stage 2 playoffs in extraordinary fashion. We'll be back next weekend with Group Yellow and more awesome Call of Duty esports action.